Hello and welcome everyone to the AMD Overclocked tournament here. We are getting ready to go live with day number 2. It's going to be a great time of Call of Duty, and hopefully you guys are all ready and strapped in for what will be some more intense action. Taking you through the action will be, of course, myself, Visions, alongside Seymour. Canadian Duo, again, back at it, day number 2, man. I'm hyped up.
I'm hyped up too. Not to be outside right now in Toronto. It's like 47 degrees Celsius. And that's hot for all you guys who might not know how to convert Fahrenheit to Celsius. But we are sweating on our way over to the studios. But we're also sweating to get ready into these games because we got a lot of teams ready for the prizing. We're in top 4. We're going to cut things down to top 3. And once we get into top 3, we get into the prizing.
Yeah, we get into the prizing. It's going to be very interesting to see how these teams are going to be able to perform after what was maybe a bit of a surprising day number 1 at times, at least for some of our matchups, for as far as what we did get. So I'm excited to see how some of these squads are going to be able to potentially tee up going into day 2, what they're going to change. Also, a chance to go back and look over some of that footage. What are we going to veto? What are we going to potentially take out of these map pools? So there's also that to consider going into this too.
Because it's one of those things that we hype this whole thing up into a boot camp, essentially, for a lot of these teams who come from different regions to get into North America, to get different reps against international talent before one of the biggest tournaments of your year. And so from day 1 to day 2, there are going to be some differences that we do see from these teams as they get to know their map pool a little bit better, as they get to know, what favors them against different regions, especially for those European versus North American teams who are looking to try to bleed into their more preferred game modes, whether it's NA in the SND or EU for the respawns. We've seen a lot of different maps come out for different teams.
Yeah, we definitely have, and we also have a bit of a recap as well. If you ended up missing, any of day number 1, there was obviously a lot that took place. We started with about 16 teams, and as Colin said, we are now down to our final 4 here. But I think there was a lot of surprises, starting with Team Notorious. I think right at the top here, Colin, there was a lot of good to take away, and a lot of that starts with what we've been seeing out of their practice leading up to this entire month here before Champs.
I think one thing for them was that they get the most boot camp out of anybody with coming to North America just a month ago, and it's paid off in dividends. But at the same time, we also have to mention that we had 2 CDL rosters come into this tournament. We're only down to now 1 roster, and both of them went into the losers bracket by way of challenger teams.
Yeah, exactly. It's been an incredible weekend here for some of the challenger squads that are looking to not only improve but also build some of that confidence. And then you had another massive matchup pretty late into the night of day number 1 between Five Fears and Omit Brooklyn, and this was an incredible start for Omit Brooklyn. They had not dropped a map up until this point playing against Five Fears, and then that map number 3, that's where everything started to turn. We got to the SND, became a little bit more one-sided, and you started to see this team really come alive.
That's 1 out of 2 reverse sweeps that we saw yesterday as well. Team War reverse sweeping Royal Spartans for one of our first round matches, and then you get Five Fears reverse sweeping Omit Brooklyn. But a lot of good coming out from these teams, a lot of bad that we didn't really expect. Omit, our DreamHack champions, get knocked out through the losers bracket. We also bid farewell to Orchid, 2-time runner-ups this year for our Dallas and our DreamHack Opens out of challengers. They're knocked out. Still time obviously needed as well for other regions like APAC and LATAM, as they come over here to get a little bit extra reps versus some of our international teams or different regions like NA and EU. But for them, the boot camp's just starting. A lot of time before Champs to get those scrims under your belt and see if they can become dark horses by way of next weekend.
Yeah, and well, where does that lead us? Here in the bracket, we are down to, of course, the final 4 in the upper half. We have Five Fears and Team Notorious, NA and EU going head-to-head in the winners final to see who is going to have that guaranteed spot, in grand finals. And then down low in the semifinals, you'll have Omit Brooklyn looking to see if they can try to get a good bounce back after what was a pretty strong performance against Team Moore, and now having to do it again versus what is going to have to be LAG mates.
I think that's going to be a big game for Omit Brooklyn. I think and LAG mates should be worried about it because Omit Brooklyn, they get knocked down by way of the reverse sweep to Five Fears, and they're on a run to get back to where they were before. This team looks great. I mean, you talked about it yesterday that this team, it looks like they're built to be champions, having a roster like that with Standy and Prolute alongside each other yet again. They looked fantastic, and for LAG mates, it's still the same woes that we know from before, especially in those hard points. The search and the control look great, but they got to figure out those map 1s and 4s.
Especially because it feels like the challenger teams have been able to find advantages at those exact points, right? Either they're winning the hard points, or the hard points are just coming down to the wire. They can almost swing either way. We saw that in the upper bracket there versus Team Notorious. I want to see that map number 4 on the Hacienda, went to 250, 248. So a very, very close affair between those two squads, and something that you want to tighten up on. But we have heard, the CDL teams are just kind of getting back into the rhythm of scrimming, at least the teams that were knocked out for champs. So having to really tee up today on Championship Sunday, going to be a massive factor if you want to get yourself into the money.
It's going to be a good way to relieve some of that stress for the remainder of the season, especially going to EWC. You don't want to be known as that team that gets knocked out here if you're LA teammates, especially after seeing what we saw on the timeline for Rocker yesterday too from some of the fans out there. But pressure might be on for them. I'm excited to see them get to play versus Omit Brooklyn, but we don't get to look into that just yet. So hoping to see them in the losers finals after this one. Either way, it is going to be a good game. We dive towards 5 Fears versus Team Notorious, and I think this is a big storyline between both of them, because it's EU versus NA, obviously, but it's not really the North American team that we expected to be here.
No, I think that 5 Fears have really shown up. They've definitely surprised a lot of people, including myself. I think that they were looking fantastic, and a lot of that came from what we were getting out of, some of their clutch plays and just some of their staying ahead of the curve plays. And Hardpoint, Hixie doing a great job of locking down spawns. I thought Exceed had a couple of massive maps, and then you had Fire, who was putting up some big numbers. Not only that, but he was coming up clutch when you got to some of those controls, putting up those 3 pieces that we just saw, in that replay package from yesterday. So if you can replicate a lot of what we saw yesterday, you feel like you're in really good hands, and you almost need to against a Team Notorious that, I want to say, they're looking like one of the most polished teams, at least so far at the tournament. I mean, they have looked very difficult to deal with, and they are just constantly throwing punches. You have to be ready for that, because this team is certainly ready. And the boot camping we've talked about for the last month here in North America feels like it is paying off right now.
And that's the biggest thing. I mean, you take that extra time compared to other teams to, grind out all those mistakes from DreamHack going in towards champs. You get a chance to put it on showcase here and now, and I think it's working. And one of the things that they were kind of looking towards fix was some of the pacing, some of the pressure that you were getting. And for Eric Boom and Afro, I think one of the best sub-duos that we have in Challengers right now, they're starting to find that place where we see Eric flexing over towards that AR sometime for those big hills like Volt P3. And, for Afro, who his timings, a lot of the time he was trying to run and gun and bully his way through. It's very methodical right now. He's picking and choosing where those fights are, and it's really paying off for the respawns, which that was the big aim for going into champs to fix.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's take a look at the rosters here and dive into some even more details with this squad, as we've kind of framed this one up to be a hype matchup. And, well, it certainly is going to be that in the winners final. But, of course, Team Notorious here at the top, Colin, F. Afro, Eric Boom, and Rafi. You've said it. We talked a lot about these guys yesterday as well. It feels like they're really coming together. They're coming into one. And, I mean, just, again, being together all year long, it is paying off.
And I think we put so much focus on Afro and Eric Boom for just the potential that these two have. But for Afdot and Rafi, who have yet to have their chance to go to the CDL to play in the league, I mean, these are some slept-on players who just continue to improve year after year. And for Rafi, I think he's the most underrated on this roster, but this guy, he's always on the fundamentals for Hardpoint. First to the hill, first to the power positions to set up for those spawn anchors. And when you have F-Dot, who he's fast, he gets to swap to the Jackal sometimes, especially in Black Ops 6. He puts up incredible numbers for this team. And the two of them, they keep this ship afloat, just like Afro and Eric Boom. And you got to put some respect on them. And it's the big reason why we put F-Dot as the MVP in Miami, because this guy was frying for the team.
Absolutely. And then on the other side, we have Abe, Hixie, Fire, and Exceed. I gassed up Fire quite a bit. He had a lot of pop-off series. I think he was really one of the key reasons we had seen that win over Rocker, with the way that he was putting together some of those multi-kills. So keep an eye out for him. Had a 1.12 in that series as well versus Rocker. So putting up big numbers. Love to see it here. And I also thought Exceed showed up in a lot of big ways as well. He had a lot of pop-off maps, especially earlier on in the tournament. Played really well versus that Omen Brooklyn squad when they did pull pull off that reverse sweep. And then you still have a lot of young gun here, you know, with Abe, who's been really phenomenal. He's been in your face. We saw him on the protocol. I felt like he was just relentless, going at you over and over and over again. And alongside Hixie, it feels like they complement each other really well as a sub duo.
Yeah, it would be crazy if Abe doesn't get a shot towards the league, at least, and if not like this upcoming year for BO7, if not, you know, halfway through the year, or anything like that, because he has been really putting on for any team that he's been a part of, even back on that Stallions roster, playing alongside Lurks. This guy was putting up absurd numbers versus some of the better teams that we have in Challengers to begin with. And, you know, when you pair him up against somebody like Hixie, who's going to do the dirty work, that just frees up so much more space for him to excel in his lane. And I think that, you know, this team that he's alongside, with the veteranship, with the leadership that you get for Abe, it has really allowed him to find his own for this team. And he is really improving on a steady incline.
Well, let's take a look at the maps and modes that we do have lined up for this best of 5 for the winter final. And, well, we certainly had some questions about what we might see. We have the Skyline, the Protocol Search, the Protocol Control, move into a Rewind Hardpoint, and then followed by a Hacienda Search and Destroy for map 5.
I really thought that the Skyline was going to get auto-vetoed by 5 fears. It's something that, yeah, you win versus Rocker on this map. It comes down to 5 points, though, and it's very scrappy. You lose it right after that to Omit, and it didn't look good at all for this team. So the fact that it sneaks through, that's going to play favor to Team Notorious. But at the end of the day, this is an area where you're looking to improve those mistakes, and this is something that they're looking to fix up than to put it in for a map 1. There's no better way to start this series. You get the Rewind Hardpoint as well for 5 fears. We got to put some respect towards Hixie for what he was doing on this map yesterday. I think he had maybe in around a 1.6. I'm just kind of paraphrasing there because I don't actually know, or making that up at this point. Maybe a Maven stat coming out for me on that score line. But to see a Protocol Search and Destroy as well as a Protocol Control in the mix of this one, I think the Protocol Control has been very good for the subs that we've seen so far. The offense has been a little bit hit or miss for any team that we've seen for this map. So I'm hoping both of those teams are really diving into what they can bring to that offense. And I think the only time that we saw Protocol Search and Destroy was when LAG mates 6-0'd Team War on this map, and we didn't get to see that one on stream, but it was B2A.
Yeah. But I do think that the Rewind, like you said, is probably the more surprising one maybe for me. I'm really interested to see how Team Notorious are going to potentially be able to square up against this team, because if we do go to a map 4, it felt like this has been just completely on point for them. I mean, they won it versus Rocker, they won it versus Omit Brooklyn, and this is one of the maps that they were able to, you know, put into that reverse sweep versus Omit Brooklyn that looked very convincing, and then they went right into a dealership with momentum. Now, we did see the Hacienda Search, I want to say, played by Team Notorious yesterday in that LAG series. I want to say they took that one, but it might have been close. So we'll see if that one does end up working out here for their favor, because I think having a map 5 for Team Notorious has been something that's been really important, getting into that comfort zone for that final map and then being able to clutch up, ice up. That's something that they've relied on, and it's worked out in the past here.
Yeah, that Protocol Control is played for Team Notorious versus LAG mates, and it was a 3-1 win for them. The other side, 5 fears, they took Rocker there, 3-0 sweep. That's where Fire goes big on the offense for the double kill.
That's right.
And
Triple.
Absolutely ices up for his team. Triple kill, yeah, you're right. I'm downplaying a little bit on what we get there, but no, I think this is a good map set in terms of playing to the favors of both teams. It's really obvious to me, at least looking at it, that either team is trying to allow for the other team's better maps to come through, to chow them out there, to get the test against each other on if you can steal those ones away, beat them on it, and we don't see any red cards, so that's definitely something that both teams already feel confident on. So go to the scrappy maps.
Go to the scrappy maps.
Ones, the ones where you got the mistakes to see if you can fix it.
No, that's what we're here for, right? We want to see some of these subs as well kind of get up in your face, and you talk about some of these subs having the ability to get into their flow, get into that groove, and I think we saw that yesterday from Afro. We saw that yesterday from Hixie, and he can even swap and flex and use the AR just as well if we get to that map 4. So there's a lot to take in, a lot to look forward to going into this matchup here. And again, I think at the end of the day, it's also NA versus EU to see who gets into Grand Final. So you got that going going on because, well, that's really been the big
Never
topic
gets
this
old.
year, right? That's been the big topic for a lot of our grand finals that we've had, and it feels like it's been a little bit back and forth, and we're interested to see how this tournament's going to end with it, but as well as champs, and to see who's going to be able to get kind of the final say before EWC as well.
I hope that after every single grand final that we get through the Opens, we get a champs that's EU versus NA. Even thinking back to when we were in Vegas for MW2 and having Notorious play Omid on the main stage,
Sure.
that was a 4-0 sweep for Omid, and Notorious may have fallen off a little bit for that game, but the storylines were great. I mean, you had Team Notorious win the Texas Open that year, and they go into the champs. They have that chance for the grand finals. It doesn't work out, and I don't think we've seen a EU team win a grand finals just yet for champs in challengers. So to see another opportunity for EU to get that grand finals opportunity this time, you gotta think that it might be their time this year with the way that they're playing, and with this elongated boot camp before champs. I was bringing this point up yesterday. There's no better time than this year with all the preparation that's going into champs.
Yeah, I think that's completely valid for as far as what we've gotten. I think also we touched on it a little bit yesterday, but just how much more important it feels like to place well at champs to then guarantee yourself a chance to go to EWC, because you think of when EWC is, it's not like too far off from when the next season's going to start. And well, recency bias has always played a massive, massive part of who you're going to pick up, who you're looking at, who you're looking to bring into your roster. And if you have a good performance and can make it to EWC, well, then that's really one of your golden lines to potentially make it all the way to a CDL roster. If you can have a good, strong individual performance, or even beat some of these CDL teams and see if a challenger team could, do some kind of a run.
And if you guys don't really know, for champs next week, I guess we can talk about that EWC qualifier. Is it's top 3 from champs next week make it to EWC. So when you're going through it, you don't necessarily have to make it to the grand finals. You get to the top 3 position, you've made it to go to Riyadh, but you want to get that championship as well. I'd say in Kitchener next week. It's just the fact that there's top 3 spots to get qualified for that one. I'm sure a lot of teams are going to be happy that they have just that opportunity to be there.
Oh man, that's everything to be there. And again, just not really having the pro-am that we've had, in previous years, like that is really your chance outside of maybe some of these pop-up tournaments that we have to go up against a couple of the CDL teams. But at the very least, getting there and just going up against them, matching up against them in group play or whatever it's going to be, that is really just your golden ticket. So have to take full advantage of it. Have to try to make it there. If you want to make it to the league, that is really one of the stepping stones that you need to hit.
Yeah.
So we'll see what ends up happening. And again, that's still a week away, so there's a lot to take away from this tournament. And going to LAN online, there's always that conversation as well. Some teams are certainly going to perform a little bit better when they're sitting across from their opponents. But at the moment, just waiting for this lobby to get set up. For anyone tuning in, we've been kind of podcasting a little bit, but we are going to be going on board here with Team Notorious up against Five Fears, just to kind of narrow back in on what we're going to potentially expect. It's going to be a great matchup. NA, EU, we've kind of framed it up, but we'll see which way it's going to go. You got any predictions for me, Kyle?
I mean, going into the Skyline right away, you have to be favoring this Five Fierce team, or no, not even Five Fierce team. They lost it yesterday. Played it close. I was going to say, you got to favor that Team Notorious squad going into this one, because every single time that you have Afro and Eric Boom on this map, they just look untouchable, especially the timings, the patience that you're seeing a lot more from them, a lot more focused on the objective and slaying around that objective rather than running routes to break those spawns. You don't necessarily have to flip those spawns right away either, so having 2 SMGs that are getting a little bit more involved with that OBJ play is going to free up so much movement for Rafi, like we saw in the Vault yesterday, to be involved on those rotations towards the spawns later on down it. And for a map like Skyline, when it's like so dynamic that some teams really thrive on this map because of the amount of communication that goes into it and the prioritization into bumping your teammates to go towards next. This really fits the playstyle of Team Notorious, and I think that Five Fears gotta be a little bit cautious going in towards it, but they did win it yesterday at least one time versus Rocker. It was a close game, and took a lot for those P2s and those P4s, but when they do lock in, they did get the job done.
No, they did, and I think at least the key to victory here for beating Team Notorious and giving them a chance at this series and being able to do it is probably starting off on the right foot, grabbing this map number 1, because we've seen a couple of their maps start off a little bit slow, right? It feels like maybe the first set of rotations, they didn't exactly get a whole lot going. They were really slow to kind of get their guns shooting shooting. Same thing in some of the S&Ds as well. Some of their S&Ds we saw, they start off, 0-3, and then they're having to play catch-up. And in some of those situations, they were able to play catch-up. They were able to adapt, and you started to see the gameplay come together. But, not really what you want to do versus a team that just has a incredible amount of chemistry and that is really good at punishing you, doesn't give you a lot of space, doesn't give you a lot of room. You have to fight for it constantly, and if you aren't fighting for it, they're just going to start to run over you a little bit. At least that's, what we did see a little bit as far as this team yesterday.
And even for the Search and Destroys for 5 Fears, that's something to look into adapting into today. Is we only saw them win one S&D, at least on stream yesterday, and that was the dealership Search and Destroy versus Omit Brooklyn on that reverse sweep, and that was a game 5. Everything else, it's been going down 0-3, losing those first bloods, not translating, round advantages when you have numbers and you're getting clutched up on way too many times.
Yeah.
I think that was one thing for 5 Fears that I was saying needs to change for today is being a lot better at playing your life, making sure you're not throwing those away in those maps 2s and those map 5s versus a team like Notorious. It's not going to fly whatsoever. But fortunately enough, they don't have to worry about it right now. It's a Hardpoint.
Yep. Podcast episode 3 of Visions and Colin. It's done. It's over. Let's get into the gameplay. About time. These guys are already loaded up. So let's see how it's going to take place. We hyped it up. We've set up the storylines. Now it's time to see who's going to be able to deliver. And let's see who's going to be able to get on P1 time early. So far, so good for Team Notorious on the breakoff. They do win a lot of the opening engagements, and they will get a great read on the spawns here as well as Afro starts fighting and starts holding some of this kitchen control.
This is a great start, and 5 Fears, they do not want to overstep on their way back in. They know they have the better side, but you still have to fight for this time, and it is going to be hit through the catwalk to see if they can re-break it.
Rafi down low, going to get a read up top, but that's a tough gunfight. Fire, no problem whatsoever with that one. Both teams still eyeing up what might be a potential 15 seconds on P1, but Fire knows it's more important to hold the right side of the map. But right now, 5 Fears, they are doing a great job of exactly that.
Yeah, just a little bit of a lead for Team Notorious, but better spawns for 5 Fears. You're going to get the initial time, and you're even doing a good job slaying a couple of these rotational kills. You have a moment for Afro to maybe stay, but he is being so patient.
Exceed's going to get a bit of a read on this hit that's coming here for Team Notorious, and Exceed's able to get one, couple pistol shots in the back, finishes it off with the headshot. Beautiful stuff going to come through there for a nice little double up, but Rafi in the back, spawns looking good for Team Notorious. They have a chance now to flood the hill, just need a couple more battles to be won, and Rafi still putting on a bit of a show as he gets 2 and makes the third one weak.
That's a little unfortunate. You don't get those spawns in the back. Makes it a little bit scrappier than you wanted, but 5 Fears, they're still fighting for it, and there's still 30 seconds, so they pull those spawns right back. They win all their battles, and this is a back 20 seconds that you'd love to get.
20 seconds looks like it should be secured here. Rotation, of course, already in play. 14 Notorious as they start shifting over. We'll have a lot of presence around the middle, but just about a tie game after that scrap time is all said and done. And, well, the rotational battles looking fairly clean here for 5 Fears. They get themselves right into the kitchen hill. We'll be able to win some pretty critical battles, and they might be able to get themselves time first. They will, now just need to hold.
It's a good moment for 5 Fears, but is it going to be enough to flip this lead fully? You have a momentary lead by 10, and Team Notorious go for the instant hit through mid. They break it back. You get the P4 spawns. 5 Fears will be able to hit this again.
Nixie up top. Oh, sees the legs. Hello, Eric. Takes him out, no problem. Now, pinching the play up. Has Fire from the front. F-Dot trying to get a read on which way Hixie's actually going to be sliding, but Hixie just waits patiently. Easy cleanup, and again, the break looking solid here for 5 Fears.
You have to think, do you go through catwalk now? Do you chalk up this last 20 seconds? Team Notorious, they're going to fight right through the front of Fireplace. You have to get through Hixie, who's 11-7, to start this skyline. Things you love to see for 5 Fears. But for Notorious, it's going to be a back-end scrap time, and now having to break P4 with Fire sitting in P1.
Fire watching the cross. Good shots up top. Will work out for our first kill onto F-Dot, and actually a second kill onto F-Dot there. That's thanks to Exceed. Still got Abe, who's doing miracles in the back, but Eric able to actually overcome it. That's nice double up, and that's going to hurt them quite a bit. Oh my goodness, it's going to be another one. And yet the spawns, the break, everything good comes at a great moment for Team Notorious.
Eric Boom goes big, 3 in a row. And Notorious, they have a moment to push their lead now. Abe in the back, can he get lost? At least good for the one. Ducks up towards Cobblestone, and the rest of the team actually going to break right through the bedroom. So it's just break after break now between both these teams. And Notorious, it's their turn once again to see if they can do it again.
Showing that it's very evenly matched here so far. Just 20 seconds left here on the final hill. Abe trying to back away. Afro will track down that kill and make sure he finishes it off. And how about it? One more battle on the point, and it will be Exceed that manages to get himself in for maybe just a couple more seconds.
This is great from both teams. I mean, nobody looking to give up on these advantages that they want to accomplish. So going into the second rotation, 5 Fear's a momentary lead that's going to expand a bit more. You can see some of these subs starting to look to run some routes, get control of these top holes on Skyline. And Notorious, I think you're seeing it right now. Eric Boom not really able to activate like we're used to seeing. It's been Afro really stepping up, 15 and 13, but for the second rotation for Team Notorious, I'm sure they're looking to have everybody online at the same time.
Yeah, the high ground just completely cleared out there from FDOT. Had a bit of a slow start, but, well, he's getting himself going now. 4 in a row. Still trying to keep this hill safe. Tags up the player that runs the time, goes to the pistol, and manages to make it a 5 spree. Finally going to be shut down as the high ground is slowly being claimed here for 5 Fears, and the scrap time might be theirs, but just a small consolation prize for what is going to need to be now a breakthrough for P2.
And Abe's going to look to put some pressure on these spawns too. See if you can start to split some of these players out before this hill one is done, but that's a good kill on to Exceed. Eric Boom in the back. He's got the aims as well in hand. 4 in a row, holding down those spawns for the team. And this is the best setup we've seen from Notorious for a bit now.
Eric, Exceed. A little bit of parkour through the top as he's able to dip and dive right over top of Eric and almost able to combine for some more. But Afro, with that 2-piece, that opens up a bit of space, gives his team a chance to still break in here. But 30 seconds up for grabs. We'll see if they can give this one more hit. And Hixie's also shut down in his spree.
I got the generational caster curse right now. As soon as those setups come in for Notorious, Hixie goes nuclear. Still 20 and 12. He is having himself a map right now for the team. And that is a big reason why they're to lead like they are. Is Hixie winning his fights inside the objective, doing the utmost to break that P2. And it could have been a tie game for Notorious, but now they are feeling the pressure.
50-point differential now. You said it. They're feeling the pressure, feeling the need to get at least 30 to 40 seconds off of this hill. Can't afford a fast break, and FDOT's going to make sure it might not be a fast break. He was in a great position, but Fire wins a very difficult gunfight. Going to give them just a little bit of that P1 control and help on the cross. Afro, a little peek over the top. Not going to find anything. It's now down to really Eric to get something done, but Exceed goes big, and that will allow them to clear out once again and get themselves right on the time.
Everything's getting better for 5 Fears, and it definitely looks like they've been working on this map from day 1 to 2. The rotations are good, the breaks are well timed to all do it together, and even on those hills that might be lost, you got some individuals stepping up in those right moments. Another spawn flip as well going into P4, and because of this advantage by 60 points, they're going to dedicate some lives towards Old and try to rub salt in the wound.
Oh, that's going to hurt. Certainly going to sting a little bit. 5 Fears now with a massive lead pretty late into this hardpoint map. It's going to put quite a bit of pressure here onto Team Notorious to try to get something done through the map, and we'll see what the spawns actually end up doing. They are deep, and it's going to be a good read from Abe. He's got a chance to even just create some more punishment for as far as getting through the map. Not going to be easy, and with the shots are going to be good on the first, charges at the second, finally traded out, but you are still pretty far from the hill. Need to make something happen down low. Will they be able to find the trades? They do.
Well, Hixie 30 and 15, 2 KD. Was on 4 in a row. This is a moment for Team Notorious that you have to look to lock down, but another break from the bedroom. Double chow in. Eric Boom has to go big once more for the squad. Slides out. Abe shuts him down. And with the help of Fire, 5 Fears, they do it again. 14 seconds. It's going to get you close to the win here, but still some work to do heading into the third rotation. Yeah,
the difference maker has really been the ARs, hasn't it? It feels like we haven't got a whole lot from FDOT, a whole lot from Rafi. Certainly struggling a little bit. The subs have been up in their face, and they have not been able to get the setups that they want to. They are on the time, but are they going to be able to actually hold? That's been the problem. They've been broken very quickly. Rafi a little up and down, peeking. Will be able to find himself a kill. Battle versus Fire now. And we'll see if they'll be able to hold. So far, so good in the first 20.
Just moments where 5 Fears have been able to weasel their way in, and you get a little bit of a rogue spawn from Abe in the back. He's going to cause some discourse up top. Rafi gets the trade, but it pokes him up, and that is full takeover from Exceed and Fire to rip them out. Again, Eric Boom in a position where he needs a triple kill, but he can't do it this time. And Five Fears have their way in. They can win off this hill.
Yeah, they can. You have to hit this, but you also have to worry about the P2 spawns. It's so much to deal with. Trying to do whatever you can to keep him off the time. Rafi for the back. No, he is not going to find anything. Hixie wins the battle. What a double, what a triple it is. And that might be it. Final seconds. FDOT trying to extend it to one more hill, but you just need a second, and well, it's not going to end here. We will see at least one more hill on the rotation.
It would be one of the best comebacks we've ever seen. Certainly a difficult one on Skyline of all maps. Five Fears, it's going to be a triple hit through Kitchen. Exceeds up top.
Looking for what would be just one break, but again, a lot to deal with here as it's a clean feed. Team Notorious giving themselves a solid argument for bringing this one back as the slaying is now really severely picked up, but you're coming here with a bit of a hit now. If you're Five Fears, just need to find a couple kills in the hard point, and that should secure the dub. Are they going to be able to get it done? Through the front door, looking for the shots. Exceed, not going to find anything. You have one more player also working through the back door, but the trades, they are going to be good only for a second. And finally, Five Fears, they get the job done.
And a second is all you need to win that one out at the end. It is a good fight there from Notorious towards those back couple hills. You see the kills and the slaying start to pick up from the ARs to lock down those outer lanes, but it all felt like it was a little bit too late to activate for this team. Big moments from Abe, big moments from Hixie to cut that distance so much, but it's that battle towards the top of P1 that felt so skewed towards the side of Five Fears there. Exceed and Fire, 32 and 20. Out of Fire alone, 22 non-traded kills. And I don't think I have seen Hixie have 4,000 damage at the end of the game for a very long time. He was frying.
He was frying. I mean, 34 kills, 4,000 damage. I mean, he's doing a lot for you. And I think you really do need to credit Five Fears for finding the breaks. There was maybe a moment in the end where you finally saw Team Notorious start to bunker down a little bit, find the favorable trades, win out on the pushes. But for the majority of that game, it really did come down to the entry subs, really leading the charge, finding the kills. You see it a lot here through the replay package. And when you have that happening for you on a map like Skyline, it is going to pay off drastically and give your team just the ideal setup once you're able to get yourself in position.
It's fights that you just would expect somebody like Rafi or FDOT to win some of the times, but it's moments where you look at Exceed and you're just like, wow, I can't believe he gets away with that. And there's going to be a moment at the P2 in the second rotations that we do see Hixie have a moment, but he had plenty of them. This one here just trying to stay elusive, get around, shake up that timing, shake up that positioning, and nobody was able to really pin things down for Notorious ever on where these players were approaching from. And when you got that dynamic between Abe as well to get lost, the two of them just seemingly making so many individual plays so often for the team. And you can see it was tied up after the first set of rotations, but going into the rest of it, that's when you started to see those breaks really come in for those big hills. And Notorious were just not able to translate an early setup into the 20-30 seconds that you normally see on your P2s for Skyline.
Great stuff all around, and then finally the couple kills that end up coming through. Exceed through the back, able to get himself into the hard point. We take a look at the game flow, and you can really start to see where they built up that lead and they started to run with it a little bit. And that's also that point in time where you stop seeing Team Notorious hold on to their setups as well as find fast enough breaks to get themselves back into the hard point.
Eric Boom gets a triple kill out piano. Hixie slides up the zip line, gets a double kill within the hill, jumps through the window, and single-handedly breaks the spawns. That's that second rotation P2, and that moment that splits that lead into a 50-point lead, and then a 60-point lead, and then a 70-point lead, and then you saw that Notorious just could never find any stabilization, any fundamentals to stand on going into the rest of this game. And that's a masterclass coming from Five Fears. When we painted Skyline as a map that they were having a lot of issues on from day one in this tournament, they lost this one to Omit Brooklyn. It was a 250 to 163 against them. And now you go into Team Notorious, who has been playing well in the hard points, all things considered, for this weekend alone. They put them on a poster for map one.
Certainly love to see it here for 5 Fears. That was one of the things that we talked about that are going to be, a key to victory here, to beat a Team Notorious squad that has looked very dominant, has looked very polished, is being able to start off on the right foot, not fall down in the series, not fall down, by 100 points and have to make the comeback here. So the fact that they're playing like this early, I think is a really telling sign for what we might see for the rest of the series. But now we take a look at what's coming up here for as far as our maps and game modes for the map number 2 here in Search and Destroy. It will be the Protocol Search. So now you have a chance to reset a little bit. This has, again, been what Team Notorious has been able to rely on a little bit here in the past. It is this game mode. We'll see if they can do it here on Protocol.
Yeah, neither one of the teams have brought Protocol Search and Destroy into their arsenal, at least for this weekend for the AMD Overclocked. So first time for everything. This is a map that we did see, however, for LAG against Team War, and they 6-0'd Team War in this position. And it's something where, again, you're going to see some big impacts from players like Eric Boom and Afro to start running some routes for Team Notorious, find those open lanes, and as long as you have FDOT or Rafi picking up a first blood towards the top, that is going to free up that space for those SMGs to really activate. And all things considered, then we can look towards the A site and who's got that better timing for dropping down. If there's no trophies, throw nade, throw stun, maybe connect, have somebody slide out and go rogue. And there's been so many times on Protocol that we see the A site plant 4v4, nobody's able to retake. So I want to see what these post plants look like for the teams. Yeah,
and it's one of those maps where, like, if you're losing the fight down low and you're trying to contest it and it's just not going your way, all of a sudden you're forced to kind of play that retake angle where it's like, okay, well, we can't really fight them down low. We're down a couple rounds, so we're forced to change things up just a tad bit here. And yeah, you said it. The retakes can be just devastating at times. So we'll see what both teams are going to be able to pull out here for us. If you're just joining in, it is 5 Fears that grabbed the map number 1. We'll see now, heading into map number 2, if Team Notorious can even the odds.
And we're out with 5 Fears on the left side. Exceed be working alongside Hixie with the bomb, as it is going to be an attack through the top mid. No pressure over towards A. Quickly, that is going to be realized, and FDOT's going to fully back up. Rafi, he's going to be under some pressure. First blood by way of Exceed. And now you need FDOT to go big.
You definitely do. Got a key position in the back. Fire also just pretty much playing for himself here, waiting for someone to potentially get greedy and go searching. Grab some top control and look over mid. But now Abe taking a little bit low. Eric does manage to make that position work alongside FDOT in the back. And Afro also able to get involved in the play too. So all of a sudden, that first blood nullified. Team Notorious are going to be the ones that have themselves just a slight man advantage.
That's such a big kill from Afro too. Realizing where the post plant is. Exceeds on an island. 1 versus 3, now 1v2. Pops up FDOT. Nice shots to put it away for Notorious. Eric's got the defuse already. That's a good retake. Everything fell onto the shoulders of FDOT to perform. He plays his life. He gets a kill. He allows for the rest of the team to get out of that A site fast. And well, Afro picks up that player towards Grandma's. You knew that round was over.
Clean shots here from FDOT. Had Exceed pinned and will finish him off there nice and swiftly. So beautiful stuff. Eric also backing up to play alongside FDOT, played a pretty big part in making sure that the helicopter player was not able to find a whole lot of value, taking shots from both. So we'll see what's going to happen now for round number 2. It's the opener that you want to see if you're Team Notorious. A lot of players get involved as well, so beautiful stuff. And now we'll see what their opening offensive round will look like.
It's full audio cues over towards A. It's going to be a bang out. Hixie stunned. The trophy is going to be helping Team Notorious on this approach. The slide out. Chow. Afro goes down. Hixie, the first blood, assisted with Abe. And FDOT's going to trade Abe out, so Hixie's going to try to fly this one. A team kill, though, from his zone, and that keeps us in a 2v2.
2v2, lots of time left in round number 2 as well. Don't need to force anything, but nades are coming in. That's going to make Eric take a little peek over the top and see what he sees. He's able to at least locate fire. Do they want to play for the plant, though? And that is going to be the call. 2v2 we go with the post plant.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one. Both players out big door. Rafi, he's going to know that.
Fire all alone in the 1 versus 2. We'll see how he decides to play it. Not going to be easy to find both players. Might have a chance at 1, but no, not even the first one. Red taken out. Team Notorious, clinical.
That is a good one. And it really comes down to if Hixie doesn't get team killed, that might have been a different round in general. 4-5 fears. He had the chow out to get the trade after Abe goes down, and if only he was able to stay alive. I mean, I'm not sure if somebody was going to be able to trade that out from Team Notorious. He did go pretty deep into that doorway, but I think it was Fire who takes him down and makes it impossible for Hixie to stay alive in that moment. And you try to play fast, you try to match Fire with Fire against Team Notorious. They still get that bomb plant underway, and Rafi does a good job on the computers to win this one now. This time it looks like it's going to be another hit, at least the top side early, from 5 Fears.
Abe looking for an open route. He runs right through. So far, has been undetected, but F dot might get a quick little glance at him as he's just throwing shoulders, trying to figure out exactly where the defensive members are located at. But the site is free, and they will get the bomb down.
Abe's going to get caught for this one, so now it's a retake with numbers. I'd like to see Fire get involved with it. Hixie trades it, 3v3.
Shots in the back, going to force F dot back, and he's still got Fire that can reinforce from the middle. So by no means is it going to be a free retake. And well, Hixie gets shot to the second, wants to try to finish it off, but won't be able to fully do it. But look at the bomb. Look at the bomb. Are we going to get a check? Hixie going to have to do it, and well, he does. Now it's all down to Hixie, and you feel like he should be able to just simply play the clock, Afro, hoping for a chow, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah, 7 seconds. He's going to check it. Hoping that that chow comes a little bit faster than it does, but that is a vet call from Charlie Hixie. And a round clutch for his team. We see it towards the end here. 5-1 as well to start this search and destroy. 5 Fears. 2 first bloods for those opening 2 rounds. It is a kill against them opening. Eric Boom got that one and put the number advantage to Team Notorious. But Hixie with 2 big kills in that round. First one being on the bomb, giving them that space to make it a 3-on-3. And the second one is just him getting lost, getting around, stopping that defuse, and playing the time.
Is that the ace for Hixie? He's on 4. We'll see if he can try to build the streak up either way. You said it, massive round for him. He's been performing really well, putting up some big numbers, and that's something that he gets a lot of flack for, is not being able to put up the numbers that's necessary to win. But Hixie doing exactly that. This time, it's going to be a very fast plan. It's going to be uncontested on B.
Peekaboo. Wow. That was Exceed. He nuked him. Numbers now for 5 Fears on this retake. And Rafi is so far back, but they have an idea that he's back there, and they're going to try to isolate these members.
Well, they have an idea where a couple of them are. You said it. Need to isolate, need to win gun battles. So far, pretty much so good. Eric, the last one up. His position was just known. Bomb being defused, Exceed holding the off angle. No chance for Eric to get there and check the bomb. And another beautiful retake in the cards for 5 Fears.
Yeah, that's a great round just through and through. And you got to be thinking back to that second round that we saw, that if Hixie didn't get team killed, down in the A bomb site, that could be 3 rounds in a row for this squad. But Notorious haven't had any answers since. We get a tie game. And now that's going to put the shoe on the foot of Notorious to see what they're going to bring into this next defense. It's twice that 5 Fears have thrown an A hit or a B hit at them over the top. You imagine that this is going to be a hit towards A, but how do 5 Fears approach it, and will Team Notorious read it?
Especially with Hixie being on the spree that he's on. He's also the bomb carrier, though, so he's going to be one of the first players into the site without question. Stun connection in. Eric holding the off angle outer. See if someone's going to potentially give him a chow.
They're still looking up top. They're trying to get through mid, get in behind this play.
A lot of shoulders, a lot of information searching right now, but no one going down. No first bloods early on.
Until that trade. So 3-on-3. Bomb yet to get anywhere. Afro looking to get behind this. He has a chance to drop this bomb if the timing works for him.
Afro has to be quiet. And Hixie does end up dropping, so you could see it. He was trying to play for a kill. See if you could work towards the streaks. Not going to happen, and the bomb is also in a bad spot, and you have to wrap all the way back here to try to deal with Afro, and it's going to be an AR versus sub. Not going to be an easy gunfight.
Yeah, Abe's just hoping Fire can win this fight. Both players on islands, but Abe goes down. Fire's going to get the bomb. Afro hasn't seen him just yet, but the timing works nonetheless. Team Notorious put it away, take back their lead, put an end to that spree of rounds for 5 years, and it is this man right here, makes the big play onto the bomb carrier. That timing was stupendous.
It was perfect, and I think the even better play was he played his life. You know, he's not going and searching for a secondary gunfight in a situation like that when the time's that low, and you know, he forces the hand of Fire to come all the way around the back spawn, try to find him, try to deal with him. It does not work out, and it more or less secures the round here to give Team Notorious the edge and making sure they do not let up in the scoreboard so far.
Rough game for Fire. 0-5, and if it was him that TK'd Hixie, he is having a rough go at it so far. Trophies down for Notorious. Same thing as last time. It was Abe and Hixie. Can they do it again?
Oh, looking for the trade. The trade is there. And that's actually going to be a nice little double up that ends up coming in. Eric up to 3 in a row. They have control of the site. They are now waiting to see if they can get another pick, and they do. It all comes down to Fire, who's still looking for that first kill.
Yeah, all the way on the flank. This is a tough one. You even have a trophy down there, and as soon as it catches that nade, they know. So Notorious, they just play it together, clear out that elevator. Another round back-to-back. As it is just non-stop. 2 rounds to Notorious, 2 rounds to 5 Fears, and another 2 to bring it to a 4-2 standing off of what was a great start to a bait and switch over towards A. You try out Hixie, know he's going to be playing that close corner. I don't think Abe was as tight with him this round. And the trade for Eric Bohm, he is on 4 in a row now.
Team Notorious starting to pull ahead a little bit. Need a response round out of 5 Fears to make sure this is not on map point. But it is going to be another offense. We've seen a lot of those initial B plays work out, but this time they're going to be leaning down to A, at least trying to get some information. Nobody here from Team Notorious going to be challenging low, but Afro's already been able to get himself some of the high ground. He'll drop now just to do a little bit of a check, and that will give him confirmation that this play is not at A. Instead, they're now pivoting over to B.
The B side has been great for 5 Fears. That's where Hixie has looked his best. That's where Exceed has looked his best. And as long as Abe can play the sidewalk, it's going to be good. But Afro's got the timing behind. Abe gets the quick trade. You spot the player towards top Grandma's. So that's on Exceed now to see if he can win that fight versus Afro.
2 versus 2. F dot looking for Exceed. Just can't find him. He slides around the corner, gets the secondary snap, but it will not work out. Hixie on the board, has the bomb. 2 versus 1. Afro has been clutch. Can he be clutch again?
Both members very separate. I like that Exceed still playing over towards Grandma's. The timing might work out, though, for Afro to bring it into a 1v1 with the Jackal at range. It works. Bomb just starting to go down. Hixie's going to have a chance to set up for the post plant, but Afro has so much time to get around it.
Oh, the timing.
Did he see him?
Afro almost looked like he maybe got a glimpse of him, but maybe was just holding the angle to see if he was playing for the wrap. A lot to clear here, though, if you're Afro. No information. Now, able to spot him now. What a snap and what a 1v2 for Afro.
And a big round from Notorious, finally breaking this B site attempt that 5 Fears continues to throw in the works. Afro for the clutch 1 versus 2. And this guy has been finding all the timings on the map all the way back to that 3rd round that they got with the flank through Lighthouse. He does it again through Grandma's. He gets back towards P2. He jumps up in the middle. Exceed turns to his left at just the wrong time. And there's a lot of ground to cover there for Hixie. He just wanted to make sure that he wasn't sitting in one spot either, just trying to mix things up against Afro, but God timing be damned.
Now 4 rounds in a row will be required. And starts with this first one. Hixie looking to get a little bit more active as he's almost pulling that same play that we did see from Afro. But while that's happening, bomb's going down very quickly at B.
Hixie's fast already on the flank. But F-Dot is so deep in their spawn. As soon as the shots come up, he's going to pop to tie it. 3-on-3 for the retake at B. And everybody is on the hunting mode to take F-Dot down. Fire, he's got to do something here.
Yeah, you need Fire to get one. Finally on the board for a kill. So a slow start for him, but a chance to slowly bring it back. F-Dot able to get information on the cross, and they know one more is likely lurking their side. F-Dot plays it beautifully. But now all comes down to a 1 versus 1 with no real time left. F-Dot just needs to play the clock. Fire knows he is out of options, and he can no longer win the rounds. The team Notorious find themselves a fairly convincing search and destroy with a 6-2 victory.
Yeah, that is a strong map for Notorious in general. A lot of great rounds where you see the clutch coming through from players like Afro. You see the fundamental attacks over towards A really working out. And there were no answers from Five Fears, who, at the same time, they did not look comfortable for A-site attempts, just constantly going over towards B. Notorious had a lot of chances to figure that one out, and eventually they did in that clutch 1v2 from Afro, going big for the team. It doesn't help that you had a tough game from Fire either. I mean, 0-7 going into that last round. He gets the one kill,
yeah.
Almost gets the 1 versus 3. If there was a little bit more time, then maybe you can give it towards him, but fortunately for him, it was not the performance for that map that we'd like to see.
Agreed. Yeah, just not going your way, not getting the timings, not winning your gun battles. Certainly going to play a pretty pricey moment, you know, for trying to win a map versus a team that is very coordinated, but not only coordinated, but good at playing their lives. I think that's something you really got to credit Team Notorious for on a map like Protocol that at times can certainly feel a little bit ratty with the upper levels and, you know, with a lot of the corners and doors that you can shut and just play inside of the houses. And you could just see F-Dot and Afro, a couple of big moments throughout that map where they're just finding a kill and then completely playing their life, and they're just like Houdini. They're gone. They're lost. Who knows where they went?
Yeah, it comes down to A-site a lot of times. Notorious, they had the break, they get the bomb down. The post plant looks impossible 3 times. Five Fears fail at retaking that A-site, and we only saw them attack A on their own site 1 time, and Notorious dealt with it almost immediately. I like the attacks for Five Fears, very thorough to get over towards B. A couple of first bloods into Spiral. You really tried to have Abe getting control of Sidewalk, getting towards those back pillars, but nobody was ever able to get rid of F-Dot towards the back turrets, and there were plenty of times where Notorious had options for those retakes. And I think that for Five Fears, you can go back to this one. You can see some good moments for the team. You can see some rough moments for the team, but for Protocol overall, it's work to be done. And Notorious, their search and destroy continues to elevate, and that's one thing for, say, this region in general that is so good, has been their search and destroys. Even Orchid yesterday taking a round 11 versus LAG mates. It just continues to play the narrative that they are a step above in this game mode.
And I think a huge part of that is really when you consistently stay together and you know what you always want to do and you can read what your teammates are going to do almost before they do it. You know, you have that intuition to be able to play off of each other and almost calm without having to calm, saying we already know how we want to play the situation because we've played it so many times throughout the year. And that really does go so far, and it's something that we haven't maybe seen from a lot of North American rosters, but is potentially paying off here deep into the year for some of our EU rosters that are continuing to look strong in the game mode, as you said. We take a look, though, at everything that did take place. A lot of first bloods that felt like they were going the way of Team Notorious, but also, you know, quite a few plants that ended up going down here, too. Both teams looking pretty solid at times for the retakes, but Team Notorious a step above with theirs.
Yeah, I think it's just in general for everything. So many moments from every player on the team for Notorious to win their battles. Afro, couple clutch plays. Eric Boom, that triple kill out towards that A site to get that bomb planted as well.
Yeah, it was huge.
Good bait and switch from the team. Lots of good moments from the two of them, but as you're tied up going into the rest of the series, I mean, you can say the same for both sides. A really solid hard point coming up from Five Fears. Hixie has a fantastic map number 1. He has a great map 2 as well, but, you know, things just not looking so good for those search and destroys for the team. Team Notorious, they look fantastic for those second game modes, and going into this control, I think it's anyone's game still.
Absolutely. Well, we'll have to see which way the control does, in fact, swing after the break. Don't go too far. We'll be back on the backside of the break. Welcome back, everyone, to the AMD Overclocked $10,000 tournament. We are currently in day number 2. We are in our winners final, and we are getting into map number 3 on the control. This one's all tied up one apiece here between EU and NA. Team Notorious able to grab that map number 2, and they look pretty solid while doing it.
It's been a good tournament just in general, I think, for both of these two teams. They're happy to be winning their maps and their modes that they intended to kind of bring into this series. And, there's still a couple things to work on in the maps that you did lose, but it's practice at the end of the day. We got still maps 3 and 4 to go into. And you guys at home better be thanking the Lucky Stars for AMD. And a big shout out to AMD as well for putting this one on. Don't forget to show them love. Go follow them on their socials, on Twitter, AMD and AMD Gaming. And give love as well, because they are cooking for champs.
Yes, they are. They're
It's going to look good.
It's going to be a great time. Absolute great time. But here we go with map number 3. No, we don't go with map number 3. Back to us, of course. So we are just going to wait for that restart. But yeah, just kind of talking about chance, what we're going to get, man, it's going to be great. I mean, it's so hard to see who's going to actually make it to that top 3, especially if Omen are also able to make a run. Then I guess that would probably also then make up, an extra slot, I'm assuming, right? If they were to finish top 3 as well. So that also gives maybe a chance for a team to make some kind of a run through the lower bracket. And it's just the matchups are going to be so hype. It's going to be such a great time. It's going to be Kitchener. It's going to be incredible, man. I'm excited. I've never been to Kitchener, so I'll have to see what that's like, too.
I love Kitchener, and even at the odd, I mean, so many times going to see the Kitchener Rangers play for OHL, for all those Ontario fans out here who like hockey. It's always a good environment. Great stadium, too, to see the champs at. I know they're going to put on a good show, and I'm excited to see what everything looks like, because even for us here, might be in the studio, but they're keeping it under wraps. I haven't seen a thing of what they're cooking up over there for champs. But for the competition and challengers, at least for what we get today, and yesterday, just a little brief I'd say snippet of what they're going to offer, at least going into these boot camps. And, we get to see what they can work on. We get to see, what they strive to work on as well throughout just these 2 days alone. But I think when we're just shaping things up for Notorious and Five Fears, what they have, there have been some major improvements, especially from this Five Fears team, who has been improving tournament to tournament.
All right, well, let's get right into it. Here on the attacking side, we are going to see Team Notorious, and, well, we'll see if they can try to pick up where they left off on the protocol, which was very convincing, but it's really just all red in the kill feed, which means that Five Fears have full control of the map, 4 down. And now you have to worry about Abe in this spot where he starts to go rogue.
Abe playing his timing, and the timing works perfectly. Only 2 lives lost for Five Fears off this break-off, and that's scary off of Notorious, who want to start to win some of these respawns on the offensive side, which has been an issue for Protocol for many teams this weekend, not just these two. It is a struggle, at least, to get over toward these zones. Finally, for a second, it's a step on towards A, but they just haven't been able to do it as a full team. It's always solos just getting through.
Yeah, it's a lot of wipes so far. 16 lives remaining, and you only got 20 seconds left, so it needs to be on this push, and you still got Hixie being a problem in the back. He's able to put together a couple more kills, and now you are basically just sprinting to the zone, hoping to get a touch, almost just hoping for a miracle here through round number 1, and it's not feeling all that likely. Fire currently on the 3 spree, would love to maybe get a couple more, and, well, there's number 4. And no chance for a touch. Wow. I mean, that's as dominating as Control gets for defense here on Protocol.
Just pick them up, put them right in the blender for the first round. That's one thing to say, too, for both of these teams. I mean, for map 1, it was a pretty handedly win for Five Fears. And Notorious, no matter what kind of a loss it is to them, they're able to immediately regain into that search and destroy. They answer back with a 6-2 on that Protocol SND. And this is going to be a good test towards the mental of Five Fears to see if they can handle those losses and move into this map 3 with a clean slate. So far, the answer, a resounding yes, as even Fire has had his regain for 4 in a row towards the end of that map 3, round 1. So now we get to test them on the offense.
All right. Can you do something similar here if your Team Notorious? Busting right out of the mid door. Not going to win the opening engagements, but the secondary engagement's going fairly decent here for Five Fears. Good read through the back. Fire's going to get up to 5 in a row, so now working towards a streak is very potentially in the cards, as you might even get a double stack on the A zone.
Goes from joining the agency to nearly a hellstorm in the matter of minutes. And Notorious do a good job at finding those kills back in. They don't even give up that first segment. F-Dot, he is deep.
Oh, he's lurking for some kills. Knife out for a second. Should be able to find an easy pickup there on the fire. No problem whatsoever. Good for the first, and a lot to worry about here now if you're 5 Fears. Have to battle out of your spawn. Players that are respawning, of course, struggling. Hixie going to be cut down, and now it's F-Dot that's now working for a streak of his own.
Yeah, 5 in a row, looking for 6, plays his life, delaying a lot of time from this round, and he's even going to be able to retrack Exceed from that initial gunfight. Unfortunately, won't get to move it into that Hellstorm, but he's done enough. It's a pretty even life lead, but only 27 seconds.
It's another big double, though. Slowing them down. Still looking for that first segment. You'd love to be able to get it here if you're 5 Fears, but Exceed bullied off the zone. And still, no segments secured. All defense, as we typically see it here on Protocol. Down low, Afro going to get another read on Hixie. He was looking to come behind the play and maybe upset something through middle. There's a quick touch on B. He's going to stop the clock. Fire's also got the cross down low, so they're going to give them a chance to maybe work towards a tick.
That's 3 down. Rafi, what a shot there. That's going to interrupt things. You get that first segment, but that's the difference between a solo stack and a double stack, and it allows for the rest of Team Notorious because of it to go back, clear that B zone, only giving up the 1 tick of progression, and Rafi here to see if he can drain the rest of the time.
Well, 1 segment secured. That will give them a slight advantage, and they will stop the clock here again. Down by 5 lives, it will be 5 Fears. Afro over the top, though, just a little bit too easy. You got to sprint to the zone. Not a whole lot of options left, and no chance for a touch. Team Notorious, they do a solid job themselves.
That's great communication on the retakes for those zones. Not getting over-aggressive there, even for Afro, who used to be that player who would jump over that wall and chow those players on the zone. This time he waits for the rest of the team. He takes the fights he needs to, trust that his teammates will win a couple of those fights as well. And he is in the perfect position to take down the rest who are leaving those opening mid doors. Not to mention Rafi and that play that he had in the spawn of 5 Fears to take down Abe, who was on that B zone looking to make a play. Defense has reigned true. Single tick so far for 5 Fears. And we swap again for Notorious to see if they can fix up what we saw from round 1.
Oh, Hixie, a little finesse there onto Afro, slides right underneath his aim, breaks some ankles while doing it. He comes all the way around the back, puts together 2. Good shots on the Rafi with the reshell and help from his teammate. They do basically clear off the zone, and now it is right back to the blender potentially here for Team Notorious. But as they say the words, they do win all their battles, and they are able to get themselves some map control.
Haven't really seen any strong stacks on these zones just yet. Afro playing close to the sidewalk. Double stack's going to be inbound. You get a double kill here, and now the setup is in. Do you look to triple stack it? No, it's just going to be 2 for now.
Scary moment now for 5 Fears, as they're no longer going to have that map controller, players lingering behind on the defensive side. So it's going to hurt you a little bit. 3 ticks secured, extra minute secured, and you still got yourself a life lead.
This might pan out to be a really smart play, though, from 5 Fears. If they can find these kills on the exits from that air boom, trying to track down Exceed, who's got the Jackal out, 14 and 9. For another one up top, 3 kills in succession for 5 Fears. That's going to stunt this attack over towards B, cut down a few of the seconds now, and there's only a 3 life lead for Team Notorious at the moment on this attack, but we've seen that fall to the wayside way too many times already this weekend, so I don't want to count out 5 Fears at all.
Still over a minute to play. Middle map control going to be secured. Fire needs to play his life in the back. He's going to do a solid job of at least getting Rafi, so he can't help with this play. But you are now on the zone here if your Team Notorious. You have a couple players lingering. Fire's waiting for his teammates to group up and gather with him before he really starts to peak. Now he goes for the chow. Another big pickup onto Eric. One more player going to be F-Dot. He is close and ready to pounce on the zone if he needs to. And you got help up top, but Fire doing everything to try to keep him off the zone.
Yeah, he's really stalling this one out as best he can. Stuns and nades. That's going to interrupt it. He needs some teammates. He needs them fast. Finally goes in for the chow. Merc boom on the wings. F-Dotted behind. 5 in a row to go down. Looking for the respawns as well. And speaking of, there are none. So 5 Fears down to their last 4 lives, and this could go straight to segments. You want to throw your life away right now.
Yeah, you do. You don't want to give the last tick, and doesn't look like they're going to get it, but man, it felt like Fire was alive in Lighthouse for just about as long as you could ever hope for, finding pick after pick, but his teammates just unable to stay alive, not able to really get involved in the play, and that's certainly going to hurt. You feel the punishment. A little peekaboo up and down from Eric Boom, who finishes the round very strong and gets a couple more kills, but that is beautiful to win that offensive round.
Yeah, that's a great round in offense just in general, and I think even you look at the pivot point for Afro playing so close towards Sidewalk, you get the double stack in, you have your teammates winning his fights towards top triple, shutting down that flank through Zip, and when Afro gets that double kill, you get the stack in. 5 Fears, they want to play for the exits, but Team Notorious, they're not too aggressive. After the A zone gets captured, they play for the kills. They play to make sure that they are still holding that space towards mid, and it helps when F.Dot's on 8 in a row and Eric's on 5 in a row. These two are lighting it up.
Yeah, I would love to see if that streak ends up coming through there for F.Dot. Looks like he was just about a sliver off. And Eric, well, that spree will come to an end, but A has been highly contested at the start of this round. First ticket secured. F.Dot still looking just for one more kill. Does not want to throw away his life. Wants to bait and switch, but there is the streak. That's now in the back pocket. And you also stop that second segment from being secured on A.
That's going to be good. That is a key tool to have on a map play protocol where there is nowhere to hide on these objectives. 5 Fears, they got to start figuring something out. They got to start figuring it out now because you want to get this streak out as quick as possible. If you're going to make a quick hit to these zones, you don't want to leave it to the last couple seconds.
Eric going rogue in the back. No, the spree for him. He started off a little bit slow after that round 1, but he's brought it all the way back. 19 and 18, 4 in a row. Looking to see if he can come behind and potentially take out Hixie, who's probably not going to know any better. Meanwhile, Abe's actually getting some decent progress done on the zone. At least he was. And he is able to get the second tick. Third almost in. The problem, though, the lives are starting to dwindle, and you're still struggling to fully get out of your spawn as a team.
F.Dot's right back. He doesn't need the Hellstorm. He is the Storm. Off the respawn, I'd imagine you could full send that streak all you want right now with it. 10 life lead, basically 16 seconds left. Everybody is in position to put this one away clean for Team Notorious, who were looking to win a respawn versus 5 Fears. At some point, you do it in the control. You're setting yourself up for potential Neslo.
Well, they will touch B just to stop the clock, and that is going to call the streak. He can't play up the zone too long, but he loses all the reinforcements here. So Exceed's just going to have to go absolutely massive. Too much to ask for. Not going to happen. Team Notorious, well, after that first round, it felt like it was all them. They'll grab themselves to map 3.
Look, Exceed's been playing great, but a 1v4 for the B zone in protocol control, I would not bank on that from anybody whatsoever. And Notorious play such a clean control in this map number 3. And F.Dot, he goes 8 in a row, 25 and 16 to end things off. Afro and Eric Boom both putting positive 20 kills on the board in that one. And I mean, you think about Rafi, it's not the sexiest KD that you can see from the AR on a map like Protocol, but you think towards that defensive round 1 that they had back in round number 2. He gets all the way through the spawn of 5 Fears, shoots Abe off of that top B position, and in doing so, slows it down to a solo push, a solo stack on that zone. I mean, he had just the right kills at the right time for this team, and 5 Fears, it's another map, just like the Protocol Search and Destroy, that just doesn't look like they're all that prepared to go into. The defense looks good, but the offense really needs work.
It does. A little bit of work, and it felt like they started to get a little overwhelmed, especially once they'd lose that initial break off. You take a look at the replay package, and that first round, man, as convincing as ever for 5 Fears. It felt like, you know, 2 totally different stories for as far as how it starts and how it ends. Not a single segment given over in that first round there to Team Notorious. And then obviously, you know, a solid match. They make sure, I think it was just limited to 1 here for round number 2, but after that, it was just all Team Notorious going rogue in their spawn, finding kills, and a lot of streaks as well, which means that players just simply were not getting traded out whatsoever when we got down to the back spawn.
Yeah, this right here, I was impressive with the patience from Afro, and he plays his one-on-one towards Helicopter well. It sets him up to get the rest through that front door, and you know, for Team Notorious on their attacking side where they won it back in round number 3. It's that A capture immediately followed up with patience to wait for 5 Fears to be the first ones to make the mistake. They knew they had the time. They didn't have to invest too many resources to get over towards B as quick as possible. So they do a good job at slaying out effectively through mid, forcing those spawns away from Lighthouse and towards the back of Grandma's. A lot of ground for 5 Fears to cover, and trying to break from those back Grandma spawns with the setup that anybody has towards that B control zone. It's a very hard gunfight to take. Very easy for those players on the B zone to set up on a power position and just take you out. It's a great offensive round from Team Notorious for a 3-1 win to now put them in the lead in the winners final over 5 Fears, heading into one of the best maps we've seen 5 Fears on all weekend.
That's what I was about to say. I was like, listen, bad news. Yeah, the last 2 maps didn't exactly go your way. Didn't look the best, but you are going into what almost feels like your bread and butter in this tournament. That has been the Rewind Hardpoint. It has been something they've been able to rely on, something that we've seen them win pretty convincingly both times up against Rocker yesterday as well as Omit Brooklyn. So it's been something they've had to rely on, and a lot of their maps, you know, have now gone, you know, to map number 5. So a chance to still get us to a Hacienda search. You have to imagine it is in the cards, and I think the one thing if you're Team Notorious and you're able to do any prep whatsoever going into this winners final is track Hixie. Hixie's missing on the map. Make sure you track him down. I think this team is probably relatively good when it comes down to tracking names and figuring out where players are and at least who's missing on the map, but you got to make sure you track him because he won spawns just a crucial amount of times, it felt like yesterday.
My best advice for Rewind Hardpoint is grow eyes on the back of your head, especially if you're going to hold down those back spawns as an anchor, because there's always somebody trying to flank you, no matter who it is.
Sure.
And that's impossible. Only one person I've ever seen have eyes on the back of his head, and it rhymes with Himbo, and we don't really want to talk about that too much. So we're going into this Rewind feeling good for 5 Fears. I think that even you can look to their performance yesterday to kind of reinforce this whole process for them. It was 250 to 122 against that Omit Brooklyn team, where they looked undeniable for this map. And you're right to call out Hixie, but again, we got to put some, I guess, favors towards the AR lineup, especially on that Skyline, and what Exceed and Fire have been able to do on this squad, because especially Exceed on this Rewind, he really has been performing.
Yeah, he had a strong performance yesterday against Rocker with like a 1.2, so there's a lot of players that could step up, a lot of players that could most certainly push you and help you get to that map number 5. We're just gonna have to wait and see who those are going to be. Here we go, ladies and gents. Map number 4. Need to win this if you're 5 Fears. Team Notorious, though, they could punch their ticket to the grand final right here.
Early team kill from Afro. Is going to be better spawns early for Team Notorious, but that's going to be immediately flipped out from both sides. Some time off the start for Notorious, but just a little bit here.
F-Dot not ready for that. Hixie able to come all the way around, and Eric's also now going to start to back up there, knowing the importance of what's going to come for P2. Abe thinking about getting bumped and pushing forward, and he will also be shut down. So able to contain this middle map control for the most part. Hixie's the only one through. I said you always got to watch for Hixie. We'll see what he can do, but he's all isolated.
Oh, a good heads-up read onto Eric. Boom, looking for 2. No. Finds enough time for his team from the front, but they're not able to get past this green box. So Raffy the line in the sand drawn out. Good damage in from Notorious as they got the setup they want.
Oh, they want to double hit the flank and see if maybe they can come around and flip the spawns out. Shot's going to come through. Nade. Might find a connection. Doesn't matter. Afro goes to the challenge. He'll come up with 1. Makes it 2. What are the spawns going to do? And, well, they will hold strong. Very close for Team Notorious as they might be able to soak up another potential 30 seconds.
It's a good setup, especially where Eric Boom is. He's sitting over towards this RV. There's no way you can cross without challenging him. And it is really hard to get by him when he is shooting like this. Fire, he's alone. Rafi trades it, another 4 down on the Rewind. You haven't flipped those spawns out just yet, but if you decide to go here, if you're 5 Fears and take another swing at this one, you are risking it, especially that Afro is already rotated.
And this is the problem sometimes when this team gets ahead and they start playing with the tempo, they are just always ahead of the curve. They're just moving a little bit faster than you are, and they're in positions where you're just not expecting them to be. Afro finds Fire for an easy cleanup. backing up for another potential battle onto Hixie, but Hixie will get the best of him. So finally, a positive moment for Five Fears, and now we'll see if they can start to lock in a setup of their own.
Except you're dealing with a fast retake through Burger. F-Dot's already in a position to take you off the hill, so Five Fears are just struggling to exist in the time. And Notorious, they want to contest this as best as they can. Well, they said anybody through P1 to flip the spawns out.
Hixie, a lot to watch for. Good snap on Afro. Challenges out the front. What a moment that is from Hixie. He'll find some pretty critical kills, and he can now maybe start to press forward a little bit. Has to make sure he doesn't flip things out, but he can certainly be annoying and come behind the play again. It's red, but does not matter. Hixie up to 5 in a row.
And we saw that same play from Kenny yesterday. It did force those spawn outs for Five Fears when they were playing Rocker, but fortunately enough for Hixie, he's got his teammates anchoring deep in this P4 setup. So Five Fears off of a lackluster P2. They're able to bring this to a 10-point game with the setup now on a money hill.
Fire looking to reinforce the front, but he's actually going to land those shots there. It almost gets a good look at the second. Rafi does manage to get there for the trade, but can't play his life any longer. Battle on the hill. Exceed will take that. Another good moment. Five Fears starting to find their footing, starting to work back into the hard point.
Something that Exceed's been really impressing me with is he's getting a lot more involved to playing on the hard points, and some big fight wins there for him to keep his team involved for this P4, soaking up the hill time, now swinging 20 points their way. He is a difference maker for this map for sure.
Five Fears also picking up the tempo themselves now. Afro, though, cuts down the rotation. You will not be moving over to P5 anytime soon. A couple key kills come through, and they're also able to get their hands on some of the scrap time here. So a solid moment for Team Notorious to get something back. Will this leave them short-handed, though, making their way to the new? A couple members will be looking for a 50-50 battle now on P5.
Yeah, we'll see if they can win this on the PK. So set up over towards new. Notorious backed into a corner, but this is where they love to be. Rafi's got some shots to help out F-Dot. Eric Bohm now sliding through Elephant with this sub in hand, and Exceed and Hixie gonna be able to fight back, but they have yet to fully break just yet. Finally, Afro goes down. Exceed, he is gonna find his way in for the team.
Yeah, Rafi might need to pump the brakes a little bit, wait for his teammates to regroup, set up the hit. He's able to win the isolated kill, though, through the outside of the point. Give a chance to maybe play for a breakthrough L, but completely shut down is going to be Abe. Now looking for what is going to be a double and seeing if you can go to the knife. No, Fire in the back. He is there for the assistance. That is another big kill. And Abe had a slow start, but he's starting to work himself back into the game now, too. Make it 4 in a row.
That's the thing with P5. On rewind, when in doubt, knife it out. And Abe, he had the chance, but that is some great teamwork from Five Fears to break for the last couple of seconds there. It's going to hold them into a 40-point lead in and around. Now 30-point lead going into the second rotations. Team Notorious P1, P2. It was their best setup. And let's see if they can do it again.
Patiently waiting for the challenge. Eric, not going to be able to get the best of Hixie. Got the call out, wanted to get the trade, but Hixie's been pretty solid so far here on the rewind. 18 kills to his name. Huge fact on why Five Fears do have the lead they do. 30 seconds left to fight for on P1. Fire also going to give it a go and try to reinforce the hill, but he's being slightly overwhelmed. Chow will likely come to him, and F-Dot does finish him off, as you now have a chance if your Team Notorious maybe to start flying through to P2, and Exceed recognizes exactly that.
He's got to go big for shots. F-Dot, what a win. Spawns in the back for Team Notorious now to see if they can swing things back their way. You lose out on the scrap time, but that's okay. Everybody's going to spawn up right on top of you. This is where we saw them get a good majority of that lead that they had at the start of this game, but not without Five Fears, at least forcing a couple of these spawns out themselves.
This is beautiful from Fire, but you need almost one more kill to come through for him. And Fire says, no problem, I got you, brother. He comes up with 3. That means that they're going to be able to lock in the close spawn. Now just need to find the kills out front. Abe's there for the assistance. Clears out 1 through the crate side. Now looking just to hold down the hill. And so far, it's been good, but Eric threatening the back, looking to try to play flank. Won't be successful. Just need the kills to come through the front. And Team Notorious are actually holding on. And Boley, everything out for Five Fears. They can't hold on.
And both teams, quick breaks on this hill. And now Team Notorious 3 go down, so this is where you can get the last 20 seconds, tie things up. You spawn out Five Fears as well. So that is just making matters worse. Afro once again working towards this new P3 hill. He is 24 and 11, gets turned on by Hixie, and it looks like all that work amounts for nothing.
5 Fears still holding on to the edge so far in the hard point. Down by 30 is going to be Team Notorious. Great nade over the top. Stops some of the reinforcements from getting to the point. F-Dot looking for that battle onto fire. Eric's there for the assistance. Now A for a 1v1. Would love to get to the back, and he does manage to find him. So everybody trying to battle for spawns while keeping some kind of presence on the point. And right now, if you're 5 Fears, you are stacked at the point, getting some pretty critical time.
Still 30 seconds. Team Notorious, it's a deep flank from Rafi, but Abe's going to pick that one up. They got to fight through this one. There is no options.
Wow. Eric, patience, comes up with 2. And that gives them a chance to let a lot of this time, at the very least, go neutral while holding on to the favorite side of the map. So that does give you at least a solid position for getting yourself back into the game if you can hold the time.
This is going to spawn them so deep. And it's not even parallels. 5 Fears, they're getting away with it again, Austin.
Oh, Rafi has to come up as the hero here for his squad, and he can't slip away. The car blows up right in his face. So another miracle moment coming through here for 5 Fears. Just a matter of holding on.
Split spawns in. Team Notorious, can they hold on? Big fights, big kills coming through in the back. Fire ends up dropping still. The spawn up towards the truck in the back. Nobody's going to be ready for it. This is so mixy.
It's very mixy. It's just butting heads over and over again, flooding into the hill. F-Dot looking for the lineup, but will only be able to come away with 1. It still gives Rafi a chance to dip his toes into the point. And again, all time is great sign for Team Notorious. They've been trailing by 30. They've cut that lead down to just about 20. And there's still a solid 15 seconds here if they can lock it down. But overwhelmed, finally taken out. And that will be 5 Fears coming up with about 10.
Team Notorious, they just can't get past this 20-point hump that 5 Fears continues to press out every single hill we go to. Now up to a 30-point lead into this 5th hard point. And although for Notorious, they made it a little bit scrappy, it was still 5 Fears getting nice, good 30 seconds off this hill last time.
Oh, Afro, he's almost always good for 2, it feels like right now. 34 and 18, giving his team everything to try to make the comeback and try to come up big. And it will be another huge moment for Team Notorious to hold on. Trying to fly on out. Rafi ready and waiting. Here's a moment, though. You're able to find a couple kills in the hard point. Hixie's been able to play his life for a moment, but the reinforcements are in. The trades are back and forth. Who's going to come out with the time? And it feels like, again, Team Notorious getting it done and maybe looking for the lead change.
Yeah, it got a little bit scary. I mean, there's so many times where a player from 5 Fears almost makes the heroic play. Abe's going to be doing that this time to hold on to this lead heading into the 3rd rotation of hills. And Notorious, they have a good run at that last one. They brought this into a 10-point game, just over. And these P1, P2 hills, Austin, it couldn't be a better set of hills for Notorious to try to steal this one away.
Yeah, they might be able to get it done, just trailing by 10 seconds. Contest spots now for both squads as everybody lines up at the 50-yard line, seeing who could take the battles, but it is all Team Notorious here thus far. A nade kill for a trade. Hixie also looking for a flank, and he might be able to come up with 1. He does. Oh, what a snap onto F-Dot that is, and now has a chance to flood forward, and that also flips out the spawns at a critical moment again.
Yeah, you got to go and not only try to flip these spawns, you have to fight through P1. This is not time that you want to give up, Austin.
What can you do here? Afro, this time around, no good for any kills despite having 40. The rest of his teammates looking to also come up with kills, but it is still time going the way of 5 Fears, and a great read from Fire in the hole in the wall to take out another. Time going their way, and now it's just a battle for rotation.
Yeah, 5 Fears in a good spot to win this map, send us to a game 5. Everything's going to ride off of, can we get a play from Eric alongside Rafi, trying to pull these spawns away.
Duo in the back. First one dealt with. Rafi only good for 1 trade. Now it's going to have to come from the front. Can they get themselves inside of the hill? It is required. It is necessary. Fire looking to also find something if he can. Afro from the back, though. He might have been able to slip through. Afro with a massive double up. That's going to flip the spawns, and that gives them a chance to hold on.
This flips them out. 30 seconds. You don't win if you're Notorious, but you can win if you're 5 Fears. Abe in the back line. He's going to slip through. He gets in. He's looking to break it. Afro fighting toe for toe with this guy. It is a battle.
Is it ever? Team Notorious, though, they can't win You just need to hold on for a few more moments to make sure 5 Fears can't win. Afro leading up to what might be 50 kills here in this hardpoint. The race for new, everybody running to the restaurant.
It's got to be an 8-second break. You want to do it faster than that. You can see him working the backline. Eric Boone with a big kill, but it's got to be the front for Rafi.
All right, 5 Fears looking to hold on for a few more seconds. Who's going to be the hero? Can anybody from Team Notorious get themselves into the hill? It's trades back and forth.
Eric.
Here we go. It's enough for Team Notorious to hold on for maybe just a moment. Everybody from 5 Fears, from the restaurant side. It's a self-nade. It's a self-nade that comes through. 1 second for the win. Afro sliding in, but it is not enough. Team Notorious, they collapsed in the final moments.
What a game from 5 Fears. Hats off to Notorious. What a hold from P2. The break into P3 as well. Eric goes massive to assist his sub-duo that is putting up egregious numbers for a rewind. Afro trying to carry the team. He got some big moments from Rafi towards the end as well, but it's just not enough. A self-nade in the hill.
Brother.
The closed burger spawns for 5 Fears. They hold on. And even look at the numbers for this team, too. It is not good KDs at all between 5 Fears, but you look at that translate into the objective. 3 players over a minute in the hill, exceed almost 2 minutes in the hill just alone himself. And you're just getting away with the right kills at the right time to soak up that hill. And every single time you saw 5 Fears find themselves in a break position, they were spawning Team Notorious so far away that you could just get free time at that point. And that's the difference between, you know, getting kills, buffing out those stats, and getting the right kills for 5 Fears.
Wow. We're going to take a look at that replay. I feel like I'm still soaking it in, trying to take it in here slowly but surely. It was a battle the whole way through. It was Team Notorious that had a pretty solid start. I'm excited to see that game flow as well, but so much back and forth and coming down to the absolute wire in the end, Colin.
I mean, they almost get it done. I want to see that turning point. The P2s for Notorious are where they most impressed me. It's just when you get to 3, 4, 5, that's when 5 Fears are still able to, you know, play for those P4 spawns. If they end up losing it, there's always that hero player that's able to win 1 or 2 kills towards the back to at least contest that time. Same thing happens over towards P3. And
sure.
In a team like 5 Fears who have 4 players who can flex over towards a Jackal, P5 is just going to normally be a good hill from them. And they come out with the majority of the time in this one. This play right now from Afro, though, you get 3 down. You don't even flip the spawns back. So usually teams on P2, they try to flip it out, see if you can play from the front of that hill and get an easy rotation over towards 3. But that just didn't happen there. A race over towards P3, a team nade, it all blows up for your squad. And yeah, that game flow. Just look at those last couple of hills, Austin.
Oh, man. Like, neck and neck the whole way through. You did see a slight edge there for a while, of course. It felt like for 5 Fears, but when it comes down to that P3 hill, it could have went either way. Both teams just absolutely swinging, and it does not get closer than that. It was certainly a good chance to try to grab the rewind. And
I think the middle of the game was really the difference for 5 Fears. As you can see, it's just a steady lead for them, just splitting time with Team Notorious. Somebody always getting into contest. It felt like, you know, ever since that second P2 where you can see all the way into that 3rd rotation, you're just splitting 20 for 20, and you can never close that gap if you're Team Notorious. And even though they were so keen on playing for those spawns, anchoring out, trying to play perfect hardpoint in the sense of, you know, manipulating where 5 Fears are coming from, and you had the slaying as well. Afro dropped 40 kills for the team. It still just wasn't amounting to hill time for the squad in the grand scheme of things. And you have those big moments towards the end, but you really look at the middle at where the side of 5 Fears were just able to continue to contest and keep that trade of 20 points from either squad going for a good solid of that map.
Yeah, man. That's got to be one of those maps where you look at the EKIA if you're Afro and you're like probably pushing 80, if not 70s for sure. It felt like, I think it was 49 kills. Like, that's definitely a tough one to lose. It's going to be a heartbreaker, but hey, man, rewind Hardpoint. It is delivered, and it is a great time. So we are going to throw it to a short break, ladies and gents. When we come back, we got map 5 to see who's advancing to the grand final. Welcome back, Call of Duty fans, as we continue the action here with map number 5 coming up on Visions. That's Seymour. We just had an absolute banger on the Rewind Hardpoint that went the distance, but in the end gets us to a map 5, so I'm not complaining. Now we'll see what happens as we get ready to load up onto Hacienda.
Feel like I'd have it no other way. Game 5 versus both of these two teams who have been winning their game modes that we expected. 5 Fears looking good in the hard points. Team Notorious trying to battle up to those respawns, but for the Search and Destroy, that has been where Team Notorious set the difference against a lot of these North American teams. So it's 5 Fears who are looking to steal this one away now.
He got a lot of information there, but he's going to lose one of his teammates. Abe just comes all the way around the outside of B and ends up surprising one and gets info on the second. Nade's going to come his way. He's able to duck and dodge away. Now just down to a 3v2. Team Notorious no longer with the numbers as they look to clear B.
This is a really weird attacking round. I mean, you have taken that bomb all the way past A in behind, and Team Notorious, they're going to answer this with a little bit of aggression. You catch Abe off guard, make this a 2 versus 2, and that gives you a chance, but Abe is staying active.
Yeah, it's crazy they don't see each other just yet, and Abe might spot one. Rafi almost with the snapper, but does enough damage to maybe give F-Dot a chance. This would be for a full-on ace here. Now dropping into the 1v2.
Look how far both players are. He's got the AR. He's going to spot Exceed out. Tough fight to take. So big round out of 5 Fears. A big, I'd say, weird round just in general. And the way that you play that with the early aggression out towards B, trying to draw that attention. They do. They pull all of the players from Notorious off of A. It allows Exceed, as well as Hixie, to have a free flank. And maybe if you catch Abe in that position and Rafi does stay alive, that 2v2 becomes a lot easier to manage. You're not going to be seeing 5 Fears in such a strong post plant, but the fact that Abe gets that 1 kill, that pretty much solidifies the round.
It does. Great solo call or solo push, whatever it was for Abe to make that play. And now all the action right through mid. Good nade over the top there. At least a trade comes through for Abe as he shows the aggression again. And that's just going to be an immediate trade. But Afro, he's looking to sneak through, and he does catch Hixie. 3v2 here for Team Notorious.
That's a good kill. It's going to open up this B plant. Both members of 5 Fears going to hit this one through Lambo. Wonder if they'll get to rock before anybody notices, and they will, because it's going to be a boathouse post plant where this bomb is planted for office.
Yep. Not going to be an easy retake. And likely going to have to do it through top office. Winning a couple of key battles. Abe, wow. We don't see it from his POV, but it looked like a heck of a gunfight. Able to take down Afro, 2v2, giving themselves a chance here. But they're going to have to go fairly quickly. They are still a little bit low on time.
Well, Eric's going to find a big kill. Bring it into a 1 versus 2. Fire, turned around, breaks open the door, and even if he did find that kill, there was no time, Austin, to get that round on board. So back-to-back offensive wins, both towards this B site. A lot more streamlined for Team Notorious to get that fast plant out, and I like the call from the defense to retake from Lambo. It's a good call just in general to see if you can get somebody in that post plant early, but Team Notorious just staying ahead in these calls. They get it planted for the better side, for that top office. A really hard site to break.
A lot of offensive wins to kick off the Hacienda search, and we'll see if Abe does a similar play. Last time he late hit through B after all this mid presence had kind of taken place, but Rafi is able to grab Hixie pretty cleanly this time around. Eric also gets information, just flies at fire, and that will be a couple of early kills for Team Notorious.
Rafi just opened up space for Eric Boom. Closing those doors, free kill onto Exceed.
Wow.
Last up, it's going to be a 1 versus 4 for Abe, the young gun.
What can Abe do? Takes the chow, has to. And Team Notorious this time around makes some adjustments, able to match the pressure. Again, the opening gun battles really playing a huge factor this time around.
Fast rounds, what we've been seeing on this Hacienda. Team Notorious, though, not letting up on the pressure, even on the defensive side. This time you go offense for offense, and you just figure out, all right, how do we stop these fast plants? How do we stop them from getting all this space? Well, Rafi's first blood frees Eric Boom completely to rush down top open, get towards that top spiral position, and literally nobody knew he was there whatsoever. He was playing it perfect. Even when the door's closed, call doesn't come in for Exceed, and now 5 Fear is going to see if they can win a defense of their own, but it's going to be Notorious out to be right away.
Yeah, wow, F-Dot. How about the confidence? Just takes the chow head on. Looking for toes was Higgsy, trying to get information. And you've now also lost Abe, so it feels like the opening engagement's really costing 5 Fears. You're always fighting from a disadvantage. And another 2v4 going to be required. Higgsy might get himself 1, lining up 2. Not going to happen. Fire now in a 1v3.
Back-to-back First Bloods don't go your way. And not only that, you just don't hold top halls whatsoever. The fact that you let 2 Notorious players into open and find both of those kills untraded, Abe either needs to play his life in that position, or you need to have somebody there to assist for the damage, lay down some pressure to deny Team Notorious from making these free plays so fast. But it's something that we've seen from Notorious often when they do reach the stage. This is a fast team in Search and Destroy to deal with. And for 5 Fears, it's a team that we considerably note that their mistakes come from giving up kills for free, and that hasn't changed so far in this map 5.
Abe looking to see if he can maybe make some noise through the left side again, working inside of Dark, and Stun's not going to find any connection. And it feels like the same way for Team Notorious, finally slowing down at the beginning of the round as they go for the fast A plan.
There's going to be a fast hit, though, through you to try to trade this one. Exceed gets 1, but that's it. So 3v3 on the retake, and you only have a post plant towards well.
Exceed, oh, does he get reach out? Yes, he does. Afro able to find himself 1. Is he ready for the second? He's not. So you do get a trade kill. 2v2, bomb check is good. That's going to be at least good info for Abe, but how does he play this? Challenge comes to him, and now he turns it into a 1v1. 15 seconds on the clock. How do you play this here if you're F-Dot? You have to chow. He has to go for the check, and F-Dot, the patience will pay off.
That's rough from Fire. Hey, you're sitting towards the inner fences. A 2v1 scenario. Abe is so far away. He has to help Higgsy down towards Secret, but without that assistance on the site itself, you give such a good spacing for Team Notorious to easily retake that site, dissecting you. I might even add in one of the easiest kills you'll see F-Dot get in a 1 versus 1, because you knew that you had the unknown of, is he on the bomb? Is he holding me? Well, for F-Dot, he plays it so good. 6-2, 3 in a row. Afro 7-3 as well. Both of them working in tandem in these rounds. Now, you need more out of Fire, Exceed, and Higgsy, because it's been the Abe show. He is doing everything right now.
100%. You need participation across the board here if you're going to start to mount a comeback, and it really does start with this round number 6. And it will be a fast plant. F-Dot, again, able to grab himself a couple kills. 6 in a row. F-Dot grabs himself just about everyone, looking for what could be a potential ace. And Higgsy now the last one left alive, trying to play a retake.
He's going to have to get blessed with some timing. Over the top, he is seeing nothing, Austin.
Back and forth we go. F-Dot does get the ace. What a snapper. And what a huge play coming through for one of your key ARs. My goodness, Team Notorious now on series point.
They're too good at Search and Destroy. They are too good at this game mode. F-Dot, what a round. I mean, it's the ace, but it's the fact that it's the 3 kills in succession that you get there. They basically just line up for you. That is the gross part. 5 Fears. How do you climb back from this one? First Bloods heavily not in your favor. You need to step up in not only that category, but every category under the sun right now.
It's tough when just everything you're doing is being shut down. You're not winning opening engagements. You're not giving yourself any kind of first bloods, it feels like. And this time around, at least there is a trade. Exceed does manage to tie us up. And then Eric responds. So 2v2. Nade going to come through and get cooked up, but Eric's already going to be able to move back to dodge out on it. And Exceed might know Eric's close. Does he go for the chow? Oh, he does, but he still loses the battle, and it just crumbles once again here. Team Notorious, they get it done. They are going to find the victory in the upper final, and they advance to Grands.
That's a little bit of an anticlimactic finish to that game. I was not expecting at all, but that's a tough map from the whole team in general. Abe had a couple of good moments, but countless 1vx scenarios for himself that he just does not want to have to clutch up in. Team Notorious, they look like the best Search and Destroy team here right now. And all that work from the boot camp that they had leading into this obviously has been reinforcing that game mode, but it's also been improving the respawns as well, and the whole package. So going into the grand finals now, for the AMD Overclocked tournament, there's no better team right now to be there than this Team Notorious squad. They have earned it, rightfully so.
They have. They've went through a very, very tough bracket, looking solid while doing it. And like you had said, I mean, their S&D is looking fantastic, Colin. So excited to see this team in the grand finals, but they get to chill out a little bit. They get to go and take her easy, watch over some COD, figure out who they're going to be playing up against, because now there's a whole lot of action that has to take place down in the lower bracket here too. But first, we'll take a look at everything that did take place throughout that S&D. And really, the first blood tallies, it felt like, I mean, it was really one-sided, right? Or even if you did see a first blood come through, 4 or 5 fears, it was just immediately answered with a trade. So a really tough one. I mean, you can credit a lot of things to Team Notorious there, but a huge one was certainly FDuck going 11-2, putting up some big numbers.
Yeah, that ace in round 6, it kind of felt like the nail in the coffin for that entire round. The first blood comes so fast, you get the second one, third one right around the corner, and then you win a gunfight you probably should not have won versus Exceed down in you.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of that where you had moments for 5 fears when you have, Abe in good positions, but you're losing out on that first blood. It puts him on an island, and he's kind of feeling the pressure to make that hero play. And every single time that hero play was really putting him in a situation where, okay, you got to find a double kill now. And, you can't really bank on that if you're anybody going into a series like this. So you have to look back at this one, start valuing your life a little bit more off these opening engagements, and it's easier said than done, but you also have to start winning these battles.
It's going to be required here, and going to need a lot to take down a Team Notorious that's looking just so crisp and clean in that grand final. And you take a look back on all the moments that happened here. There were a lot of great ones, man. There's a lot of great maps that ended up happening. Maybe the S&Ds were a little bit one-sided at times, and the control, I guess, but the hard points were absolute bangers. And that's something at least 5 fears have been able to rely on, it feels like, throughout this weekend, too.
That's a confident Neslo that we saw right here from Team Notorious. The hard points are getting better, and that's one thing I think we can put a lot of stock into for this Team Notorious squad. They've already said that they want their hard points to be better, that's what they're really focused on these next couple of days to improve on. And we saw it on the rewinds that, you're playing the fundamentals of the rotations, getting into moments where you can have those hill setups a little bit better. It's just the general mixiness that you do get from the hard points themselves that it still seems like you're losing some of those key engagements within the objective, and you're finding so much value around it, outside of the hills, that you got to start putting some focus in towards those hard points. You see it towards the end there. I mean, they do such a good job just honing in on those last 2 hills, but with the lead that 5 fears had, it was just too much of a comeback to really accomplish towards the end there. Teammates also stopping you in that moment, but if you're looking at this in general, you can feel so confident in your 2-3-5s. And Notorious, it doesn't matter what map I've seen them on for Search and Destroy, they look good.
They do. And that's scary when you go into, what is going to be obviously the rest of this tournament, but as well as champs. If you can go into champs having just almost every single map in your map pool is something that you can trust at times, that's crazy. But yeah, I'm looking at the same thing you're looking at down there, brother, in that lower bracket LAG mates. You got some work to do, it would appear.
Yeah, and it looks like these teams getting into map 4 very, very soon for both of them. Gonna wait to see if we can maybe jump in with that one as well, Austin, to get the tail end of that series. But we haven't seen LAG mates on stream just yet. We've seen a good amount of Omit Brooklyn. That team, they do look good. And like we said, I mean, you got 4 players on that roster for Omit Brooklyn who have been up to the CDL, found their way back. We got Open champions, we got CDL major champions as well on that Omake Brooklyn team. So it's no surprise to me that they're actually playing this LAG mates team close. But we both expected these CDL teams to just pack a little bit more punch.
I would agree. I think most certainly, and we'll see if they can still, bounce back here going into that map 4. That's going to be the big question, but I think it's definitely left us with some question marks on whether or not they're going to be able to get that job done. So we do have confirmation. We are jumping into that series about, midway through. We will get to catch that map 4 and potential map 5 if LAG are going to be able to take it on the back side of the break. So guys, don't go far. LAG coming up next, right after the break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the AMD Overclocked 10K tournament. And we got some good news. We are jumping into that LAG Mates and Omic Brooklyn series here just about halfway through. So it's going to be a great time to see exactly if our second CDL team is either going to be knocked out or if Omic Brooklyn is going to start to make the run through the lower bracket.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about these CDL teams and trying to see, for better or for worse, if they can, compete against these challenger squads, and these challenger squads have thrown a lot of spanners into the mix on kind of what to anticipate going into this champs. I mean,
sure.
We could talk about maybe a lack of reps from DreamHack going into a time like this for these CDL teams, as it is going to be a break between them and EWC, but for these challenger teams, they're not going to skip up on an opportunity to take them down, and they've been doing a great job just staying ahead, making sure that they're not letting up, and there's full confidence going into these matches as well, as they know kind of what's on the line for playing games like this.
Yeah, they do. They do. They know they'll get ridiculed if they don't come up big in some of these games. So let's take a look at the replay package. We do have some replays prepped for you guys throughout the first few maps that we did have. Now, of course, just the names at the top will be flipped here for us, but it was really interesting, I think, coming into what we expected, which has been LAG Mates haven't been great at the hard points. They've really relied on the 2-3-5 in a lot of their series. Omic Brooklyn, on the other hand, I feel like they've actually been pretty solid through the majority of their game modes, which I think makes this matchup really interesting.
And so you wanted the searches and the control to look good for your team, but I think for LAG Mates, That's going to put some pressure towards what happens in this map 4, even looking towards this map 1 red card that you played just for this team in general. And I think for, Omit Brooklyn, you look at the performance that you've been getting between Yuli and Standy as a stub duo on this team. I mean, obviously they are going to be big difference makers, but just for Prolute and Brack and, for a red card, like that just fits them so well.
Yeah, it does. It does. Absolutely. I agree. And now we'll take a look at the second one, as the first hard point was, of course, secured. And again, I think that's what we expect when it comes down to the hard points. Like, LG mates just have not looked good when it comes to that game mode. So it has been tough overall, but we will see what happens kind of going into this the search and destroy, because this is where you do expect them to be a little bit better. But Omit Brooklyn, man, again, this whole team screams SND players.
And this is, I mean, an LAG made squad that, dealership was their bread and butter, even through DreamHack. So this is something that you want to look good. Johnny is final on this map, and Lunars in general has been a good standout for this team when it comes down to this mode. So the fact that, Omit Brooklyn coming out here playing to your best and really making it look good. I mean, Yuli's had some fantastic moments through these highlights.
Yeah, Yuli, especially coming off that performance when you saw him on Team War just a few events ago, felt like he was really putting in some good numbers at times, and someone you can always rely on. So this went to a round 11 right here. Kismet in a 1v2 now, trying to complete the 1v3, and he gets taken up by Prolute, so they lose the S&D. So okay, they go down 2-0, Colin, and now they're actually trying to pull off the reverse sweep. That's actually crazy. This is not how I expected this series count to kind of go.
So you win the control, obviously going into this next one, you kind of go into the hard point then thinking that if you can kind of feel it. Actually, I think that we just got confirmation that this it was 1-1, so like that's a tie. So it was LAG mates that win the first one. The names were backwards.
Yeah, the names are backwards.
So then you go into the second one, you lose the mode that you have been playing very well. It goes to around 11, so you're going to be feeling still confident in that. Easy to shake off, a round 11 game, knowing that that could have been you. You go into this game number 3 for LAG mates, and control's been good for sure, but it's definitely something that I'd say is losable against a team like Omit Brooklyn.
I would agree.
This weekend, just in general for control.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the control replay now and see how this one kind of panned out here for us. But again, I agree with you. I think you give credit here to an Omit that could potentially steal this one away, right, and get the job done, be really solid in control. We've seen that throughout the weekend, and again, things are flipped at the top. So LAG mates, of course, on the left, Omit Brooklyn here on the right.
I don't expect this one to be just one-sided when it does come down to it. Both maps have been very, very close for these teams. Johnny, 32 and 28 right now for this squad. Yuli going band for band with him, 36 and 24. So all the way to around 5. You're on the attack. If you're LAG mates, or sorry, if you're Omit Brooklyn, so trying to get over towards these zones. They steal an offensive round when it comes down to the lives. They get beat first, come back, they break you apart. That is heartbreaking for LAG mates at the end of this game to beat down 2-1.
Man.
Going into a rewind hardpoint, when you look at both the dealership and the protocol, we're literally just a couple kills away.
Yeah, a couple kills away. We saw it there. It's the rewind hardpoint. That's the map number 4. So Omit Brooklyn, they have a huge opportunity to put it away right here. Send LAG mates packing from the tournament. If you can go up, go big, and go clutch. We'll see if they can try to get it done. LAG, though, they have a chance to still extend this to a map 5.
Yeah, so off the break off, feeling good if you're LAG mates. So off the initial time, you have the better spawns. You're looking to win these fights, and you're looking to get some good headway to mount this comeback.
Yuli looking to take a route, thinking about some early progress at B2. Kismet says we'll have none of that, but Sandy does follow up to play, so a chance still to maybe get one through. However, it's not worked out thus far, so LAG mates getting a decent amount of time off of P1. Johnny's been able to build himself up to a 5 spree, not even dying yet, so maybe even an early chance at streaks.
I like this call from Omit Brooklyn. Scoreless. Heading into the second. Spawn in the back from Standy. That's going to pull things your way. You lose out on these battles still, so LAG mates, if they read this right, they can lock this down.
Oh, Johnny, he is just untouchable right now. He has just completely awakened. 8-0, Shirley has the streak now in his pocket, so that is going to be fantastic. Almost gets a turn and a snap for another one, so that is something to certainly keep your eye on going into some of these future hills. Lunar is just going to patiently tuck himself away in the corner, gets a good read on the second, but won't be able to come up with the kill. LAG mates still going to have themselves a decent lead, but Omit Brooklyn still looking to try to be scrappy here for the remaining 20 seconds.
They're going to invest the Hellstorm right away as well, so that's just salt in the wound for the initial. Some good time for LAG. You get a flip of the spawns for a couple of these players. Omit, they need to start worrying about New, and his kill onto Johnny is going to be so important for Standy to win. You get it. You have an early setup towards this hill, but it has to translate into time now.
It does. Need some critical time here if you're Omit Brooklyn. Work yourself back into the game. Lunars might be looking to take a route, or at the very least, just trying to finesse through mid. Control in the restaurant, looking solid so far for Standy, but he can't come up with a second. Johnny now answering back. Lunar's getting involved in the play. He's starting to heat up 3 in a row as they start looking towards the player in time.
Just a quick break. Keep this one at least white for now. Kismet's going to try to find a way through, see if the time he can fit. The finesse, back around, plays his life. And slides out. Proloot's going to win this one, so that's going to solidify these back spawns for at least these back 20 seconds. Keeps you in good standing, and you break in.
Standy's watching close, and he'll be able to find himself a nice pickup. 10 seconds up for grabs. Spawns looking solid here so far for some of the players on Omit Brooklyn. Just trying to hold this side of the map. A lot of work to be done for LAG mates, and Johnny will be shut down as well. Yuli with some crispy shots. Kismet does eventually get the trade, but now he has to start flying forward here, playing for the spawns or waiting for his teammates.
Yeah, you want to work this aggression. Spawn back for Standy, so good moment for Omit Brooklyn. LAG mates gonna have to break this one from the front. All 3 members there.
Can you do a lot of tags early? Nade's gonna come out, tax everything you have. We'll see if Felony can try to get himself anything, but no, Fellow shut down. Another big double up happens from the front.
This is a map where LAG mates, we saw them play Team War in their Game 5 run yesterday. They lost it by 8 points, so getting the run back for this map mode combo against a red-hot Omit Brooklyn squad. This is something that I'm sure LAG mates want their revenge on.
Great help there from Yuli, one of his teammates trapped in the corner. He's there for the assistance. P5 just about to pop here, so the early rotational battles, of course, taking place. Standy, we'll see if he's going to be able to get anything. Watch the team nade. I think he might have tagged his teammates, so now goes in for the challenge, and Johnny, no problem for him. He finds the first pickup. LAG mates, they get themselves into the time first.
LAG going to be here. Felony with a sub out. Instant break back for Omit Brooklyn. They got 3 players here and a 4th to pick up the flank as well. Big fight in the back. Lunars wins it, so the collapse now for LAG. Johnny's on 4 in a row. He's going to look to get this back time. 30 seconds that you're fighting for.
All right, Johnny. Oh, that's another spree. A chance for some more streaks, potentially. Goes for the chow, but finally taken out. Lunars, however, with a beautiful follow-up. He finds himself a big double. That's going to allow them to get some more time.
And that's 20 seconds that is going to take you back into the lead here after you have a start from Johnny where he goes 8-0, gets that Hellstorm. You invest it right away towards P2, so you want to lead going into the second set of rotations. When you invest so much and you have such a good start, it's such a close game for somebody who's 20-8, and you look at the rest of the squad just falling behind, and Omit Brooklyn, I mean, they're not too far away, couple good hills, and they can flip things back into their side.
Yuli, great job here through P1. Finds himself a few kills. And Proloot going to try to get himself over to the restaurant, play the power position, but will not be allowed to do so. LAG mates now finally with a clean kill feed, looking to break themselves right into P1. Brack left up for grabs, but unfortunately will line up one of the teammates as Johnny's shooting anything that moves.
Yeah, nobody is safe when Johnny is frying. LAG looking to hold this lead. One more hit from Omit Brooklyn. It looks like Yuli will take a look at it. For the moment, they're going to just take them out of this hill, but so much focus on trying to deny anybody from slipping through the gaps here for Omit.
Yuli just looking to play his life again, thinking about what's going to happen at P2. Right now, the rotation looking at least decent here for Omit, and that's something that we haven't really seen LG mates be on top of in the last couple of hills. Yuli also just the perfect position to play flank, but it is going to be picked up by Kismet. What a save that is to give them a huge chance to potentially play for a flip in the back.
But back, big win for Standy. This is a 2-for-2 trade, still threatening these back spawns, but everybody's going to spawn here for Omid. All 4 players going to be here to defend.
2 collapsing from the back, 2 collapsing from the front. Just need to find the kills. Fellow is going to be red. Johnny, what could he do? Well, it's just about everything, it feels like. Almost 3 kills lined up for him alongside Lunars, but he's going to be taken out as Prolute's on the flank, and that will allow Omid Brooklyn to maybe lock in the remaining 20.
Yeah, here's a swing for Omid where you can start to garner a lead going into these third hills. Tucked away is Lunars on this rotation. He's going to be spotted by Yuli. Still wins the fight. Should shake up the attention for a second, but everybody's going to spawn back in. Kismet gets found out, and Omid off of a lead change on P2. They are getting the initial now in P3.
Omid Brooklyn feels like they're starting to really grab a hold of this game, and LG mates are just falling behind in the pacing, not keeping up with the tempo. Something's going to have to change, and it might be at this hill, but Standy just so unstoppable inside. The restaurant comes back to help on the hill, and that's going to put him on 4 in a row. Great work being done by Standy. They're going to go for another double chow to see if they can finally deal with him, and well, they will. But it is 5 kills and ends up coming through. It has just been complete dominance here for Omid Brooklyn at the start of this hill, and now it's another 5 spree, this time for Prolute.
He's got the Hellstorm, so on his way to doubling up these streaks. 200 points now for Omid Brooklyn, looking to put this one away in game 4. Now a 50-point lead, and it's bolstering. Prolute finds his 7th in a row. And you have a fight for Lunars that he has to win now versus Yuli.
All right, he does give them at least a chance, but look at how far his teammates are. They are so far. The new hill isn't active, so only 1 player going to spawn up with Lunars here. There is a lot to be done. You at least have some pressure that could cut through mid, but you called it. Streak could be the play. Yuli going to come through the middle, able to find himself a kill. The call-out should be in. Now it's just about finding the eliminations.
Everybody tucked inside. LAG have to win their fight. So far, so good. Shallow with the pistol. Johnny's going to win it. And now he's over towards P3. So it's a good spot to be in to relay information. This is going to be a flank on the rest of your team.
Johnny has just been unbelievable this map. He's doing everything to fight and try to extend this to at least 1 more. Get to that second SND is what Johnny is screaming inside. Fellow gonna eat the card, and he's still alive, still somehow able to win that on 7 HP. Clean shots onto Standy, deals with the back, and that is enough to give LAG mates a chance. They soak up the majority of that time, so now it's all about transitioning back into P5.
Job's not done. P5 hill, Johnny still here. He's gonna be spotted. Kills for Omid Brooklyn. Lunars looking to at least send them scattered, and that double kill, get a triple with Kismet. It's LAG back into it and back into a lead as well. They're right here still fighting for this game 5.
They absolutely are. Lunars 2 in a row. Can't build that streak up any further. Johnny, though, he is just continuing to build the kills. 34 kills for him, but it's enough for a break. Omid Brooklyn bully themselves in. Yuli looking for a double chow, but has to back up. Wants to try to play his life and finesse just a tad bit as he shoots over the top. But this is a moment where you get to actually pressure out. You can see just how much space Omid Brooklyn are taking away.
Well, neither team can win off of this hill, but still time that LAG wants to fight for. Johnny trying to will his team to a game 5 right now. He needs somebody to help. Somebody's got to save him from this moment. 15 seconds is all Omid Brooklyn need to this P1 hill. It has to be flawless.
And it's hard to be perfect on P1. Yuli, patience from the back, able to find himself 1. Can he reach out and go for the second? Standy just about side by side with him, but it's fairly clean here for LAG mates. They're able to find 3, make it 4 with the help of Fellow, and they are still holding on.
Everybody spawning out. Early kill towards Kismet and Johnny. 2v4 for the hill time. Felony goes down, and it's only 5 seconds. This is done.
This is looking like it's going to be it. Omid Brooklyn, the final seconds, the final nail in the coffin. They send the last CDL team packing and out of the tournament.
Challengers teams, you do not want to doubt them. You don't want to put them down whatsoever, because when you least expect it, you're going to find yourself on a rewind hardpoint and struggling to close out these maps. What a game from Johnny. you really put in some work for the team to try to will to that game number 5. And if you get there, you're going to be feeling good for LAG mates, but the respawns just do not look good. Omit Brooklyn, you cannot say the same for this team. What an excellent performance from them. You even look at the scoreline for a couple of these players. Yuli making that big play towards P1. The patient flanks from this guy just continuing to set LAG off kilter. And so many good performances from Prolute on the 7 streak that he did go on to get that Hellstorm. They invested for that P4 that forces everybody inside. LAG fight through that one, but it is just the pressure that Omit Brooklyn are just continuing to put down on these teams.
Yeah.
Makes it hard to get through.
They're resilient. Despite, what we saw yesterday, they had went up 2-0 early, which was pretty convincing fashion, and then just fell flat maybe the few maps after that. But right now it is all business. And this was even after the start. Like, this was Johnny going on an 8-0 spree, early streak, decided to invest it fairly early on the rotation heading into P3. But, they had a big lead, but Omit just fighting. And the only one that was really fighting on the other side, really kind of felt like Johnny for the most part.
I mean, it's not a bad call to use that streak right away. The only thing is Omit, they don't fail off of that. They don't even break off of this one. They go to the P4. They answer right back. You're basically tied going into that second rotation. And Omit continued to keep on pace with the squad throughout the entire rewind. And in those big moments when you need a triple kill or a double kill from your subs, both Yuli and Standy were performing in that category. And when you have that P3 where Prolute gets 7 in a row, that is uncontested time as well for Omit Brooklyn to push to such a big lead towards the P4, P5 that LAG, I mean, they still match them. They compete towards those last couple hills, but if you're just a little bit more competitive towards the middle portions of this hard point, that's where you see the fall off happen for LAG mates, especially going in towards that P4 hill in that second rotation where you just lose the 50-point lead that is gained by that Omit Brooklyn team.
Wow. Wild watching over that game flow, especially again at the start. Really did feel like LAG mates were digging in, but Omit Brooklyn, they say no. They deny the opportunity, and they will send LAG mates home out of the tournament. Absolutely wild that neither one of our CDL teams will be in the grand final. I think like we had at least predicted potentially one. Well, I certainly thought we'd see one. But not in the cards, not the case whatsoever. So now we take a look at our bracket and see where we are at. Of course, Team Notorious, they already won the winners final, so they are sitting pretty in that grand final, getting ready to probably watch over this losers final at the moment. And now it's going to be 5 Fears up against Omit Brooklyn to see who is going to be guaranteed top 2.
Yeah, that's a big game, I'd say, for both of those teams. For Omit Brooklyn, you're looking to get your revenge off of being reverse sweeped in that semifinals. They had a good start for this 5 Fears team, but, towards the end, Hixie, Fire, and Exceed, they all had their numbers. Abe, he was consistent the whole way through. And it seems like you just kind of lost your momentum going into the back half of that game. So it was a great time to get your revenge. You just took down a CDL team. I'm sure a lot of people are very upset for the performances of the CDL teams throughout this bracket. But, shout out to LAG mates for playing through this one. For Rocker yesterday as well, playing against 5 Fears throughout this tournament. Obviously, not everything is going to be fully put together, but for some strong competition going into EWC, not too far away. I think just a month away to EWC. That's good practice for LAG mates to kind of see where they need to start fixing things up. And for us, and for you guys at home, that sets up some pretty darn good storylines for that EWC when we get there.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. There is still so much Call of Duty action left in this season and a lot still to be undetermined for as far as this tournament. But we are going to throw things to a break. Go grab yourself some water, grab a snack, get ready because the losers finals coming up on the backside of the break. Welcome back, everyone, to the AMD Overclocked 10K tournament. We are getting into our final 3 teams here in the bracket, getting ready to jump into that lower final. I'm Visions, that's Seymour. We had a very interesting result happen in our last series, maybe one some people expected, others maybe not so much, but here we are with Omit Brooklyn going up against 5 Fears.
I'm fairly certain majority of the people expected the CDL teams to have a better turnout, a better performance, and, a better result towards the end. Top 4, I mean, you get into the Sunday action if you're LAG, but you don't get the placing at all that we thought. We thought Minnesota Rocker were going to come through and be the best team in the tournament. We thought LAG mates were going to be there right alongside them for a winner's final. Neither one of them had the performance that they wanted to showcase here in the AMD Overclock. And that's upsetting to see for the CDL teams, but for the Challenger teams, the storylines that we're building all the way through this week into next weekend, it is blossoming to be one hell of a weekend.
Is it ever? And now we're getting to the end of this one as well. So just 2 more series left. This, of course, still will be a best of 5, and then we will move over to a best of 7 for grand finals. But this matchup here in the lower final, it's also a rematch from what we saw yesterday. We got the cast over that game. It was a really nice start for Omit Brooklyn. They went up 2-0. Both maps taken fairly convincingly, at least the Hardpoint was. And then the next 3, all 5 Fears, reverse sweep, and the last 2 maps of that series were not close. They were very convincing for 5 Fears.
I'm fairly certain that that's going to be something that Omit Brooklyn wants their revenge on. So they get a chance to do it here in the losers final, knock them out in 3rd place. This is for money now, as that top 3 placing is going to get you something from that 10K USD prize pool that we have here for our tournament. Obviously, the winners going to be getting $5,000 US. Losers in that 2nd place spot is going to be getting $3,000, and then the 3rd place team, which is going to be the loser of this game that we're going to be watching, is going to walk away with just $2,000 out of that lump sum. So you win this one, you get at least a $1,000 payday. Looking for that $5,000 #1 spot, though.
Absolutely, a lot of money in the line. And just really bragging rights, just about everything that you would want, as well as confidence. I think most importantly, the confidence, I think, to me, matters the most. Coming out of this weekend with a win leading up to champs, I think puts you just in a really good spot from just a mental standpoint, saying, listen, we feel good about going into the champs weekend. We're coming off of a dub.
And I know some people are going to look at this like, we don't want to show all of our cards going into towards champs. There's going to be some that you're going to keep close to your chest. And the further you go into the bracket, the more you're going to divulge for everybody to watch you and have VOD going into this championship weekend. But at the same time, that is strategies that you're able to test out, that you're able to throw at a good team, see if they can handle it. And if it works, then you know that it is something to keep in your back pocket. If it doesn't work, then you have to change things up. And this is a good test to see what works and what doesn't when you're playing for that prizing too, because scrims are great and all. And I know everybody likes to talk about scrim bucks.
Sure.
But it is not the same of playing a real tournament, at least when you're playing for money. There are more things to worry about. There's more on the line when you're playing matches like that.
Oh, absolutely. A lot more on the line. You're playing for, what is going to be some pretty critical money, as you already pointed out, too. Also going to take this moment to give a very big shout-out to AMD for putting this tournament on. Again, make sure you guys head over to AMD on Twitter and AMD Gaming. Give them a follow. Say thanks for having the tournament, because it's been a great time. A little bit of content right before we get into champs, where things are certainly going to be a little bit more spicy. But let's talk about just what we have here for both of these rosters, if we can, because these guys have been completely on fire throughout the weekend. Some of our top performers, a lot of pop-offs throughout this entire weekend as well. But starting with 5 Fears, we have Abe, Hixie, Fire, and Exceed. Who kind of stands out for you right now, Colin?
I mean, the whole team's been playing good. Hixie has playing some of the best COD I've seen him play all year long in this tournament, and it is just kind of bolstered by Abe as well in the performance that he has alongside him. I'm really impressed with the transition between Exceed and Fire into this AR role strictly for the squad. Yes, they kind of flip here and there and flex. That's the way of Black Ops 6, but they've been playing really well. The only thing is, going into a game like this, and what worries me for 5 Fears is they've been putting a lot of, I'd say, focus on their respawns being the better game mode for them. Now playing against Omit Brooklyn, that is not really something you can rely on for this matchup.
Yeah, and talking about this roster here for Omit Brooklyn, it will be Brack, Standy, Yuli, and Prolute. And for me, I think everybody has stepped up at some point in time throughout the weekend on this squad, and they've been passing the baton around, popping off at different maps when they need to. But I thought Prolute has actually looked really, really good. We talked about him, just recently. He was putting up some big numbers. We look back over that rewind hardpoint that he had played up against LAG mates. He had over 2 minutes in the hill. He was putting up some big kills. He goes on that 5 spree as well at P3. It felt like Byron is really coming into his own here, and he's had a really strong performance, at least so far on Championship Sunday.
And it's a big year for him as well, just trying to make those changes going into Black Ops 6. He was talking to us before the event and mentioned that, in this year, he's put a lot of focus onto not only being a harder kill on the map, but even outside of the game, just having better mental, just being able to be healthier as well, playing through this entire year. And if that's the mindset that he's bringing into this roster for Omit Brooklyn, it looks like it's so well, and just how fundamentally sound the squad looks as a whole, especially when you have somebody who like Standy, who is also having a great year.
Sandy's looked fantastic. I mean, going all the way back to, it was Dallas, right, with Brack, that they had looked really solid coming out of that tournament in Dallas. So with the dub there, I mean, you go back, you already have a lot of championship kind of accolades to look back on. But let's take a look at the maps and modes. Let's see what we do have in store for you guys for this lower final. And it will be a double dose of red card here to kick things off for 1 and 2. We'll move over to the vault control, so a change actually in the control, which we were certainly kind of talking about leading up to this. And then another double dose of Hacienda Hardpoint and Search and Destroy to end it off. Yeah,
you get the rewind Hardpoint banned by Omit Brooklyn. I kind of saw that coming after what we saw in that reverse sweep yesterday. You do get the repeat red card Search and Destroy, and I think that's going to be a big focus point for 5 Fears going into this game, doing VOD review from yesterday in towards today. Definitely don't want to go down 0-2 to this Omit Brooklyn squad yet again, so we can see what kind of changes that they bring into that. But all in all, this is a majority different series that we are getting. And you see that the dealership's also going to be banned out by Omit Brooklyn. That was the game 5 that we had yesterday for the full reverse sweep to come through from 5 Fears, 6-2 for them. So another ban for Omit Brooklyn that they just don't want to play. Test something else against this squad to see if you can take them down.
Yep. Well, have to see how things come together for us on the red card Hardpoint. Going to be a massive opening map. Yesterday again, slow start coming through for 5 Fears. For as far as what we were seeing earlier on in that series, and then starting to hit the rebound going into the map number 3 and then some. So getting into the action, I'm excited, Colin. We'll see what ends up happening coming into this one. It's going to be a banger to see who advances to this grand final.
It's definitely going to be a big one for 5 Fears. You just lost to Team Notorious, and now you don't want to go down 0-2 yet again to Omit Brooklyn. You got the reverse sweep last time. You definitely want a better start this time around. It all begins on a red card Hardpoint, and all my eyes are going to be on Exceed and Fire for what they can do on this map.
Yeah, looking at the ARs to really give you some breathing room. Get the subs forward, and a nice little nade comes out early. Looks like actually it's Standy who sticks his teammate right in the back as he's throwing it over the top. So maybe not ideal here to kick things off, but Standy looking to make up for it. Won't matter. You talked about the ARs. They're already off to a nice little start, fighting over some of the mid-stair control.
So you get the good start for your team. Translate into a little bit of time. Hixie looking to get involved to see if you can catch some of these players, but 3 kills go down, and that's going to be Omit Brooklyn looking to get off to a hot start.
Prolute, man. We said it. A couple of sprees there in that last set. Looking solid here to kick things off on the very first opening life. Won't be able to work up towards a streak, but at the very least, able to come away with a bit of this time. And you talked about it, the flip coming into play. Yuli realizing this, but he's already under pressure, and he's going to be taken out too.
Too little, too late. Hill can open up, and with you holding onto your respawns, that creates a split spawn here for a pinch out of the side of Omit Brooklyn. Fortunately enough, though, for 5 Fears, they read that perfectly. They fight back. They don't win those engagements, so it's going to open up an opportunity here for Omit Brooklyn.
Yuli is going to leave that to his teammates. And, well, Exceed is actually still able to finesse his life a little bit, so Yuli doesn't know where to look fully. He's going to be pinned down in the corner here for a second as he's under a lot of fire. The challenge comes to him. Hixie's able to find the clean entry. Standy now looking to get something back with the bank on the nade, and he is going to find a connection. So a chance to try to get in for the remaining 20 seconds. Fire over the top, though, will not make it easy.
13 more seconds that you're fighting for, spawning all the way in the back. It's going to be Omit Brooklyn, so going to be able to get a couple of these kills, work towards the stage, and start moving towards this P3 if you are 5 Fears. A 12-point game. Exceed, good spot to get some information. He sees nothing, and that is allowing this team to get on through. He does find Prolute and Standy, though, going through the middle of the map, and that's going to force them into that spawn trap that we do see. So it's big for Omit Brooklyn to try to fight from the front as well.
Yeah, Brack was called out here on this push, but they're still able to get through on the front. Prolute does a good job again on the entry. Exceed won't actually fully commit to the challenge, so you have a tight setup now currently in effect right here for Omit Brooklyn as they start to crawl back into this one. See if they're going to be able to actually find the kills. That's going to be the big question, but only 20 seconds to play for. You're almost trying to chalk this up, think about the rotation a little bit, but you would love to get some of the players pinned in that back spawn if you can.
Well, that's going to flip things out, certainly. So Standy on the last couple of kills. Timing doesn't really pay off, and that is good for Abe to break that setup for the last couple of seconds. But they're immediately going to push right through this one, try to see if they can flip some last couple of kills out. Back over towards that parking garage, another set of kills, but Hill opens up, and that is going to spawn the rest of Omit Brooklyn over towards those goal nets.
Yeah, a couple of nice kills there from Hixie on the rotation as he's now responsible for locking down the time. Nades being thrown back and forth, and it looks like it will be good kills here for 5 Fears. Fire getting a good read on some of the spawners as they now have to give their second attempt, trying to break into the stage hill that can be ever so difficult to deal with. Fire with some finesse, going to draw one back, but now the kill's starting to drop here. Omit Brooklyn looking for their moment to pounce. Hixie left all alone under the stage. Surely should be traded out here in a moment, but Hixie makes it a little bit difficult. Goes on a 5 spree, and Prolute can't play his life any longer either.
Because that's not clean. That's time that Omit Brooklyn does not get. Wallbang for Abe. Is going to secure the last couple of seconds here. Omit Brooklyn have been so good at focusing towards these rotations, but just before the hill opens up, there's always a double kill that 5 Fears does find. That does end up splitting up the attention of Omit Brooklyn, and you'd like to see this rotation start to pay off as you have 3 members here.
Good kill here from Standy. He's just looking to lock down the outer portion here by the escalators. Another good challenge as he now turns his focus to the hill. Abe's lurking around, looking for kills himself, and won't be able to actually play his life any longer. So now you're going to lose one. Chance to now focus back onto the hill, and well, it's just all red in the feed right now. Omit Brooklyn doing what they need to and starting to get themselves back in the game.
It's a good play from Standy over towards the restaurant to delay this attack. Now down to just a 30-point game. And lots of time to see if he can close this gap going into the second set of hills. Brack up top on 4 in a row, looking for number 5. See if he can play his life, but Hixie finds an angle. Now it's Yuli. Last 12 seconds, not able to get a second kill, so 5 Fears holding their lead into new.
Yeah, and a lot of it thanks to Hixie, who's playing the time well. He's been able to find himself a couple of big moments in and around the hill, and that's going to give them that slight edge as we now go back to P1. First set of hard points, though, decent here for 5 Fears. Omit Brooklyn now looking to try to make some kind of adaptation, but Standy on the time, just relying on his teammates to watch over him as they're trying to soak up whatever they can.
And this whole back and forth between Omit and 5 Fears is mostly down to the fact that 5 Fears are so good at contesting this time, just getting in for a few seconds, get out. If you have Omit Brooklyn go 3 down in the feed, that's when you start to see them soaking up that hill time. But if not, everybody is hunting for these kills and just maintaining the small marginal lead that they do have. And with everything going right at this P1 hill, you're getting a solid chunk of time and the rotations over towards news. So this is a moment where 5 Fears are setting themselves up to really blow open this game.
Yeah, you have to feel pretty good about this. Hixie's also putting some forward pressure in and around the top of the staircase here too. Can pinch up mid for what looks like one. No, Brack just turns and snaps on him. One you'd love to have back. Doesn't work out in his favor, but Abe's also in a pretty nice power position here too, trying to play the stage and making sure no one has ease of access down low. His teammates doing a decent job here of finding some trades, and Abe is still finessing, playing his life.
Well, anytime is good time right now for 5 Fears. Spawn up over towards Restaurant for Standy. Gonna take some time for him to be involved with this fight, but as soon as they do, 3, 4 go down. That's gonna certainly spawn up 5 Fears now behind this hill, and Omit Brooklyn need to capitalize off it.
Yep, they have the read on the spawns. Prolute, though, not going to be good on trying to stop the exits from coming through mid. Scrap time still potentially could be fought for. Standy's actually going to jump off of it and realizes the importance of the rotation here as he starts finding a couple of the lingering kills, and now spawns look like they have in fact flipped with just about 5 seconds left on the old time. Omit going to soak it up but now have to cut their way through mid.
30-point game. Still 5 Fears first to the new hard points. Initial kill goes the way of Hixie. He is trying to remove anybody on this transition and flip these spawns out as quick as possible. That's going to turn around Abe now to see if he can set up the spawn trap.
All right, are they going to be able to get this going? That's exactly what you would love, but Standy has a chance maybe to pinch this from the front alongside the street. You have Yuli coming in, you're able to get some good tags down low, and that's going to be cleans up from Prolute, and the break is as beautiful as you'd ever love to see it.
Standy staying alive is so important that whole time for Omit Brooklyn. You were in deep trouble there trying to break out, but he really pulls away some eyes for you to make that escape from the back spawn. Now 20 seconds that you'd love to get. 5 Fears fighting from the back of the hard point in for the last 10 seconds, and Exceed, he is looking for the hero play all the way towards top triple on the right side of stage.
Early rotation in effect for Omit Brooklyn, and this is now going to have to be a hill that you try to get some real time on, but Exceed here, top sky, able to find himself some clean shots. And with the cover fire, it feels like that might be a chance now to get yourself a little bit closer to the point. But Brack, hot off the spawn, has another 1v1 in the point. Fire, just trying to pepper through the wall. And, well, he does get the best of Brack here again, as he's now responsible for laying down on the time.
Again, every second for 5 Fears is keeping Omit Brooklyn behind right now. So you have to ask back to get back into this one, although Abe's going to get 3 kills and shut you completely out from the hard point yet again. 20 seconds still. That's going to put you over the 200-point margin on this red card, heading into a set of hills that 5 Fears have looked clinical on over the past couple of rotations. So going to P5 immediately, Omit Brooklyn, they're looking to beat you out.
Yeah, Yuli's going to deny just about 6 seconds, but it could hurt them on the rotation. Standy already starting to try to get himself into a position where he could linger a little bit, come behind the play, just looking for a read on where the majority of the push is actually coming from. But so far, so good here for Omit, up until Hixie flies out of glass. Gets a good look at the second. Standy, though, backs up, reinforces, there to try to put some pressure on the point. Back and forth we go for the trades. Still a moment for Omit Brooklyn to try to hold on to some of this time. They do a decent job of finding the majority of the kills.
Slowly and slowly, you're just scraping away at this lead that 5 Fears has given themselves, but split spawns for 5 Fears are going to give so many different angles that Omit Brooklyn have to worry about, and as soon as the kills come through, it is 2 from Fire. Standy and Brack doing their best to keep Omit Brooklyn in this fight, in this engagement. You need this back 20 seconds, but 5 Fears, they are stealing it away.
Certainly are. Fire over the top, not able to find a whole lot of shots. Hixie, pedal to the metal, flies forward for 1, challenges the second. Prolute not going to let that happen. Just 4 seconds up for grabs, more or less all about moving to new. Standy is here, and he looks to play for some of the map positioning.
First one in, just down by 40. Yuli outside, Brack on the hedges. This is a solid setup for Omit Brooklyn. Have to find the kills, though. That's been the difference.
Brack over the top, good connection with the nade. Gets a read on Abe here at the stage area. Abe just playing the patient game with him. Brack slow challenges. Abe says no problem. Now on to the point. The break looks good. 5 Fears back on the time.
That's so good from Abe to play it slow on that staging. No, you don't have to overchal anything at all, and the rest of 5 Fears just flying at you right now. So back 20 seconds, Brack's going to try to make the play to see if he can get through this P1 hill. He ends up going down, and off the back of this, if 5 Fears get the rest of this time, it is going to be only about 10 points that you need to win it.
Yeah, you're going to be pretty hard-pressed here if you're Omit Brooklyn to try to play perfect going into this next hill, because even so, you can't even win it off of a full 60 at the next hill. So not going to be ideal, and it's going to be a required break. Have to move quickly. So Abe getting a read on this push down low, but is not going to be able to find a whole lot of value. Now it's about finding the kills cleanly in the back. So far, so good. Last one up, going to be Exceed, but Brack is in the time, trying to delay this just a tad bit more.
Well, all 4 players here, and they're actually going to send 1 player up top. That's going to be Exceed. He's going to try to work behind this entire play. Prolude has to get the kills. He does.
Bro, look good for 3, looking for 4 on the Hixie, and oh man, he's able to deliver. How about that? Omet Brooklyn not out of it just yet, but still have to fight off another wave.
6 seconds, so they're gonna go again. Can Prolude be good for a little bit more? He's shut down over the top inside. It's going to be Hixie trying to put this game away. Hixie almost shutting you down, but still Omet fighting. Only 6 seconds is needed. Now 5 seconds, they can win it.
Yeah, they could win it right here, right now. Nobody in position to touch, and how about it? 5 Fears able to strike first this time around in map number 1, 250 to 204.
What a game again from 5 Fears. It just felt like they were never behind, always ahead, always winning their battles, contesting when they need to, and you know, a double kill when Omet had that hill under control is most likely what you saw either by Hixie or Abe, both of them loving to get involved with these hills. And really slowing down that approach from this Omet Brooklyn team. And that really shakes up our expectations for this series. When we put so much focus onto 5 Fears going into this best of 5, like, you don't want to go down 0-2 to this Omet Brooklyn squad.
Of course.
You kick off this red card hardpoint with a win. That sets you up for a lot better of a series, a lot easier of a series than you had back in that winner's bracket.
I 100% agree. And I think that the production that we're getting out of some of the players that we don't normally see it from, like Hixie, who drops 37 kills again at the end of that hard point. Like, we're not normally getting that from Hixie, so it just feels like he is just coming into his own. He's going big. There's times where he's just playing his life, and we know that from Hixie. We know that he can do those sorts of things, but when he's putting up those multi-kills and he's giving you those advantages on the point, he's breaking, it's just, it turns this team into such a strong hard point team, and I think that's why we've seen them really excel when it comes to this game mode throughout this weekend. So you see it here again, you look at the replays, and you'll see a lot of that throughout this entire map.
And there's going to be so many times when you pay attention to that kill feed and there's a moment for Omet Brooklyn to get set up for a hill and then bam, double kill from someone. Exceed right there over towards P4. Fire at times, and if not him, it was Abe who was just locking down kills through that bottom stage. And you know, we went to P5 countless times where Omet Brooklyn were the first times rotated in, but majority of the time was uncontested. It's just nobody soaking up that hill, and as long as you have an advantage on red guard, keeping that P5 uncontested with nobody in it, that is a job well done going into the next couple of hills, because 5 Fears, they always found a way to break those hills. They always found a way to flip out Omet Brooklyn in those big setups that they were looking to lock in, and you had so many opportunities for Omet Brooklyn. It just felt like the kills were never really followed up with.
Man, 5 Fears looking pretty solid this time around. And again, yesterday they played Omet Brooklyn. It was on the skyline, and it felt like maybe they were just a little bit flat-footed. Weren't really the normal 5 Fears that we had seen leading up to that point in time. But here, they are ready to strike, ready to be first, and really just ahead on tempo, it feels like, through the majority of the map. Got to be feeling great this time around, and you take a look at the game flow, and there never really was a lead change.
Nope.
It was just building that lead, trying to extend it as far as you possibly could, and then eventually just winning by the 50 points that you led by essentially throughout the majority of the map.
He got close to the P3 rotation that we did see, but that's the moment when you had a split spawn between the Omet guys, and as quick as they tried to break that hill, the rest of 5 Fears were right behind you to immediately break it, keep you into the bottom of that parking garage, and keep that just hill time growing for themselves on that P3 to P4 that we saw Abe get a triple kill to lock down that stage as well. And you can see that that's where everything starts to grow for this team. A couple hills for Omet Brooklyn where you're only getting 10 points per hill, and that's where you look at it to just get a little bit stagnant, struggling at staying inside those objectives, and not really having any control of the map around them.
Right. Okay. So, map number 1, good for 5 Fears. And now we start to look towards what will be the SND coming up here very, very shortly to see if we'll get a response. Because watching these two play SND yesterday, man, it was a lot of fun. There was just a lot of chess games happening back and forth. You're seeing the aggression. And again, there's just a lot of strong SND players that you have on both sides here. But just coming off of recently what we had seen in that winners final, it felt like SND was a bit of a problem. And it's hard to say, was that just, you know, stylistically up against Team Notorious that is just so good at the game mode? Or is that just, you know, not having a lot of reps versus them? It really is hard to pinpoint.
So many times when you look at this 5 Fears roster and you can pick out when somebody over-chows and they just give their life up, especially when you have a first blood, life advantage, somebody gets a little bit too eager to make that play and you throw it away to the other team. And
right.
You know, we saw that yesterday for this red card in particular, where it's a 6-4 win for Omit Brooklyn to go up 2-0 in the series. There were countless times where 5 Fears had the first blood, won that engagement, and then just lost on the transition or took too long to get that bomb down at one of the objectives. So it's one thing you look at for 5 Fears in this game is that if you get that first blood, you have to be hyper-focused on keeping that advantage on your side.
Well, let's see if they can do that. This time around, they will not find the first blood, and they won't find the second either. It's going to be a couple of opening kills from Prolute and Yuli. Abe, though, might be able to find a response. Just too much to deal with. 3 players all firing shots means that he's only able to come up with the first one. Exceed now for a 1v3.
You know, he's in behind. Nobody is watching. Kill him to the bomb carrier. Shots in. Lots of damage.
Oh!
A second one, too.
That deja vu.
Something about Exceed in a 1vx when you're playing towards P5. This guy just, it makes my bunk clutch up.
I tell you, man, we almost saw that 1v4 yesterday where he just found that ridiculous 3-piece and almost put together the fourth with the pistol before slipping away. But yeah, he's got just that snapper around this area. And he certainly gives it a good look. Almost a 1v3. Not going to happen, though. Omit Brooklyn, they make sure they clutch up.
I thought that was a whole other round. I'm not going to lie. I was like, okay, like, who won round 2 right there? That was a whole different game when Exceed gets involved. But it's, again, you lose that first blood. You're forced to make a hero play. You get so close to winning those rounds, even in the clutch, that you have to think that winning these opening duels would make your job so much easier. Another one from Omit Brooklyn. It's a double kill from Yuli and Prolute there to assist him.
Wow.
Doesn't stop with that.
Wow. Shots from Standy. So perfect. Exceed. All right. He's on the other side of the map this time. And this is a lot of angles to look at, so maybe not as easy to try to do it this time around. In Omit Brooklyn, they will collapse.
See everybody come out, it's like, begin! And he squares up against everybody. You got some good shots out. Not a single player from 5 Fears checked ticket. You left it unchecked, no stuns inside of that booth, and Prolute inside there just living for free. As soon as you cross into mid and you look and you see that the glass is broken, something is there, or you should hear audio cues if they're coming from P5 on the glass breaking, you have to throw a stun, check it, do anything you can, because nobody was watching that. There was no calm on that player in the position. Yuli and Prolute out to 5 kills together to start this one. Standy involved as well, but finally, 5 Fears, they get that first blood.
All right, now can they actually utilize the numbers advantage now that they have it? We've gotten a lot of information that there is plenty of action happening in and around this B site, and you've been able to stack 3 of your members inside. The trophy system was over to the left, so the nade actually connects, but Hixie still comes up with a kill. That's now 2 for Hixie in the round, and Abe gets the 3rd.
When he plays his life, everybody stays down. It is flawless for 5 Fears there off of that B site defense. So finally you're on the board better, technically, than what we saw yesterday on this red card. It was 0-3 down to kick this one off, but you put a stop to that momentum inside of round number 3. As well, the fact that Hixie is able to just pop up, win that fight over towards the balcony, that is a huge shutdown for himself, because you go down in that moment, you allow for Omit Brooklyn to enter that B site. That's when you start to see things get a little bit mixy for this 5 Fears teams. They kind of struggle for some of those close engagements that we've seen.
Prolute, couple shoulders, going to get an idea of where this offensive hit's actually going to be coming from. Standy down low is in a forward position on the stage to pop out, and well, that's going to be a good nade connection there from Brack. So they still got good info that, listen, there's still a couple players lingering in and around the mid steps.
And Standy's going to make the playoff for this one too. No expectations from Abe. First blood for Omit Brooklyn, and Standy looks like he wants more.
He does. He's hit the gas, and Exceed not ready for that one whatsoever. So a huge play from Standy to come up with 2.
Bomb over towards B. Yuli's here. Good shots. Nobody expects it. 1 versus 3. This time it's fire. So he's going to get the bomb, walk away a little bit. Different angle. They almost line up, but Omit Brooklyn not going to let that one get by them at all. So Standy, what a call from him and Brack. The communication between the two of them, knowing the timing towards the bottom of the stage. Again, a situation where, you know, there's no wall bangs, there's no stuns thrown towards stage to see if there's a player there. You don't get the timing to see the cross either. And for Brack, all it takes is one good frag grenade thrown over Globe. And as soon as it hits, Standy is ready to pounce on it.
Yeah, Brack's been really good with his set nades this weekend. Like, how many doubles have we seen in some of the respawns? It's been honestly astonishing. And like you said, that one sets up a nice little push and a freebie for Standy. So 3-1 the tally. Omit Brooklyn certainly leading with charge. Fire looking for that first kill and is finally able to get it. And well, his AR duo is also able to follow through with a kill of his own.
Brack first kill of the game, spots out Fire, plays his life, and gets away. So 3 versus 2. 5 fears. A situation where this first blood wants to translate into a round. Brack is teeing up against Fire, and he looks like he is feeling it right now. But he's putting so much focus on himself that if he could pull these players away from A, allow Fire to get this bomb planted for top window, then that post plan is given a chance.
Well, Standy's going to get the bomb down successfully. You're hoping to get one at a Standy here close on the site so then you can play the clutch spot.
This is what we saw from Turiel.
Stun does not find the connection. Standy looking to make something happen. A long flank in the back that could be searching for Brack. Close on the site. We needed one, and well, Standy unable to deliver. Brack now looking for what would be a 1v3. He's got a player close on him, and yeah, that will be the finisher. Needed to get one there out of Standy, but he is overwhelmed, taken out, and that is a clean retake from 5 Fierce.
That was really well timed from 5 Fears to not give a single kill up on that retake. You know, Abe on the flank, he's not getting too over aggressive onto where Brack might be. If he doesn't see him towards that top window, then you know he's playing out towards the streets, and together the double chow over towards that bomb. It's a tough fight to take, so you don't want to give Standy any chances for a 1v1. So you play it together, you get rid of him handedly, and off of another first blood, 5 Fears turn it into a round, keep it by 1. So now the question of, can this team get an offensive win? We can see exactly where they're going, and it is going to be a split push over towards B. 2 players in ticket.
Not going to find any information with the stuns, and well, that's because everybody's over by B here for 5 Fears, looking to break down the doors and charge into the site. If they could find an angle, but maybe it's going to be a little bit of a bait call. So if they're going to do this, they're going to have to do this quickly.
You know this team likes to play with speed. Brack's going to spot the cross, though. Exceed thought it was safe, but it was more a yellow light than a green light, and, you know, it changed to red pretty fast. So first blood steal for Omit. And a second one with Yuli's nade connecting, so back to B. But look at who has cut the gap, and it is a fight in the back for Hixie not to win. Put some pressure on Abe, almost getting all 3. But not this time for the clutch. So close every single time to see the most miraculous play ever.
Just
so
barely.
far away.
Just barely. The pre-fire was there. I mean, if Brack was just a second ahead, there's a real world where he just eats that pre-fire, and yeah, he lines up the 3K. But not the case, not in the cards. Omit Brooklyn still on top, still in charge, as they're still up by 2 rounds, up 4-2.
And it's such a smart call to bait the B hit, go over towards A. I see a lot of teams, though, cut corners and try to cross through mid, but I think Brack played a little bit tight of an angle to where you couldn't technically see it. You thought the coast was clear, and it was not. So big shutdown there for Brack, just in general.
A lot of middle map control, and it's a passive setup here offensively. Omit Brooklyn, I think we're certainly hoping to find a couple of freebies of this aggression. It just doesn't work out here for them. That said, they are still going to be even up until that point. Fire actually loses his life through mid, so now you do have the man advantage. You just have to retrieve the bomb.
Abe's completely going to disengage from that aggressive angle, too. Group up alongside Hixie, this sub-duo. Should have Hixie on that Ames right now, looking to clutch up, and they're going to go right through mid.
Oh, Prolu just slips away, but Hixie, he can't do the same. All down to Abe, trapped in the elevator, and, well, not going to go up in time. So Omit Brooklyn, what looked like a very passive round that wasn't working out, they get some response kills, and they do bounce back for 3 rounds in a row.
That's one of those good old rounds for 5 Fears when you get the first blood, but then you throw away that life count. With Fire going down late into that setup, it was so patient, so passive from Omit Brooklyn that I think you feel the need to go hunt for those kills, but you're taking space that you technically don't need to, and it allows a way back in for 5 Fears, and Prolute slides out. That Omni movement hits the ground, baiting both Hixie and Abe out in the open, and with 5 Fears playing so close together, that is great usage of that life count to just collapse again, opening that round up with another first blood. They want this over.
Yeah, they do. Brack up to 5 in a row after that slow start. He is completely locked in, and 5 Fear is going to have to do a heck of a lot of work if we're going to see a round number 8. And they've decided to actually just try to push through this B site, but the bomb's down, and they clearly must know it because they are set up around it.
Shots in. Abe finishes the kill. 2 versus 3. Can you 2v4 this one? Fire and Abe together, playing so close in proximity. And now that Omit Brooklyn, they know where this is coming from. They've completely wrapped a ticket.
Nade out. Oh, kill through the middle. 2v4 just became a little bit more possible, but you still have to get the bomb. And you take a look at where Brack is, you're going to have to read this positioning. Fire, he did get a glimpse of him, but he doesn't get the read that he actually crossed over left. Brack up top. What? Surprise, surprise! Abe's now down. Sure, you got the bomb, but are you going to be able to make it there for the plant? The answer is no. It would have to come by way of kill. And Yuli, he has dipped out in the back of the map. We'll see you later. He's heading to the control, and so are Omit Brooklyn as they tie it up here 1 apiece.
That is a weird one for Brack. I can't believe he killed Abe up top. Fire should have helped him on that one. And as soon as, you get those tags from Abe, I don't know why Fire just was still so focused onto the bottom of stage. Maybe he was down there and it was a little bit weird on the timings, but that is a tough loss in the near 2v4 clutch between Abe and Fire. Abe doing so much work in that last round there, but ultimately it is still the same issues. Search and Destroy, not looking very good for this 5 Fears team.
Yeah, Search and Destroy definitely showing some woes. It feels like a little bit of inconsistencies. The respawns, they've been great. That's been a little bit of a reliable source here for them, but yeah, the SND's been a problem, and something that we're going to have to see change, because you could definitely see a world where this goes to another map 5 here potentially. And, I feel like Omit Brooklyn, they're really good at just shaking it up and being difficult to read at times, and you saw that a lot throughout this map.
They're so good at just understanding the timings just in general. I mean, you saw Yuli there, knows exactly when to chow over towards the bleachers, just checking on intervals that's going to catch 5 Fears deer in the headlights almost, and you saw it from Standy and Brack too, outside over towards stage in the defensive round where they were playing for that kill on Glow with the set nade into the challenge. And there's so many times where you find yourself early if you're 5 Fears in 1v3s, 1v2s, 1v4s, and it's just not acceptable when it is such a consistent thing across this weekend that, how many times do we say, oh, Abe's in a 1v3 or Exceed's in a 1 versus 4 situation, and they get so close to winning those rounds, and it's just not close enough and not consistent enough for you to really feel comfortable in these search and destroys. And you think back to how many rounds came down to 1v1s after being in those situations, just to think that if you can start winning these opening duels, if you can feel a little bit more comfortable off these breakoffs and understanding the timings for your opponents, you win a couple of those fights, you play your life even, and keep it into 4v4s. We could be talking about way different 5 Fierce teams, but they just don't have an understanding for this game mode right now, and it's not clicking.
It's not clicking. And you take a look at a lot of the First Bloods, I mean, it's going to make SND a hell of a lot easier when you're finding that many First Bloods there for yourself. And again, I just think mixing it up the way that they did, a lot of great decision-making, a lot of great calls, slowing down certain offensive rounds, getting great reads on what their defensive setup's going to look like, and there to punish just about every single time. So we're all tied up 1-1, and now we start eyeing up what will be that control coming up here, Colin.
Yeah, I'm excited because I think control's been a big swing for both of these two teams. Obviously, you look back to the winner's bracket when they were playing up against each other. This was the start of the reverse sweep. 4 or 5 years, but at the same time, you look at what we got from Brooklyn versus LAG just earlier today. That was such a close control on protocol, but they still took the win at the end of it. So you're still feeling good about those respawns right now. If you're Brooklyn, it's just can you show up here and make it a little bit more comfortable than what we saw last time you were playing?
That's what you're hoping for here, but we'll see which way it's going to swing. We are going to throw things to a break. When we come back, control coming your way. Welcome back, everyone, to the AMD Overclocked 10K tournament. We are gearing up for map number 3 in our lower final here between Omen, Brooklyn, and 5 Fears. First map went over to 5 Fears. They looked pretty solid through the hardpoint, got close, but overall it felt like it was controlled. Second time around, well, it was basically the exact opposite. Omen, Brooklyn were the ones in control of the red card search and destroy, but we are heading to a different map 3 from what we saw yesterday, Colin. We are going to Vault Control.
This is a map that we haven't really seen a whole lot of in general for this game mode over the weekend. So for both of these two teams trying to test out something new against each other, the control gets banned out by Omit Brooklyn for protocol this time around. Didn't feel as comfortable versus LAG mates as you would have hoped it was. It comes down to, what was it, like a 4 versus 2? I know we saw a little bit of a recap towards the end of it, but it was close. And now you're looking to test out something else like this Vault Control, see if you can, take the respawn away from 5 Fears. You look back to that Hardpoint and, how close some of it did feel back on that red card. But a lot of it really came down to, was it really... I'd say for the hardpoint, it really came down to, for this Omit Brooklyn team, if you can get the proper setups in a lot of these engagements, they weren't putting the kills behind those setups. And there were so many times where you saw 5 Fears easily just break right through that and find the necessary kills. A double kill from Exceed, a double kill from Abe. Sometimes it was Hixie even getting involved for those hard points. And if that's going to continue now into a vault control, for example, then it's going to make it really hard for you to, even on the defense, put pressure on towards the spawns. And we've seen so many times, especially with the spawn change on vault, which happened, very recently in terms of the competitive rule sets. If you're on the attacking side and you get 4 down, you spawn everybody else out over towards that, back P4 spawn. It's almost a guaranteed round for so many people when they do get that 4 down. It's so easy to translate when that does happen. So there's going to be so many points for Omit Brooklyn going into this vault control where you need to start putting some sustenance behind those setups that you do have and really shut down the slaying of 5 fears.
Yeah, I think that is the key, and being able to just make sure, again, you're tracking names, because a huge problem from what we've been seeing in some of these respawns has really been players getting behind the play, stopping you from what you want to do. And again, you got to give a lot of credit to from what we've seen from Hixie, from what we see from Abe. When it comes down to controls, it feels like this is where they can really flourish, and that can play a big difference when you're playing on a map like Vault, where you can get close quarters and you can be difficult to find and kill. So definitely some things that we're going to look out for jumping into this one. But overall, you take a look at what happened kind of in the control yesterday. I want to say that it was 3-1, if I remember, maybe on the protocol. A lot of matches yesterday that I'm kind of coming back to, but it was almost a little bit back and forth. But however, this was the turning point, at least yesterday.
It was.
For 5 fears when they started to make that reverse sweep.
This was this not the 3-0 that Fire just absolutely clutched up on?
That's right. That's right, on the protocol. Yes, sir.
No, it's all coming back. We've watched so much Call of Duty with these.
Yeah, it's hard to remember, man.
That it all bleeds together at some point. But no, I mean that 3-0 in the protocol, just in general, Fire. For the offensive round, you set up for the double stack. He gets the double kill, just playing his life perfectly off the regen too. The third one comes in, he challenges, he wins it out. You get that easy push over towards B that we oftentimes see happening for protocol when the 4 kills do come through for your team. And Vault is kind of similar in that same sense. When you do have that A zone capture, if you lose that initial break off on defense, suddenly you're still spawning up closer towards P4. It takes you a little bit of time to re-clear through catwalk, get into a position. And if that triple stack is on, it goes fast. The offensive team ducks in towards the Vault, gets over towards B. You drop a trophy system and you are set in stone, especially if one of those defensive or offensive players gets over towards art. That makes it even more difficult. So that's always something to keep in the back of your head, because you're going to be seeing Abe do a lot of that. You're going to be seeing Hixie do a lot of that. And if they go and get into that top art control on the offensive side, Omit Brooklyn, we have to look to see how they do deal with situations like that.
We absolutely do. So let's see how it all comes together for us. Map number 3, massive swing map in the cards in the lower final. And so far, Trade's going to go back and forth. Either team with a full-on advantage, but Exceeds double will now allow them to get a little bit of room, and also a chance for Fire to start flying forward into the back spawns.
Yeah, immediate spawn trap situation. What 5 fears we're looking for, but you do have a player, Standy, who is looking to flip the map even still. So now you're over towards A. You need your players off the spawn to deal with this presence on the flank immediately.
Wow, team shots are good on the second, and well, the reinforcements are not going to be able to get to A, so it's going to have to come by way of the players that are already middle. Both are cleaned up quite swiftly, and you are already looking solid here with a 7-life lead for 5 fears.
There's so many players off these break-off maps that we see go on so many sprees. And Exceed is 6-0. We saw Johnny earlier go 8-0 in the Rewind Hardpoint. Yesterday, it was Diamond Con on Red Card that just kept on going on 5-kill sprees non-stop. And it is such a weird thing to see when players are just having the perfect break-offs, but Exceed there is really setting his team up.
Chance to now get some progress done on A, looking for that first segment, and Exceed goes for the secondary chow, will be punished. And now you got a bit of a stack going, so chance to start working for some more ticks of progress. Brack also reinforcing the play, and you got multiple members looking for that third tick, and that very well should be the zone, and a minute 18 to work with here for the next zone.
This is going to be so important in how you deal with these exit kills. Already, though, Omit Brooklyn looking to snowball. You get Yuli on the zone, a couple of kills as well. Nobody flanking, so it's all eyes forward in the setup.
Exceed, a lot of players in front of them, so Doesn't want to over-chow, but does find Proloot here from the off angle. Looking for Standy now in outer palms. That would be the next big pickup, and he's out here with a sub, so he's waiting for a close chow, and he gets double chowed. So the zone will be cleared off. They do stop that first tick. It's decent recovery overall from Omit, but now they're just down to 7 lives working towards the B zone.
It's a fantastic recovery, though, from 5 Fierce just in general. To off the respawn, you saw Hixie and Fire push their way through mid, get through that double doors, get in towards the flank as well in tree. And unfortunately for Omit Brooklyn, I mean, it's a great job. The capture over towards A, just that life disparity that you found yourself in after Exceed goes 6 in a row, now 9-2 for the team. It's just too far skewed for you to, I think, come back in this round unless you get forked out right here, right now.
Yuli in a position to try to make some magic happen. AR now in hand. First one picked up, snapped it to the second. Abe just has too much in front of him, so maybe the magic is currently happening. Couple players on the zone. Second tick slowly being worked on here. Gonna have to make your move if you're 5 Fierce. Last tick now, needs to be secure. Challenge is out, and well, a couple players gonna come through. That should be good. Brack in the back, but okay. Hold on a second. Brack keeps the play alive, and all of a sudden, it's 3 playing up against 4. You got a chance to still contest here, but now Fire's gonna drop, and oh my goodness, Omit Brooklyn, they just steal away the round.
Just lightly just toss it out the window for that entire setup that you had. You had the spawn trap, you had lives, you had time on your side. But Yuli makes the play, the big brain play, and as soon as the flank does unfold, 2 players off your respawn win 2 key engagements against the flanking plays that 5 Fierce kept on throwing at you. The triple stack on B goes fast. You saw Fire, he was there really trying to play his life, time it properly. Like, you don't want to jump the gun because you want to give your teammates a little bit of leeway to get back involved as well. So that late touch does stall for a second, but he doesn't find a kill. He doesn't stay there long enough, and home at Brooklyn with highway robbery in round 1.
Yeah, that's a heist if I've ever seen it. Man, that's got to sting. And I think you got to make sure you just keep your cool coming into round number 2. But 5 in a row right now for Proloot, so maybe a chance for a set of streaks to come in. Yuli throws the nade back, and will be able to duck and dive out of there as his teammates are getting ready to collapse through middle, and they do actually manage to come up with 3, and that will be the 4th. Brack's on 3 in a row, and they have a chance now to set up a spawn trap of their own.
Home at Brooklyn kind of laughing in their shoes like, yeah, you just let us get back from a situation similar to this. We're not going to let you do that to us, though. So only losing 1 life off this break off Austin. Proloot's on 5 in a row. We saw how dangerous he can be when he goes on these sprees. He has the Hellstorm, too. So still on these sprees, 5 for Yuli, or 5 for Standy. Scudcaster is breaking my mental for a second. And 5 Fierce are struggling to just get out of their spawn, get anything going.
Proloot on 7. He is streaked up. Looking good. 30 seconds left in the clock. No segments have gone over. Little desperation push kind of happening over by B. It's only 1 player that gets through, and Standy maybe just aware of potential players that could get involved in the play, and he looks the wrong way. So similar thing potentially in the cards here. A is going to be jumped on for a second. They work for the first tick.
Yeah, even if you do cap it here, it's still going to be a minute 18 to go over towards B. Second tick is in. Everybody from Omit just giving it up. You don't want to give into the resources or allow any of your lives to swing back. So they're just going to set up on this flank and try to trap 5 Fierce off of this A cap.
Solid discipline. Standy knows someone's close, but he will get help again for Proloot, who's been off to a pretty fiery start. 13 kills to his name, but will be cut down. Trying to open up this laneway by B. Brack just going to completely bail and dip out of there with the knife. Repositions and sees if he can maybe come behind this play that's starting to build up at B.
Flanking play from Abe. His teammates win the fights over towards the zone. We can see something similar before, but Brack, who played his life, has rewrapped all the way back around, and he's going to force those spawn outs over towards P2. Again, just dwindling that time bank, now down to 36 with 7 lives left.
Brack, though, great power position here. Just waiting for information for some of his teammates, and, well, there he is. He's going to be able to find Exceed, no problem. So down to 5 lives, as you pointed out. That is certainly going to be a bit of a problem. Long-range shots on point for Brack. 16 and 8, 4 in a row, and now your final 4 lives. You'd be loving to get one more tick here if you can. 2 would be fantastic. They do have a stack on the zone, but numbers just not going to be in their favor. However, someone defensively does need to make their move. That is 2 ticks that has been locked in. Standy finds a nade kill. Fire now the last one up, and they do manage to get there in time.
Hey, you know what? That could have been a lot worse.
Agreed.
For 5 Fears. You still walk away with 5 segments off of it. You're 0-2 down in this control, but if you go back into a defensive setup like you saw in round number 1, you set Omit Brooklyn into that spawn trap. Maybe Exceed goes on another 5 spree. 9-2 start to this game was fantastic for the defense of 5 Fears, but the thing is, if you actually stop this offense clean, then 5 Fears do have a chance for that round 5 defense still. So this is comebackable, and we've seen teams in a similar position still pull off a win.
Down 2-0, but a chance to get some redemption on your defending round if you're 5 Fears, as the set nades come right over the top. Standy getting involved early, and well, that is not the break-off that you want here if you are, in fact, 5 Fears. Already on the A zones, going for the stack and working for the second tick.
Start that you really want, but still salvageable. As you can see, Exceed going all the way underneath Volt to stop this play up towards B. Soon enough, Prolude going to be shot in the back, and yeah, you've found some way back into this round, but still that second segment's in.
Shot's going to come through. Brack is dealt with through the middle. They have been able to stop some of that progress that was building up on A for a second. Prolude, nice little drop. Able to find himself a big pickup here too. Does he get the read on the second? Yes, he does. Prolude doing just about all of it right now. That is disgusting. Prolude finds himself on 4 in a row. 23 kills now to his name.
A-Zone surely is done, barring Hixie is going to be able to do something miraculous. He stops it for the meantime, now going to deplete this third segment. Prolude dancing, finessing. It is a prolonged gunfight, so Hixie's actually done enough to at least get his teammates in a situation to keep this one going, and that is big enough. Still, the A-Zone's going to get captured, and you have nobody at B to stop this snowball.
Yeah, no one's in a great position right now. Everyone's fighting out of their spawn, but Abe is still able to win a battle. Hixie gets one himself, so they do actually recover well. 4 players going to drop down. Hixie and Abe doing it together, and that will ensure all 4 players are in fact fighting out of the offensive spawn here as the AR battles start to take place.
It is not doom and gloom for 5 Fears. Still, you have a chance in the segments, and this is just a 1-life game, so you slow things down, you start to put some kills on the board, you cut down the lives and you cut down the time, and here is a chance on the flank. It's going to be Hixie.
Hixie will get assistance there. Oh, that's a snap up close. Finds Yuli, sub in hand now, and well, you're going to eliminate some more time off the clock. Looking solid this time around defensively for 5 Fears. You got some great map control, and you're starting to get a little bit low on time if you're Omit.
Well, Brack again looking to be that playmaker. We saw Yuli in a similar position last time, and it cracked this B setup wide open. So high alert to take down Brack. You still have focus onto the player over towards gold. 2-life lead for 5 Fears. 41 seconds, and Fire's got free reign on this double door push.
Another big kill. Streak's going to come through. That should have been Prolude's streak, so he's able to find at least Fire, and that will give them a chance to get onto the zone. Brack wants to get across the bottom arc, but he is denied the opportunity. Omit now down to their final 4 lives, and you are still going to have to worry about getting to this zone and trying to capture the ticks of progress. Prolude bullied off the zone for a second as he waits for the reinforcements.
And now you're thinking, was that streak even worth it? Because you lose this round and it's not going to be available for the next one. Exceed now on the flank. He's got free reign on these shots. 2 lives left. And 5 Fears have done it, albeit it is still going to be a pushback from Standy. 7 seconds to touch.
If you can get a touch here, you might have a read on a couple of the players. No respawns for 5 Fears either. But Exceed makes it that much more probable. Double chow comes through, no problem. And this time there will be no clutch for Omit Brooklyn.
Let me tell you, when I'm looking in my crystal ball at what is to be for that round 5 to come, as we expect this 5 Fears team to still have some gas in the tank for this map number 3, to have some fight back against Omit Brooklyn. If they win this round outright with segments, that is going to guarantee them a 5th round defense. So for 5 years, you are still in this game, Austin. You're still feeling good about it. It's just cleaning up a few of these mistakes off the break-off. You want it to be a little bit cleaner, especially on this offense. And you want to silence what has been Proloot putting you in the blender throughout this game so far.
It's been great. We gassed him up for a reason coming into the series, and, well, he's delivering. 27 kills, and again, don't have the streak in the back pocket, but you might not even need it. This one, a very slow opener. 20 seconds in, finally going to get our first blood. Abe waiting patiently, follows up with a second blood, and now a bit of A control offensively here for what is going to work for a first, maybe even a second tick.
That's a 3-player stack, so it's going to work fast. Player inside Vault, he's just going to go for the full flank, and he's working alongside Brack, so Yuli and Brack are looking to dissect this one, but the A zone gets captured, they take care of the flank, and now everything's on Brack just to stay alive in this position.
Early capture and a couple of early sprees. Exceed won't be able to build that up past 5, but you can already see a couple players pushed up all the way through the street side, trying to make sure that the respawners are not going to have ease of access going back into the zone. Proloot able to get some good shots, and well, the trade's going to go back and forth for now. Still lots of lives to play with here, too. So very earlier on in the round, we'll see exactly what's going to happen from Fire as he tries to cut through mid and play around line. But he's also aware that he's in between a rock and a hard place. There's just a lot of players gunning for him, and he finally drops 2.
Whether it was the rock or the hard place, he's still going to end up going down. Abe, gun in hands. He's going to fall, but it's Exceed who has slipped the net. So now what you're thinking if you're 5 fears is we have to focus on these players who are flanking. If we can get Brack out of top gold and Exceed can start to activate here, this is a round that surely we can put away.
Good power position. Yuli's also trying to make it across, and it looks like he might be able to reinforce Brack, who is also playing opposite to this. Exceed's got a lot to deal with now in front of him. Has to pick his chows wisely. Knows there's players down low. Nade's going to go out. It's a double stack to try to deal with him, and the stun is placed perfectly. That will be cleaned up by Standy. However, you've still been able to get yourself to the zone. First tick of progress secured.
It's a double stack, but you're going to have a quick answer from this Omit Brooklyn team. Yuli down in the vault, only going to limit it to the 1 progress bar at B. Still in this one for 5 fears, a 1 life difference. Hixie's going to take somebody off the spawn, and that's going to open up these gates wide open. 38 seconds to steal this one, send it to a round 5, and give yourself a chance to keep this game in your favor.
Trophy systems out. Hixie doing some miraculous work through the middle. Exceed's also able to win his one-on-one. Yuli, a lot on his shoulders now to try to get forward, but he's going to be dealt with. Easy reads. Kills are being cleaned up. 5 fears want to see a round number 5, and, well, they look good for it. Down 0-2, but not out. We're going the distance in this control.
Love it or hate it, but these are the control maps that you love to witness. Just a pure chess game between both sides. Can Exceed make the play towards Art? If it does fail, what's the contingency plan? Hixie through Catwalk is going to try to cut some of these lives down from the respawning players of Omit Brooklyn. If your team can get rid of Brack, that really sets you up, and it is just who can get the better leg on that B offense. And with that, like I've been kind of highlighting, Austin, that should put you on the defensive side now, 4-5 fears. So from down 0-2 to now in a defensive round 5 setup, 5 fears are climbing, clawing their way back into this game.
Are they ever? This time around, though, it's all aggression early. No one's waiting patiently for any of those kills and rushes to come in. Abe gonna get a read right away, but can't get the snap in time. So Yuli comes out and at least is able to deal with the first one. Lots of trades through the middle still, and that will make sure that both zones are going to stay neutral. No ticks, no early aggression just yet.
Good kill there from Abe. It's gonna stop everything unfolding on that flank presence from Omit Brooklyn. Abe, though, he's going to get caught. You found your way all the way through into Lion. Yuli, a second one, backs up, and A-Zone is going to be the focus now for the double stack.
Yuli threatening this B-Zone. The nade looking for a martyrdom, but it won't happen.
It's a triple
stack. The car is going to blow up, and you said it, triple stack on A. Looking like it might just be the capture here, pending Exceed can't do anything insane, and that won't be the case. So again, another early zone capture, minute 50, and Brack's already very far forward.
That's a big kill from Hixie. If not, that could be the round done and dusted. He's looking for more, flying out, not able to get through. Second tick now getting worked on. Exceed's going to contest.
Looking for toes. Exceed. Oh, he's able to find one at
He
the
wasn't on
very
it.
least, but they're able to get the second capture. Now you have to play perfect here defensively. Fire going to be forward with Abe. They are going to take away some of the space. Down low in the vault, Standy dealt with. Another kill through the middle, and now a chance to try to stabilize here on the defense.
Smallest of margins between both of these two teams, throwing haymakers at each other right now. Austin, Abe looking to activate. He's on 3 in a row. Now looking to get lost. Knife out, swaps back, not able to get the kill, but the team is right behind him to assist. Minute 22, 5 Fears coming alive at the finish line.
Need to do it, though, for another minute. And Omet Brooklyn just need one good wipe and a stack, and they got themselves a big series lead. Great first kill going to come through in and around the catwalk. Try to maybe make your way all the way around and threaten a flank. Standy, Abe, both dancing with each other. Abe now tries to slip across. Won't be allowed to do so. 5 Fears up in lives by about 3, and still 50 seconds on the clock.
I love this call from 5 Fears to send some players through catwalk. A lot of information coming up from Fire saying that this should be open. If only Hixie went through pool and not catwalk, but with that, Omet Brooklyn 3 go down, make it 4 go down. They have the double stack on.
Stack is in. Now you have to try to hope for some grenades to come over the top of the trophy system, keeping everybody safe, and nobody gets there. Omet Brooklyn looked like they maybe let up on the gas a tad bit, but in the end, they still bring it home.
What a game just from both teams, though. It is so close to watch who's going to be getting that smallest edge into those games, and it all comes down to a well-read flank from Omet Brooklyn onto Hixie there through the catwalk. He had the read for the timing. It was just a little bit shorter than when you would have wanted. Instead of going through pool, you go through the catwalk, and Yuli was watching it. Everybody wins their fights at that last bit, and that is just as close as it could get for a control in general. Hats off to 5 Fears for being able to bring that one all the way to a round 5, steal that defense, give you a chance for that game, because it was not looking good after that round 2.
No, it was not. It was looking like it was going to be potentially a 3-0, but, you saw some adjustments at the beginning of those rounds, slowing it down at times, making sure they're not just jumping out of the zone and then trying to play reactionary, right? Trying to get a read on where some of these hits are coming from, shutting down the flank a couple of times as well, but in the end, it was just a great opening round 5, and followed up by what was a very early zone to give you 2 minutes to work towards B was certainly one of the big win conditions there on the closer. So love to see that there if you're an Omet Brooklyn fan, as you're now 2-1 up after what was a very solid performance again from top to bottom from just about every single member.
And I gotta see this too, because Exceed starts this round 1 9-2 for the team. 19 seconds over towards B, and it is stolen away from you in that round. That is so tough to deal with in that first one, and it really comes down to just not really setting up the way that you really want to. Over towards gold, you're just taking challenges that are trying to force Omet Brooklyn onto the respawn and not really playing like what we saw Brack do in the same position, just waiting for the kills to come to you, take them easily, just play your life and spawn everybody over towards P2. Just 5 Fears, sometimes they go into a mode where they're trying to seek the chows and bully their way through these games, and Omet Brooklyn is just not a team that's going to let that fly.
No, not when they're playing like this, they won't. Clean stuff all around, a lot of big moments, and doing a good job of just shutting down some of the key players. It felt like there was a lot happening here, again, across the board from just about every single member at some point in time, but a lot of credit to ProLoot, again, who puts up almost 40 kills in the control, 37 and 29. A lot of those kills happening around the objective. I mean, it feels like, we've been gassing up ProLoot a lot today, but, man, it's hard not to. When the man's dropping the most kills, he's doing it all when it comes down to the objective. I mean, there's a lot of great things to say about him and this squad right now as they're playing some great Call of Duty.
Put some respect on Byron, man. This guy is frying right now for the team. We see it so often as well. He is the key to why they win that rewind hardpoint just earlier today as well. That 7 spree that you go on over towards that P3, he is just constantly finding himself hellstorms, streaks, just constant kills, constant pressure that is so well read. And you even think about in this vault control, just in general, that play towards you when you slide in, you play from the left side of you slide, grab the nade, toss it down at your feet, you force the gunfights into you. I mean, he is playing his life so well, just as the 25% of Omit Brooklyn that you really need from Prolin. He's going above and beyond in some of those moments to give it to you. We saw Johnny do that for LAG on that rewind too, where he was just popping off for the team. But for Prolud, it's been a little bit better. It's just been smart Call of Duty, well-thought actions, and really manipulative plays from him in that control to seize that map.
I agree. It's been fantastic, and you're going to need some more of it because now the most important map, the closer, right? You got to make sure you still close the series out. That was the problem yesterday when they played each other in that upper bracket. And if you're going to get it done, it's going to have to be by way of Hacienda Hardpoint, or you'll have a second chance on Hacienda Search and Destroy. But we have not really seen these two play the Hacienda Hardpoint here. Haven't really seen a whole lot of Hacienda Hardpoint, I feel like, as a whole on broadcast this weekend. So should be an interesting look to see what we're going to be able to get between both of these squads. And again, Rewind is no longer in the rotation. You don't have that to rely on here, so still going to need that same respawn consistency if you're 5 Fears.
Yeah, Respawn's been, I'd say, the one thing for 5 Fears, especially the hard points that I've been really excited to watch them on, because the way that they're able to play the fundamental rotations for some of the maps like we get for the Rewind or the red card even at times, it's fluid. So you move over to a map like Hacienda, the idea is not going to really change. I mean, that's the way that Hacienda does play. It's very much you want to get to your P4s, you want to get to your P2s as early as you can to get those good setups. It's easy to anchor those spawns as well. You're also covering a lot of the map when you're in those positions, and you can get a good chunk of time, which we do often see 5 Fears soaking up the hill really well, especially when you get those Hixie games where he's winning all the fights in the objective too, and he's been that guy. So if he's going to continue that trend into this Hacienda Hardpoint, I have no doubt in my mind that you can go to that Hacienda Search and Destroy as well. But this Omit Brooklyn team, they have been testing you, to say the least.
They absolutely have been, and yeah, rightly so. Hixie, right? If you're going to gas Prelude on one side, it feels like in the respawns, more specifically the hardpoints, yeah, that's where we kind of start to look at for as far as who has been one of our top performers here for 5 Fears. I think, again, everyone has stepped up when they've needed to. We've seen a lot from Exceed and Fire throughout the respawns as well. Abe has always been great and consistent, but Hixie has really been putting up some of his best numbers, it feels like, that we've seen maybe in a while, even though he's not necessarily always known for doing that per se. But when you get it and you have that added addition brought onto the roster, it makes the respawns that much easier, and that's going to be required as well as the other 3 stepping up. And as you say, Colin, you know, adding their 25% if you want to try to send this to a map number 5. Not going to be easy, man, but I'd also be here for a map number 5 in Hacienda too.
I think I'm really excited for the Yuli versus Abe battle that we're going to be getting in this map 4.
I like that.
Because Hacienda is one of those maps where the SMGs can make so much impact on those routes run. You think about, you know, trying to win your battles over towards your P4 and even P3 at times, is that the SMG has so much to do towards those top halls or even underneath over towards wine to run those routes and get those timings. And it's been that battle between Yuli and Abe, you know, even in the matchup we saw yesterday, that has so much impact on those setups for both teams. And that's going to continue for a map like Hacienda. It really plays into that storyline. It really plays into what we've been seeing between the two. Yeah,
it definitely does, with how well matched they are and just how bad both of these want it. I mean, there's also been, you know, feuds in the past between Prelude and Exceed. So, I mean, that's always something you got to throw in there for as far as wanting to get one over the other going into champs. Yeah, no surprise. I mean, there's a lot of those throughout challengers, but, you know, that's always been a fun one. So, you know, you wanted that much more as well. You know, you had 5 Fears get the best of you yesterday. You're looking for that get back. You're looking for that grand final. And, you know, and while you're waiting for that, Team Notorious are sitting back, watching over all of this, kind of figuring out what they're going to do with their vetoes, what they're going to do with their system. And that will also be a best of 7 too. So that'll be our long series to end off on Championship Sunday to see how that one ends up going. But yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of notes that they're kind of taking from this best of 5 series, figuring out what they want and what they want to play.
They're looking at that, or at this game just in general. They're saying, wait, these respawns are close. They're not having clean games against each other. Like, that's feeling good for Team Notorious, because they've also been playing these hard points extremely close. The controls as well have been so good. When you look at this Team Notorious squad, as they've just been Nezloing so many teams across the tournament, or, you know, even back over towards Miami when they were champions. Like, that 2-3-5 is dangerous from this team. And when they have a better map pool, when they have, you know, more strats and test and a pacing style against these NA teams, they're looking at these close hard points between Omit Brooklyn and Five Fears, and they want a chance to steal those ones away. And as soon as we look at this Team Notorious squad and they start winning hard points, that's when you have to be worried going into Champs Weekend, because that's the only puzzle to this team that is looking to fall into place.
Absolutely the case. Well, we are just about ready to load into the Hacienda Hardpoint to see which way this one is going to go. Are we going to head to a map number 5 to get a double dose of Hacienda, or is it all going to end here? It is Omit Brooklyn going to be able to punch that ticket, advance the top 2, get themselves a little bit of extra cash, as well as a chance to take it all home. We'll have to see. Either way, a lot on the line. Need a big bounce back here from Five Fears heading into this map 4.
Yeah, so opening break-off going to be a lot to consider in terms of taking that height away from this hill. It is going to be a quick dash away from Omit Brooklyn to try to get some early time there, but good kills from Five Fears from the top side, going to allow for Abe to drop on down with Exceed to start off strong here on Hasi.
Exceed already picking up what could have been a push through to look for a flip at P2. Exceed's able to grab himself just about 13 seconds off of P1, while his teammates have done a pretty solid job of clearing out the top of the hallways. And now some of it going neutral. Brack dabbled on the time for a second, tries to jump up top and will be taken out. Abe, awkward gunfight, doesn't get the best of the movement through the door. So Prolute able to find himself that first one. And now both teams start looking towards B2.
Yeah, this is a good start from Five Fears, but it's going to have to look over towards the break towards Nil. Starting from the front of the hill, Abe finds his way in. Prolute trophy destroyed, not going to win it. Standy there, luckily, keeps Omit Brooklyn on the initial time, but even still, it is not a good setup.
Yeah, that one's going to hurt. Standy trying to grab the AR to have the better gun here over the top of the heady, but able to get through the front for a moment was Five Fears. Now for the side door, Abe's actually going to collect a double, and that's going to allow the break. The spawn, sure, in the back, but you have a chance to still fight this from the front.
Abe is frying right now off the start. Five Fears going to be feeling good about pinning Omit Brooklyn back into the spawn. Just another wave, and you are going to blow this game wide open. But you do have Prolute spawning out, and I don't know if Abe's going to read this.
Oh, Abe just doesn't have the gun out. He's looking at a rotation here. So, yeah, it's a good route from Prolute. It's going to allow his team to collect another about 12 seconds or so, and Omit Brooklyn going to be down by a bit, but also starting to get cut down on the rotation. Everybody at Five Fears already set up and ready for new.
Yeah, I think scrap time is not what you want off of that hill. That got way too scrappy off those opening engagements, and Prolute being a little bit upset that his timing was off through L, so now it's Omit Brooklyn looking to break from the front, and Abe's flank is going to be shut down right away, so it's numbers forward to try to break this hill. Yuli's looking to get in towards Tin, still back and forth. Standy up top, going to deal the finishing blow. Spawns in the back for Five Fears. Omit now need this time.
Yeah, another big play from Standy. 3 in a row for him. Wants to try to compete for that high ground, was ready and waiting for someone to be playing for him. The timing, not going to work out, so he does get taken out there from behind. And now the rest of Five Fears with the collapse, as clean as you would like it. Prolute, the last one up on the hill. He is also dealt with, and the retake is fairly solid here from Five Fears.
Just one thing we saw back in map number 1, that red card was just constantly Omit Brooklyn behind by 20, 30 points for the majority of that game. There's an upward trend for Five Fears. So going over towards this P4 hill, early setup towards Five Fears is going to mean Omit Brooklyn got to break this one immediately through the middle.
How they're going to be able to do it. Looks like it's going to be a full flood. No bait and switching. No sliding from side to side here. Now trying to slide in, and while Brack's still able to win a pretty big one, allows his teammates to come from the other side of Lambo. That's going to be the break. Trophy system also in place.
That's very clean too, so you have no worry to reach out the rest of these players off the respawn. Good time for Omit Brooklyn to get, and of course the nades for this team to also get involved. Nice shots from Standy. 24 seconds here is going to flip the lead back over towards Omit Brooklyn going into the second set of hills, so Five Fears is going to take one more shot at it.
Yeah, this has been a great last couple of hills. Omit Brooklyn right back into it. Standy also starting to find himself on a bit of a spree. 9 seconds of scrap should very well be secured here for Omit Brooklyn. Going back into the reset of Hardpoints, they are going to grab themselves the lead. Big bounce back.
I think he's about 1 kill from that Hellstorm. He is, so Standy's going to have that streak going into the second hills. And a 10-point lead, give or take, for Omit Brooklyn to start to look to push the agenda here on this map number 4. See if you can shut it down on Hacienda, not give 5 Fears away back in this game.
ProLoot looking everywhere. Teammates slowly dropping in and around the upper hallways as Hixie's able to move through for a pretty big double. Abe down low also gets involved in the play, and now you can see it 5 Fears starting to get themselves a chance to collect some time off of P1 as well as think of some forward positioning for P2.
Does Abe read that there's 3 players in lobby right now? His stuns come in, so at least he knows there's somebody here, but Omit Brooklyn have a good chance to set up over towards this new hill. Still, patience works out for Abe now with numbers. Hixie gonna strike from the front of the hill. Brack's in trouble, and everybody is spawning out.
Yeah, Brack's got a lot to deal with, too much to deal with, so he is dealt with quite easily. Abe's gonna wrap around here by Well to see if he can also cut off some of the players that are looking to do the exact same thing. That's get to the back. What can Abe do? There's one. Snaps for the second. Hell of a snap that is to be able to at least get 2 of them. Information on the third here as well. What will this do to the spawns? You have players now attacking from either side of the hard point, looking to break in, and Brack finds the opener.
All 3 angles for the hill. That's what 5 Fears are having to deal with. Brack on the front side. See if he can get his 3rd in a row. Stun up. Hops in for the contest. Easy cleanup for Abe and co. As 5 Fears now pushing their lead back into this hill number 3. Spawn in the back for Omit Brooklyn too. So everybody off of Well for 5 Fears is just going to push on forward to this P3 and see if you can race to this new setup. And it's going to be up to Brack to shut this down.
So just grab time, but a big 1v1 that's going to take place potentially right up here on the patio. Hixie knows that someone's going to be close. The stun does connect, so the information going to be given to the player inside of office. Slide comes through for Brack, but the trade is clean from Standy. However, the trade's going to swing the way of 5 Fears. ProLoot now looking to be the next one up to see if he can get something going in and around the point, but decides to back down, waiting for his teammates to regroup, and now they start to throw the nades and tacks.
40-point lead. ProLoot ripped off the Hattie to go down. Make it 3. 5 Fears running away with this game number 4 when you really need it. The hard points, they are clinical for this team, and they are rallying behind each other just to keep this pressure going. Fire 22-11, Abe 21-13. Exceeds there on 3 in a row as well, and Abe's already working anew.
Yeah, Exceed's just sitting in time this game. He's like, you boys just keep doing what you're doing. Keep slaying, keep frying. I'm just sitting in the time, boys. Fire's going to collect the majority of this time as Abe's already flying to new, and this Hacienda hardpoint starting to get out of hand. Omit Brooklyn not really having the answers needed to be able to steal this one away, but it would start right here, right now on the break, and Standy's able to get himself in, so they do have themselves situated here for now. Now it's all about trying to hold on. You need some critical time on P4.
Well, last time you were in this position, it was about 30 seconds that you were able to get going into that second set of rotations. It was a tie game as well. You're not going to be able to tie things off this hill, but you are going to give yourself a good chance for the remainder of this map. This is that moment for Omit Brooklyn. It is now or never to contend in this map 4.
5 in a row coming through for Standy. A couple players heating up. Could be bad news bears here for 5 Fears. They're going to give this another go with about 20 seconds of scrap time left, but Brack's the last one up. He's got too many players in front of him. A couple of team kills come through, but in the end, it's still 5 Fears that are going to make it out with the scrap time.
And even that scrap time alone is going to get you over that 200-point marker, give or take 70-point lead for your team. So that is 5 Fears feeling very confident going into this 3rd rotation of hills. On P1, Omit, this is where you want to get a lot of time, but it's not really where we consistently see teams get a lot of time off this hard point.
Pixie, big pickup here. Looking for what could be a secondary chow from ProLoot, but is more interested in what's happening on the time. Abe from the inside of you will be able to deal with the player on time. 50-point differential here between the two. Pixie going to throw himself down for a moment, but nothing's clear. There's still a huge battle for as far as what could happen with 30 seconds left on P1.
Abe, nice shot. Quick trade from Yuli. 5 Fears happy to take this time. And anything just gets you closer and closer to that Hacienda search and destroy. Exceed's gonna cut the gap up top, and he's gonna make a quick dash over towards Well, see if he can get him behind, manipulate some of these spawns, and catch some kills on rotation. Prolute's back here, but I don't think he saw the cross.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he was able to catch Exceed, which means that he gets all the way to the back. Clean shots onto one, and a lot of clean shots onto Yuli as well. That's gonna weaken him up and make him easy for as far as a break. Five Fears, they're in the hill, and they're looking for what could be the dub on this P2 point.
It is so clinical right now between this Five Fears team. Fire and Abe are picking you apart and Exceed. It is a silent 5 spree, but it is making a large impact on the map. 15 seconds. Omid, they need the break.
Through the front we come. Omid Brooklyn need to find kills. Abe says, you're not going to get any. Oh, what a three-piece. My goodness. Five Fears looking to put it away and get us to a map number 5. Nades being thrown out. You're forced to run through. Nothing you can do. Man, oh man, Five Fears looking solid as ever when it comes to Hardpoint.
Death, taxes, and Five Fears winning Hardpoint in a dramatic way. I mean, it's not close, but the sprees that Abe was going on, Exceed having shots at distance with a Jackal that, you know, the average person would never come close to hitting. And, you know, Fire casually just coasting into a 27-17 scoreline. I didn't see him getting multi-kills too often, at least that impacted the hill itself, but he was certainly making it difficult for this Omid Brooklyn team to hit that hill together. Constantly off the respawn. We talked about that battle between Abe and Yuli through this map number 4, while Yuli was a non-factor through it. 12 and 27, 9 non-traded kills. It was the Abe show all the way through.
Yeah, I mean, just the snaps there, especially at the end with the three-piece. My goodness, man. Looking disgusting when it comes down to just some of those close-quarter battles and being able to just fry, cook, break the hill. You love to see it here from the young gun on the squad, and yeah, again, the hard points are something that you can just almost always rely on when it comes down to this Five Fears squad. It doesn't matter if you get the rewind out, apparently. They are still going to get the job done and get us to a map number 5.
Well, even looking through this one, it was a good start from Omid Brooklyn. I'll give them that. They brought it back in this Hill 4. They were putting together some good breaks, but when you look at the P2s and your P3s, those were where the inconsistencies were shown, and there were so many times when you saw the early rotation for Omid Brooklyn, and then in the second set of hills, it was Abe who just gets through L, and through that he gets a triple kill, and then in the third set of rotation, it's Exceed and Abe together getting the time in all the way in the back, and those shots just in general are disgusting with the Jackal. And together, they just seem like a force to be reckoned with when he was just constantly in that kill feed. It was a fairly clean game for Five Fears after you got into that second set. And yeah, you can see it here where they started to run away with things, was on that P2 rotation that they did get. As soon as you get that break in, it is a full 60 to push you into the rest of these hills, and you just could never catch it back up. And really, that just comes off of the performance that we got from Yuli and Brad constantly losing those battles on rotation.
Yeah, 100%. And when this team is just in that rhythm and they are just collapsing as a team, playing for spawns, it's just so difficult to deal with. And you could just tell there was a lot of moments where you're just not ready for it in that Hacienda hardpoint here for Omid Brooklyn, just not able to really shut them down, be in the right place at the right time in the second half of that game. And because of it, you see what Five Fears do, and that is win hardpoints, clutch up, do what needs to be done. But now they need to do that in search and destroy, and that has been the problem so far for today. So we'll see if they can get that done. But for now, we are going to throw things to a short break. Get ready for map number 5 when we come back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready and prepped for our map number 5 in the lower final between Five Fears and Omid Brooklyn. If you're just tuning in, well, it's been a hell of a series. The Hardpoints have gone one way, that is to Five Fears. In the other hand, it's been 2 and 3 here for Omid Brooklyn, looking to see if they can get the 5 and Neslo their way into the grand finals.
I mean, hey, what funny thing to have happen if you're going to get Neslo twice to get bounced out of this tournament. It just happened to this Five Fierce team, and you look at what was the cause of that. It was a Hacienda Map 5.
Sure.
And you're going into this series with another Hacienda Map 5 on the brink of possibly getting eliminated. You have to take whatever you talked about between maps and immediately implement it into this one if you want to get further into the prizing. Loser of this Hacienda SND walks away with $2,000. Winner gets that upgrade, and you either get the 3K for second or the 5K for first. So this is a good payday.
Well, we need to see some improvements from the Hacienda Search and Destroy that we did see in the last series. That was a really big problem versus Team Notorious. It felt like 4 or 5 Fears. They did not have a lot of answers. It felt like they were over-challenging, over-aggressive at times. We'll see if any of that will be dialed back or if any adjustments will be made. Gonna need it because Omid Brooklyn, well, they've been pretty precise when it comes to their Search and Destroy.
One of the biggest issues has been those first bloods for Five Fears. Abe's going to open it up. Exceed follows up. Life advantage for Five Fears early, and you want to get this round 1 fast.
And Brack, the last one up for what would be a 1v3. Only good news, he doesn't have to retrieve the bomb, but everybody going to essentially wolf back here while you have one player just still holding you. So we'll see if Brack gets a read on this. I don't think he's going to. But 45 seconds to work with. If you can get a pick, maybe there's a chance, and he might just play for the plant.
So he will. Planted for Lambo. It's going to be exactly where Hicksy's coming from. And hope he's ready for it, but he's going to go through mid. This is the best place to be for him.
Wow, the timing's going to be interesting because the way the bomb's planted, they're going to think he's maybe playing for office. But I guess you could also plant this for middle. So, yeah, they're going to clear out mid, and Brack just gets some unfortunate timing. So, Exceed there, ready to pounce, and make sure there is no chance at a 1v1 to isolate, and a solid start here right off the bat for Five Fears.
Yeah, immediately. So much time for the defuse. And a lot better from Five Fears from what we've seen in the past couple times this team's gone to the Search and Destroys. It's always 0-2 down, 0-3 down. Now you start with a round 1 win, a solid first blood from Abe. You don't throw that life lead away. Instead, you just get better and better through the rounds. You don't give anything up over towards Brack either. Nothing interesting from Omid Brooklyn to bring that one back. So Five Fears, you get the defensive side. Now you swap over towards the attack. And we can see exactly what you're going to bring to this. It looks like it's going to be an A hit. And you're going to send 2 towards Dark to see if you can get that bridge control.
Yeah, that will be something you want to put a lot of influence on. Brack going to get the double chow here through the left hallway. And Abe's going to make his way right onto the site, but not everything was cleared. And, well, a lot of players drop here for Five Fears, but one trade goes the way of ProLoot, as we'll see if you can try to make something happen. Fire, though, last one up, and they're just going to do a full wrap here through the back spawn.
And for Fire, you want to disappear right now. That's what you're trying to do, and I like this call from Omid Brooklyn. Instead of taking the solo chows, they work together, and they're going to reclaim this top bridge. That's going to make it even harder for Fire to take this one, but he does have the AR. That is the silver lining.
All right, he's spotted. So information gathered, 30 seconds on the clock. Fire almost needs somebody to kind of scam, give him a challenge. And they might chow it together. Bomb's going to be picked up. Could he make a rotational play? Has some options here.
Timing might be good. He's going to take this one back over towards B, and with that quick check from Omid Brooklyn, they know this is a B hit.
Yeah, they do. And he wants to get it down. I mean, he has to get it down, and yeah, they're not going to chow. They're going to play the clock here. Fire not going to be able to play his life and can't even get the bomb down in the end. So very clinical. Omid Brooklyn not going to throw away their lives unnecessarily, and they'll just play that textbook.
That whole round, I mean, we're going to look back at it at the replays later on, but ProLoot got some good timing over towards you. He was so patient on that execute. As soon as they recognized that it's going to be an A hit, it's then that he makes that attempt over towards the bomb carrier, taking down Abe in one fell swoop. It sends Five Fears in a little bit of a scramble to make that happen. And after Prolute gets that first blood, it's trades back and forth until Fire, who is all the way over towards that B side, he's the last alive in that numbers. So another big play from Prolute to kick off that round.
Early shoulders, but no early chows here from the offensive side, but maybe a bit of a bait play here through the fences as you have the double stack over by B. You do have Fire that's top office that could very well give this a call out, and yeah, he maybe gathers some information. Nade's going to come through, but it won't connect. He is still the only one here, and Prolute's also forced to back down with some clean shots over the top.
Prolute and Standy just waiting for these flanks to get loose. Hixie traded, still lives, but Fire has to win this battle over towards the bomb, but it's going to be a rotation from Yuli to get the 8 plant in, shifting into a better post-plant setup than just being stuffed into this B site in an unwinnable scenario.
Life lead for Omit. And bombs going down, full commitment here. Standy over the top, trying to watch over his teammate, but they do still manage to lose Brack, so 2v2 we go.
Abe gives you a chance. He's going to go back through your spawn. Standy, this is unreadable.
Yeah, not ready for that one whatsoever. Trade, though, will come in. Abe now. 1 versus 1 up against Brack. He's going to spot him up top here. Goes for the chow and guns him. What a win from Abe.
Oh my goodness, this guy doesn't miss. 3 kills in a row. We say Abe's got so close to winning these clutches. It's a 1 versus 2, or a 1v3. He's been there, and now he's done that. And 5 Fears, we've been looking for a heroic moment to kind of set that different standard for this team instead of losing these unwinnable scenarios. But the slide chow out, I don't know why you chow him in that position, especially when you got bombed down. But you square up against the young gun Abe, and he teaches you a lesson. So big one there, especially off of that quick trade on the Standy too up top. Well done, lad.
Abe's got to be feeling good after that. Great cover fire over the top. Might work out for
good.
what is going to be this bottom push through at some point in time from Abe here at P1. He's just waiting for the timing as everyone clears out and starts to spread out here to the side lanes. And Fire actually ends up coming up with a second onto Brack for 2 in the round.
Looking to ride the wave now for 5 Fears over towards B. The bomb is running. Quick trade from Brack, but it is still going to be a life advantage for 5 Fears. They hunt down the rest of those players. And yeah, okay, here we go. I don't know the last time that we saw 5 Fears up 2 rounds in a search and destroy.
Yeah, today, I don't know if we have.
How many though we saw it yesterday?
It's been a bit. It's been a bit. So feeling good here. And now you're looking at what's going to be a big bounce back. Omit Brooklyn almost feel like they're kind of playing into that fast, aggressive, looking for the chalice, but they're not winning the chalice here through the middle, which is, of course, what you have to do at times on Hacienda to be able to give yourself a bit of room and a bit of options as well, especially offensively. But we'll see what's going to change here. They are going to be, of course, on the attack. And, again, a big round that they're going to have to just try to clutch up.
I'll tell you, the last time they were up 2 rounds was Game 5 on Dealership versus this Omit Brooklyn team. 6-2 win.
There you go.
So, put this team into a Game 5 versus Omit Brooklyn. They turn into the boat.
Yuli going for a little dip out by the cabin here. He's going to wrap all the way around. And he's going to get to a pretty good position. His teammates are just going to have to allow this flank to unfold, but you are really relying on it to be successful before you're going to look to plant the bomb. But they're just actually looking to go, so Yuli's play can unfold in time. However, you do get 2 back. Exceed able to get 1, so Yuli on the flank, probably not going to be red. We'll see if he can try to come up with these kills. Both players going to be close, and no, Yuli can't find anything. 5 Fears, they just hit it, and it works out successfully.
It looks like they've just dialed things up to 200 for this SND. An excellent play call read for that fast hit over towards B. The missed time on Yuli, maybe by margins, on allowing him to get into a position to stop that, but 5 Fears, they don't let you set up. They get into a position to battle for that B space yet again. They shut you down, and now we look at Omit Brooklyn. Where has this team gone? Yuli, again, having a little bit of a poor performance, back-to-back Haciendas, and, Prolute as well. When he's not showing up, you see this team is struggling.
Certainly going to need a couple players to step up here. maybe just get some momentum going. Abe, this time around, that mid play not going to work. Double chow here to the left side will also result in a second kill. So a much better start in round number 6 for Omit Brooklyn. Snap up top, not going to work. And now it's all down to Exceed. That is a flawless round and a big regain round here for Omit.
Funny enough, you're looking at this scoreline too. Omit leading in the first blood column. So, and actually, this is the complete flip of the narrative that we had on this 5 Fierce team when they were playing, player down. They've still been able to translate into rounds 1 on this map alone. And you look at Abe, that clutch that he had was a part of it. And that 1v1 has just sparked something new in this team that we haven't seen on a Search and Destroy just yet. And this map, they struggled against Team Notorious. A lot of it came down to just throwing different plays at the squad, but they have a deep strap book, and they're letting Omit know.
He's gonna come out. Oh, easy read right there onto Yuli. But Trades gonna go the way to 5 Fears here thus far. 3v2, just about 20 seconds into the round, and the bomb's gonna be pushed back and likely won't go for a plan. And now you got a wrap happening here to the defense or the offensive spawn.
How do you even read this? You do, if you're Brack. So that's exactly how. So you want to get that early scam, bring it to 2v2. You spot the second player as well. So playing off that life, Exceed trying to constrict on the other side as they slowly push into a form to collapse on these 2 players. Fire is going to take down one. It leaves Standy into the 1v2, makes it a 1v1, and even spots the cross. So Standy, if he gets the regen, he has a chance.
Standy, Fire. Huge 1v1 that could very well determine the results of this map. I mean, 4-3 feels a lot different than 5-2, without question. And there it is. What a read. A wrap for Fire. No problem, says Standy.
How do you read that? I don't even know if you do read that. It's just the potential that that is an option. The call must come through from your teammate as well, that, maybe he's not there. If you haven't seen him in a few seconds, this is either a wrap towards patio or it's a wrap through wine. And, you just guessed right in that scenario. And Standy goes big in the 1 versus 2. So it almost nullifies the play that Abe had earlier on in the 1v2 that we saw him get. And if Omit Brooklyn can tie this up, everything is behind you. And you're playing first to 2 rounds.
Omit Brooklyn starting to pull it back just a little bit. And a lot of early control defensively at B. They're ready to tee up if need be. And that is going to force just about everyone back. And, well, don't like to see that. So are going to lose 1. And now that's going to give an advantage here to 5 Fierce.
With the amount of nades that Omit Brooklyn have hit over the course of this weekend, they were due. For one. It happens to everybody. It happens to the best of us, too. But that, in turn, forces 5 Fears. They notice that this is going to send them into a little bit of a panic. So you pump the brakes, you go back to B, and the bomb site is wide open. For a second.
Yuli with the angle, wants to get the finisher, and he greeds for it. Punished for the repeak. 4v2 now. Prolute looking close on the site. It gets them off the bomb. They're just going to go for a wrap through mid. And, yeah, they have no idea. They have no idea that they're no longer on the site, and they're already planning a day.
Bryson fast play this. See if he can beat that timing L, but it's just shoulders thrown. Life played well, and now a 2 versus 2. So, hey, let's see if they can get this done. Somehow, it's a 1v2.
Yeah, it's all down to Fire here. Again, he's looking for a little bit of redemption as he does hit a route. Prolute reads him. Fire being red every single time he's trying to make an outplay, trying to get there to check the bomb. No problem. Omit Brooklyn now putting together rounds, all tied up 4-4, Colin, after what felt like a free round and a free rotation.
That's a mind game right there, too, because that's twice in a row that you get right on the flank, and you're starting to Fire. It's like, this guy's just got my number on this map 5. Omit Brooklyn, 2v4, Brack and Prolute disassemble you on the map. So tie game, best of 3 now. Going into these last couple rounds. 5 Fears starting to lose some of that magic, lose some of that momentum in these ones. You give away a freebie. We've seen that happen from this team, and it has been disastrous in the outcome that follows.
Now you need the regain if you're 5 Fears. Oh, Hixie Exceed, both on top of the rock. They will win some key battles. Again, ready for this initial push, and well, they're not going to stop, but Yuli gets a good look at 2. Flank to the middle, red. Fast round, fast response for 5 Fierce.
That's as good as it gets for the team. You ask for an immediate regain. There it is, Austin, but Omid Brooklyn, I doubt they're going to bat an eye at what just unfolded. You try to go for the fast plant over towards B, that fast aggression to get towards that rock. You even saw the movement was good to get off of the couch onto that rock pedestal to try to beat the timing, but everybody from 5 Fierce was there, ready for the gunfights, and they knew that it was going to be Omid Brooklyn trying to pull things back in a dramatic way. When instead 5 Fierce, they stop the bleeding, they bring this one into a winnable spot, and they're 1 round away from getting a rematch versus Team Notorious.
Pressure is on. First blood gathered here for 5 Fierce. Big one on the board. And now it's going to be a risky play. The double hit here through the hallway, looking to see if they can find some kills. Julie with the Chow, able to get 1, might have weakened up the second. There's the secondary Chow, and that will give us an even 2v2.
5 Fierce just don't have to scam this one. Omid Brooklyn at the same time. You see how important this round is. Bomb is down. Hixie's going to get it. And if I was calling for this team, I would say let's go over towards B. Get this bomb plant. It is easier for a player like Hixie to have some impact on a close quarters site like this.
All right. Planning for top office. And it looks like the bomb will go down safely here. Not going to have any idea about it. It's going to be Prelude and Julius. They now got to team up for the retake.
They're retaking from Spiral, so it's going to be some long gunfights to take against this team, and a lot of time was going to be burned off before they realize it.
All right, now they know. But how do they break this down? Still going to get a read. Haven't really seen a whole lot. Now Exceed going to actually give his position away with a peek. Challenge about to come through, and he's on the bomb. He's on the bomb. Oh my goodness, the defuse is in, and Byron just sticks it.
How do you even call that? How do you even think that that's an option? Brack says, don't worry, I'm going to pop out these doors. They're going to both look at me, and you just stick it. The timing works so well. As it's immediately after the moment when you check that bomb, Exceed doesn't full clear the corner with the nade, so he didn't see him on the defuse. And now Austin, after Omid Brooklyn, I don't even know what to say about this team. It's a $1,000 round of Search and Destroy.
Oh, it's a big round of Search and Destroy. Attacking will be Omid Brooklyn after what was a massive call to clutch up. Trophy systems down. Bit of a hard counter call here, though, for 5 Fierce on the defense. They got a lot of members lurking through the outer part of the fence. Hixie's been tagged by a nade. Standy doesn't want to overchow, backs down, makes sure to play his life, and the RC even comes in, and that will tag him, but he's able to live.
21 health, still bomb over here. I don't know what Yuli's waiting for, but he's losing teammates. He's going to have to make a play. Yuli is at B alone, and it's a 2v4 now.
Yeah, you need something from Yuli on this flank. This round just got that much harder. 5 Fierce in the driver's seat. It's theirs to throw away. Yuli not getting any real info, but the nade might actually find a tag on to Hixie. It does. They know exactly where he is. Double nade is good, but that's also going to give the positions away here for the remaining players on Omid Brooklyn.
You drop down, win this fight, Yul. That could make the difference. And good tags from Yuli, but not going to chase. 25 seconds now to make this happen.
Yuli with the slide. Oh, he guesses on the wrong corner. Standy now last left alive. Doesn't matter. There it is. 5 Fierce with a round 11 win. They advance to grand finals.
That just felt like a roller coaster of emotions of a game 5, but 5 Fierce now at least $1,000 richer from 1 round of SND. Hats off to Omid Brooklyn for the comeback that they made throughout that game, but it is a round 11 call that I don't really know if I agree with. I mean, you send Yuli over towards that B side. He sits in a corner for maybe 15 seconds waiting for anything to happen. But when your whole team is under pressure, you see at least, 3 players that are firing at you guys as well. The RCXD takes down Standy.
Yeah.
At that moment alone, when Standy gets down to 21 HP, that should be the call for Yuli to start flanking. But it takes so long. A team is just stuck in that position, and they had no way out. It is a hard read from 5 Fierce on that A site attack, and they did everything that they could to lay their trap perfectly.
They sure did. Winning out on some of those first bloods at the end there, playing a huge factor. A couple rounds that maybe were thrown away, but in the end, they get the one that matters the most, and that is the final round. Man, goes the absolute distance. There will be no 2-3-5. They do finally clutch up and get themselves a search and destroy win, but this one, I mean, as close as ever, Colin. Lots of bomb plants, lots of back and forths here with the first bloods, and for a moment, it felt like 5 Heroes were going to run away with it completely, but Omit Brooklyn, as you said, did a great job maintaining pressure, staying in it, fighting back, and getting us all the way to that final round.
Yeah, it's that 6, 7, 8, that round from Prolute and Brack that was able to take back a 2 versus 4 that you thought that 5 Fears were going to handedly, take and run away with this entire game for it as well. The defuse call from Yuli, who does that? In general, that takes guts to go for it, and for the trust that he has on Brack to hit that timing perfectly. Exceed doesn't fully check that corner. You get that round 11. You make it fun and exciting too.
Yeah.
But for 5 Fears, that's a big confidence booster, because not only is that a search and destroy win, that is, you're able to close out games like that as well. It's some confidence going back towards you as a team. And going into a team like Team Notorious, you put that round 5 or that game 5 under your belt, you win an SND, you deny the Neslo. That's going to be some morale going into this next one as well.
Now we'll take a look at just the replay package through this series, and it feels like it's been going on for quite a while, and well, it's probably because it has. It has been
aged like 20 years.
Yeah, man, there was a lot of insane moments, pop-off moments, moments where you just could not believe what we saw, but in the end, it was close. It was very competitive, and maybe the hard points were a little bit more one-sided, and the control and the first search and destroy one-sided for Omid, but at the end of the day, man, this was still a fun series. A lot of crazy moments that happened throughout the entire thing.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna sound like a broken record when we just give him so much props, but when you put Abe into a roster that has such a good mind for the game, some good leadership behind him as well, this kid looks unlocked. Within 5 Fears. It was happening towards DreamHack as well. This sub-duo that has been discovered between himself and Hixie is looking so well fleshed out as a combo, where Abe's doing so much in terms of getting that slaying power down and that support that Hixie's able to provide the team when he doesn't have to worry about it. It frees him up to have so much, I'd say, so much focus on just getting towards those objectives and winning those key gunfights, and it's turned into a very good dichotomy between the two, where there's no pressure on them to overexert themselves to be the 100% for the team. It's just you do what you need to do as good as it can be, and it's so fun to watch.
Well, we take a look at the bracket. What started with 16 teams now only leaves us with 2. Omit Brooklyn, they bow out in 3rd place and will walk away with about $2,000 there for themselves. Now it's about the big money here coming into this grand final, looking for that big 5K in the grands, but you're going to have to get through Team Notorious if you are 5 Fears. This is going to be the rematch. Last time around we saw it today, it went the distance. It went to a map number 5, and again, it was a similar story where it felt like the hard points were going one way, S&Ds in control were going the other.
Every single game that we've at least started with on stream has gone to a game 5 so far. Only thing that hasn't was Omit Brooklyn versus LAG mates, and that rewind hardpoint that closed out the series, it could have been a game 5.
Yeah.
Over there for that lower semifinals. Every single team in our top 4 has put on a very fun performance, a very exciting performance to watch and entertain us, and it's been a great tournament so far. Down to the last 2 teams, $10,000. The lion's share is what you're playing for right now. $5,000 for first, $3,000 for second USD as well, and some confidence going into champs as well. So that is a really fun thing now to play for.
That's right. A lot on the line. A week away before champs, looking for a massive dub to boost the confidence going into it. We'll have to see which team is going to be able to do it. For now, we are going to throw things to a short break. When we come back, Grand Finals coming your way. Welcome back, everyone. We are getting ready to gear up for our grand finals at the AMD Overclocked 10K tournament. My name is Visions. Alongside me, I got Seymour. We've been casting all weekend. We've been leading up to this point. We finally got our grand finals. Team Notorious going up against Five Fears.
Yeah, grand finals set in stone. A rematch from what we got in the winners finals. All the teams that made to top 3 are the teams that beat the CDL teams this weekend.
True.
So everything sets up for the prizing, but for right now to figure out who is going to be the better team, that is what everybody is looking forward to. And I am just happy that I'm standing here in the studio. The sun is not as hot as what it was before, so I'm not sweating like I was before.
True. Yeah, it's not as hot. It's going down, and well, the temperature's going up for the in-game boys because these guys are getting ready to gear up for a best of 7, so they got to lock in. Team Notorious, they've been sitting around for a little bit. A couple best of 5s have obviously played out, but they've had a chance to watch over, I would imagine, this lower final, figure out what they want to do for as far as everything that's happened. But it's also a good moment to take a look at this bracket and see how we got here to these final 2. So, of course, started off with 16 teams, 2 of which were CDL teams. Now, again, only been playing for maybe the last week after going on a bit of a vacation, but I've come back in, and the Challenger teams have been able to beat them, knock them out. No longer here in the tournament, but you take a look at just the journey of both here, Colin, and they had to go through quite a few tough teams to get to this point.
Yeah, I think that most notably for Five Fears, their run has been kind of crazy, especially considering you beat Rocker in a game 4, you move into this Omit Brooklyn team, reverse sweep them, you get Neslo'd by Five Fears, so back-to-back games that go to a game 5, and then you drop down for a rematch versus Omit Brooklyn, where it might not be a reverse sweep, but you get it done in 5 yet again. That is a very, very long bracket run from Five Fears. For Notorious, it's kind of been, all right, we want to test out our hard points, figure out what's going on for that map, get a little bit better in our respawns, but you 3-1 Omid, our DreamHack champions. You go into LAG mates, you beat them 3-1 as well. You move into that semifinals, and it's a really, really strong win in that Neslo that you have over Five Fears, but it's a very comfortable 2-3-5 where your Search and Destroys have looked good, your controls have looked competitive. This is a team that going into the finals, if they can figure out this hard point, it's easily the best team going into champs next weekend.
Yeah, I think that they are certainly one of the top contenders going into champs with the boot camping that we've talked about, being together all year, the chemistry that we've seen. They are a squad to certainly watch out for. But at the same time, you know, are you going to be able to win some of these hard points where it has felt like maybe that's where Five Fears has the upper edge? On the opposite side, though, it's felt like maybe the Search and Destroys have been the woes going up against this EU team where you haven't really been that consistent. It's hard to say if it's a stylistic matchup or if Team Notorious are just that damn good when it comes to that game mode. But, you know, you feel like you're going to need to steal away one at the very least going into what will, again, be a best of 7 series. But, man, today has been just about all bangers. We've had a lot of game 5s that have played out here for us. We did tune into that LAG mates and Omid Brooklyn match there for the map number 4. That, of course, was a 3-1, but a lot of these games have been going the absolute distance.
I feel like every single time we've been in a series, we've had a game that is just marginally close for some of the maps. And,
yeah.
You know, whether or not it's the hard points being 8-point games, 2-point games, 5-point games, or whether it's the Search and Destroys going to round 11 in our 2s or our 5s. It's been an exciting weekend of Call of Duty here for the AMD Overclocked, and I don't expect that's going to change for this grand final either. It's just going to add a couple more maps for us to cast.
Yeah, it likely will. But let's take a look at both of our rosters here. Team Notorious, who have been sitting in that grand final and made their way through the upper bracket. We have F. Afro, Eric Boom, and Rafi. These 4, again, have been playing together for the entire year. It shows, especially at this tournament, and everyone has been popping off in some way or another. But Afro today, he was putting up some ridiculous numbers. 49 kills when you go back to that rewind hardpoint, man. Like, those are some just ludicrous numbers.
He was really trying for his team to put up the numbers for that map win. It was ultimately a 5-point loss to this Five Fears white team going into that game 5. They got a ton on the Hacienda, and they feel good. And the big story that we kind of came into today with is that this is a team that, above everybody else competing in this tournament, has been boot camping together the most for the past month. They've been inside scrimming, VOD reviewing, just trying to gel even more than they already have for the remainder of this season as you look towards champs to be two-time champions for the year, challenger champions to finish off your season and qualify for that EWC that's going to be happening next month in July. And I think that's really what this Team Notorious team is trying to hone in on, is making it to Riyadh, try to buffer out some of those mistakes and get back to that Miami way.
That is certainly what you're looking for. On the other side, Abe, Hixie, and Fire and Exceed for this 5 Fears roster. We just saw them coming out of the lower final, and they were able to clutch up that round 11 map number 5. So they get pushed and tested to the absolute max, but they're still able to come out with the victory and feeling pretty good about it because a lot of these guys, again, have also been stepping up. I feel like Abe, he was snapping in some of those hard points, man. There was a lot of clips, I think, that Ultra were tweeting out just with how he was just breaking down some of the setups, entering in, whatever it might be. He's been great. Hixie, we've talked a lot about what he's been able to bring to the table as well, Colin, for as far as, you know, being that IGL in your team, but also putting up more numbers than usual. It feels like this sub-duo has really come alive this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, Hixie looks the best he's ever looked all year long. And he's doing things that we don't normally tip him for, especially like the high kill games, the high kill death ratios. That's usually the things that he is talked bad about, and you know, he gets the dirty work done, but it's still a negative KD. So sure. You know, what is he offering some of these teams? Well, right now for 5 Fears, he's offering everything up for some of these maps that he's going big on in the hard points, and he's winning those rotation battles. And for Abe, like I said before, there is no way that this guy doesn't get a shot at least trying out for a CDL team very soon, because he is gelling so well with these veteran players, and with the proper leadership, he looks like one of the best subs in Challengers.
And then, of course, Fire and Exceed alongside them. Exceed's been putting up some big numbers himself throughout the weekend. Fire had some great clutches in some of the controls. So a lot of players have been stepping up. We'll see who's going to really step up the most, though, throughout the best of 7. So speaking of the best of 7, let's take a look at our maps and see what we do have in store for you guys. We'll be kicking it off with a Vault Hardpoint, which we haven't seen in quite a while. Protocol Search and Destroy. A Hacienda Control. Skyline Hardpoint for our guaranteed first 4. And then we'll move over to a Hacienda Search again, a Protocol Hardpoint, and if need be, we'll move over to a Red Card Search. But I think that's supposed to be a Control at the end.
I think that is going to be a Control as well, where we see that Protocol all the way. I also think it's a Control because Protocol Hardpoint's not in the rotation anymore, so
very true.
It's not really something we got to worry about whatsoever. Protocol Hardpoint, it can't hurt you no more. So we look towards what we've seen so far, at least in the last best of 5 that we saw back in the winners final. You get a repeat of the Skyline Hardpoint in map 4. You get a repeat of the Protocol Search and Destroy and the Protocol Control. Yes, that Protocol Control is all the way down in map number 6. Rewind Hardpoint has been not brought into this map veto just in general, and that surprises me because it wasn't vetoed out either. It was the red card in Hacienda that gets vetoed in the Hardpoint, so not having an option to play that Rewind starts to deliver some question marks now for 5 years. When you're going to a Vault Hardpoint, we don't see this team go to Vault Hardpoint very often, and Team Notorious, especially versus Mind Freak yesterday when we started off the day with this map in general, Afro and Eric Boom, they looked unstoppable on this map. Rafi looked great as well. And this was a really strong map for Team Notorious in their map pool.
Yeah, it absolutely was. This was one where they love to kickstart the series with the Vault Hardpoint. It's something that they can rely on at times, and that's where you want to be in a position here, especially at the start of this best of 7. You want to be able to grab that map number 1, and you want to be able to compete in the Hardpoints because, you know, it's important to hit the note that, listen, last time these guys played in that winners final, it was by way of 2-3-5 that they were able to beat them. They actually dropped both Hardpoints, so something to consider here for as far as the woes and, you know, some of the mistakes that might have been taking place, but of course having lots of time to go over that gameplay again, as well as watch maybe a little bit more closely on what's been happening in that lower final for the Hardpoints, and figure out just what 5 years have been doing so well to see if you have any counters potentially set up going into this.
You think about it too, in the perspective of 5 years, you don't want to be the team that is just stuck on Rewind the whole time for that Hardpoint. So this could also be a case of trying to add another map to your pool see how you play up against Notorious on this Vault Hardpoint. You know that they're pretty good for this map mode combo, so you steal this one away. Again, you're still feeling like the better Hardpoint team, but again, you're just knocking Team Notorious down a little bit, going into that Protocol Search and Destroy. Big thing is going to be those 2, 3, 5, and 6, and 7s, because you know, control's been a little bit of a toss-up for this 5 Fierce team. That vault control that they had against Omit Brooklyn, you go down 0-2, you let a couple of those mistakes really put you against the wall.
Sure.
Yes, you're climbing yourself back through that game, but you still don't steal it away. And you know, versus this Team Notorious squad, I mean, this squad hasn't been really letting up on any advantages that they've been getting.
Well, everyone, it's time. Grand Finals here for the AMD Overclocked tournament. Lots of money on the line, but more importantly, the championship. Walking away with a dub a week before champs. Let's kick it off. Stuns, nades, everything bombarded right into P1 at the start. FDOT comes alive for a big double up and actually gets involved for a triple, and that's going to be Afro. If he's already frying like this, well, that's going to be a scary moment early on.
Yeah, 3 in a row to open up this game. Flank from Hixie, trying to get behind. Eric Boom's going to spot that one and actually stops any attempt for the break from 5 Fierce for now. Now it's Abe's turn to try to flip out these spawns, and it is actually going to block FDOT. That's going to give a heads up over towards Eric Boom that there is a flank.
Yeah, Abe on the flank will find success. Huge double gives his team something to work with through the middle of P1, where there is just going to be scrap time to play for. It's been 26 seconds off of this P1 hill. Hixie's also going to do a good job of just trying to slow down this rotation. Abe follows up with yet another double here in this life, and now you at least have some numbers moving over to new.
That's 30 seconds off P1. That is great from Team Notorious. The only thing for 5 Fears is you put so much focus on those rotations that you got a pretty darn good setup on this hill. Fire would have loved to win this one. Looking at Afro, he's trying to get behind the play.
Exceed will be taken out. And now a chance for Abe to get right back into it for a trade. He'll be good for it. Players starting to make their way through the outer side of the palms there on the pool side. And one player cutting in her. Oh, the knife is dodged. Nice little slide comes through for FDOT as he now tries to pounce on the front of the hill. Hixie laying low, Fire watching over. Nades coming out, just trying to keep him safe. And so far, so good. You've been able to battle back with 30 seconds. It might even be a full 60.
That's a quad kill from Exceed. 4 in a row. He's going to flip things out for 5 Fears in terms of this lead going into P3. That's a solid 44 seconds and counting that you're getting from this early rotation over towards P2. This was for Team Notorious, one of their better hills. We saw them yesterday versus Mind Freak. It was Rafi who really went big on this, and Eric Boom, who loves to flex over towards that, aims for a third AR on this setup. So Team Notorious out to the hill first, see if they can bring themselves back.
Almost nice finesse there from Abe, using the Omni movement to dive down low. Hixie ready and waiting, but Eric gonna give him the business there. As you're gonna see trades, lots of nades, of course, being thrown here. FDOT starting to line up. Oh, a couple of kills, and that will allow him to now bring himself up to 5 and 6. One player though threatening the back. The spawns look like they are still gonna be in favor of 5 Fears off of some of those kills, and you got Abe on the other side who's still gonna be attacking the time.
This is a good read from Team Notorious to try to fight for this one now, but FDOT's going to get caught, and that's going to send you into a flurry. You have the space for the P4 rotation. P2 was lights out from 5 Fears, and another triple kill in the feed that gives no worry for this rotation to be broken. 30-point lead heading into the money hill, and 5 Fears in a great spot to really solidify a lead.
Yeah, and Abe, he's just playing off of information right now. He's behind the entire play for this rotation. Rafi, the last one up, looking for 6. No problem for Abe. He lights it up early, and that's going to allow now all the spawns to come from the front. This is a great position for 5 Fierce.
He looks final. Going to be shut down before that Hellstorm comes into effect. Exceed, however, continuing to make this very difficult for the break. Fire was the fight inside, swaps the AR. Hixie trades it out. 5 Fears stay inside the hard point. Still 23 seconds, and it's still red in the kill feed. Nobody falling behind on this 5 Fears team.
Looking solid here. 5 Fears obviously coming off of that lower final. Very hot, feeling great, up by what is almost now about 80, 90 points. So remaining couple seconds. Gonna go over after everything's all said and done to the first set of hills. It will be 122-35. Team Notorious, I mean, the only time that they were able to get Colin was off of P1, and they're still at that time.
Yeah, I was going to say that was 29 seconds off of P1. They're at 35 now. So that's 3 hills in a row where you get next to nothing, especially after rotating early over towards P3. You are down and out right now, and it's Afro who got out to a fast start with 4 in a row off that P1 hill. He's got only 2 kills after that, 11 deaths, as he has been shut down time and time again alongside his duo in Raffi. So you're hoping that Notorious into these next hills can start to pick it up.
XE in the catwalk loves to play this position, but gonna be red. Big pickup. Now we're gonna see what ends up happening. I'll just get confirmation that it's Abe's birthday today. So man's been a little saucy on his birthday. Yeah, happy birthday, brother. He's been playing extremely well. I mean, the KD is 17-9, and he's most certainly been feeling himself. So yeah, I think that's starting to add up a little bit, Colin.
I mean, sometimes it comes with age, and another year through Call of Duty, and you are just leveling up inside the server. Abe soaking up the time, 17-9. The rest of the team's laying out. Last time it was Exceed to go big on this hill set up. He goes down early. It leaves Abe alone. 3 HP, not able to finesse this time. Eric Boom for the backup. You have to set up for Team Notorious, but you're fighting from the front.
Fighting from the front, Eric Boom. Good nade. It's going to slow things down just a tad bit on this push through the back, but they do deal with a couple kills very cleanly. Abe, no problem. 4 go down, and just like that, the break is in, and this is a big 25 seconds to try to collect as you start thinking about what is going to be this rotation to new.
That's a moment that you wanted to see Notorious walk away with the lion's share of that time, but 5 Fears, their breaks are non-stop. Abe, he is always involved, heads up, listening to the comms, and following up and doing his part. So 100-point lead heading into this 3rd rotation. And you can see that F-Dot, he is looking to take this battle versus Hixie in art. But with that and Hixie's position, this is going to be in 5 Fears' first to P3 now. Looking to find that 200-point mark.
5 Fears just a little bit faster on the map, picking up the kills. Clean shots over the top from Exceed. Gets a good read on Raffi, but won't be able to combine the double. So finally a chance for Team Notorious to start getting themselves on the time. 30 seconds left to grab on P3. You also want to try to play for that flip, which is exactly what Afro could be threatening here on the attack. But Hixie now realizes I got to attack the time myself. Tries to put some pressure on the hill. The rest of his teammates follow up. Trade's not looking very favorable right now for 5 Fears, and Eric Boom makes light work of just about everyone.
3 players, positive 20 kills for 5 Fears. Abe, he is not alone in this endeavor, but for Team Notorious, you're still seeing some issues coming out from somebody who has been lighting it up all weekend long in Afro. 18 deaths, 11 kills. He has not been involved in the time as much either. The whole team falling behind in that category, but you gotta start waking up. You've been out of the server for 2 series in a row, so now you're here for the grand finals. You do not want to slow down at the finish line.
Oh, it's a self-stun, but still able to come up with a kill, and you got a player down low as well, so this is certainly going to be one of the key moments if you're going to start to bring this one back as Team Notorious. Eric Boom helping on the cross. Good team shots all around.
Okay.
Exceed really the last one up to try to threaten the hill, and he does get 1 off the time, but he is quickly traded out, and this is a big moment here for Team Notorious to get some critical time.
I mean, this is the best we've seen them in the entirety of this game so far. A solid setup over towards P4, 20 seconds. That's going to bring this one down to about a 60-point differential heading into the 3rd set of rotations on Vault. So now you think about Notorious, what comes next? It's trying to break out of the spawn, and Hixie's going to be looking to make that difficult.
Hixie playing for exits. Oh, that's just about as good as you could ever ask, and also draws F-Dot in for what could be a secondary chow, but can't get the reload off in time. So a couple kills here for Team Notorious as they will start working their way to P1. Abe on the flank, looking to pick up Afro. Chow is good. Catwalk control is in. 5 Fears have a lot of options to try to threaten this P1 break, as you do see Team Notorious work themselves in for a very quick moment. Shots come through again. Abe just too slick with it. Couple more kills good for 5 Fears, and they will take Team Notorious off the time.
Hixie and Abe, again, dynamic duo for 5 Fears. Getting involved in the slaying up close Nothing to do for Fire and Exceed other than play around this objective time. And they've been doing that perfectly. Over towards P2. A player has snuck through. It's Afro, but they have found him out. So Afro's got some slaying to do. 50 HP, slides back. Hixie trades it out, and it's Rafi now who has to go big.
Yeah, Rafi able to get involved in the play. So the poolside hill was good for a moment, but still 50-50 battles kind of taking place out front. Eric Boom doing a good job of controlling the catwalk. Players, though, coming all the way around the back. You can see Exceed. He could very well threaten this big 1v1 that's going to take place, and he's able to win it. So Eric now needs to go rogue through the front, and he is still coming up with kills while you got one player collecting time.
Yeah, and Abe, he's still making it difficult. Afro gets cut down inside that hot tub. 5 Fears fighting for the backside of this one. 25 seconds is going to put you in and around 15 seconds away from this map 1 victory. And another 3 go down. Austin spawns all the way to P4. It is a race to this P3 hill. Hixie again trying to work into Art like he did last time. And with the aims, he is not missing.
Wow, Hixie. Afro, huge 1 versus 1 here in the back. F-Dot also trying to assist, but he's going to get cut down. Afro waiting for the 1v1. He can't get it. Hixie again going big with 4 in a row. And now you could end it here if you're 5 Fears. Another 10 seconds for the dub. F-Dot desperately fighting for some of this top control. He will get himself in the top art, but what will it mean? You have to get yourself to the hill. Afro through the middle will be able to get himself 1, but again, it is so scrappy, and you can still very much end it here.
It has to be 100 uncontested seconds straight for Team Notorious. That just sounds impossible to say. 3 go down. It's only 6 seconds. Nobody's going to get into position to touch this one. I don't even think there's going to be a contest at the end of it. All you need is 1 point to put it away.
1 single second, and Team Notorious somehow need to keep them off that time. Not going to happen. Touch through the middle. No, the tick does not go through. Afro trying to save the day, but you're still going to have to push all the way through. The spawns, we'll see what happens here. Oh, 1 player going to spawn out. Parallels do come through, so maybe a bit of pressure in 5 Fears as you do get to the money hill first.
It's been a rough game for Afro, but this could be one of the craziest things ever. And no, they just walk through the front door. They steal it away. 5 Fears, they're not going to let anything be doubted for this map number 1. The hard points are sublime for this team, and they do it again on a different map in Vault, but it is the same results against Team Notorious. Looking good out here between the slaying of Abe and Hixie on these ones, and Exceed as well, 33 and 26. It is not really the flashiest stuff coming out from him, but as the AR for this team, it has been so consistent.
Yep, it definitely was, and always important to note, 5 Fears coming out of that lower final, they are going to be feeling hot, they're going to be feeling good, and this has been their game mode. They've been winning the majority of the weekend here, so Team Notorious definitely felt like they were a step behind, not winning those rotations. I mean, just go back to the score through the first set of hard points, right? The 35 seconds they had, 29 of that was off of P1, so out-rotated for the next 3 hills, and you're just playing from such a big deficit, so not able to kind of get the ball rolling a little bit through map number 1, but a chance to try to get the sticks hot a little bit, try to get warmed up. But we take a look at this replay package. It was a lot of highlight plays, and again, this isn't just one person. It was everybody here throughout the roster that kind of picked their moments and was able to pop off at certain moments.
I will give some benefit of the doubt to the Team Notorious, and we talk about it so often in Challengers, especially for these best of 7s, is it's a long, grueling journey through these tournaments, and getting to that grand finals to the winner's bracket, you sit, you wait, you got nobody to scrim, you're shooting those bots as best as you can, but it's not the same as the energy that 5 Fears has coming off of a Game 5 victory against Omit Brooklyn, and that carries on into this game. You're feeling strong as a team, and for Abe, he comes out the gates hot. He's putting up ridiculous numbers for 5 Fears, and in this battle between Abe and Afro that we're going to be looking at in the respawns, and Abe had his number all game long. So you go to the back a couple of hills, you go to the second and third rotations, you started to see Team Notorious slowly put some retakes together, slowly put some setups together, and it was getting better, but that opening set of hills, like you said, 122 to 35 after 1 full set of rotations, that is just too good to come back from.
Game flow, well, says it all. 5 Fears in control of the game, in the driver's seat, to be sure. And Well, these guys aren't messing around.
We're going right
Fast
into it.
loadout we've seen. All right, I'm here for it, baby. Map number 2.
Respecters, right there. Couple of early kills too, and that's a first blood answered back by 2 from Team Notorious, and it's done just like that. Okay.
Fast into the map, fast into round number 1. And just really a full-on scrap through the middle. A lot of square ups, a lot of challenges. Exceed able to catch Rafi, making his way over to look for trades, and just the opening gunfight's looking pretty solid here for 5 Fears to kick it off.
Yeah, good opening kill from Eric Boom, but everything else for 5 Fears, upping the ante for this grand final, at least in terms of pacing. For Team Notorious, this has been their bread and butter. And like I said before when we were breaking down the maps, this is also a map that we saw them go to back in that winner's final. It was a dominant 6-2 win for Team Notorious, where they just had every answer towards this A site.
Eric, wants to dabble with Hixie through the high ground. Afro on a Godheady. Exceed forced back for a moment as he plays through the helicopter. Will be able to find the kill up top, but does lose one of his teammates here in the meantime. So 3 versus 3 we will go.
Could have been nasty if Abe was let loose, but AFDOT keeping Afro nice and comfortable into the back of that B site, forces away this attack. The bomb for Hixie. It's going to have a clean rotation over towards A for this post-plant setup. Fire here as well, so only thing, I don't think there is a trophy. 33 seconds to play for. They're taking a lot of time to unravel this, and it is going to try to bait something out over towards B again.
Yeah, they were hoping to catch someone coming down to look into the bomb, but that's going to give you all the info you just about need. Eric was playing the back of the map. Hixie realizes B is pretty much off limits. Let's move right into A, risk it all, and try to drop the bomb.
Post plant towards the back. Nobody was able to break this and retake it. Back in that winner's final. So now it's Team Notorious' turn to see if they can do it with numbers.
Got to kind of play a good timing here and hope that something swings in your favor. Hixie going to be spotted there for a moment, hoping to catch somebody slipping. There's the first kill, trying to get a read on the second. And that will slow things down. Nobody immediately runs in. Afro still not going to spot anyone. And he gets caught kind of slipping a little bit too long. Now it's all down to Eric. And the 2v3 on the site was beautifully played.
That's back-to-back first floods for Team Notorious that 5 Fears are still able to climb back from Abe. Trying to make the play over towards B. Gets cut down by AFDOT. And it's Hixie and Fire together for the right read. I was intrigued by the playthrough Spiral to see if they could actually get that B play on the rewrap from the rewrap,
right.
But as soon as you see Eric Boom, it's like, no, we don't want anything to do back there. You get the bomb down, very difficult site to retake from an Afro. He almost had the timing, but he just was not confident enough in that play. Also, no trophies for 5 Fears there, but I don't think Notorious had any util left.
2-0 start for 5 Fears. Starting to fix some of the S&D mistakes that we were seeing earlier on. See if they can continue it. This time it's back to basics though. Team Notorious, fast plan.
And first blood. Hixie for the trade, so it is going to be a 3-on-3 for the retake, but again, we've yet to see anybody retake this, and you still have AFDOT playing so far off this bomb site.
Rafi with the sub. Hello. Spots Hixie, gets a read on this push, and Eric able to deal with one. 2 versus 3 we go. 5 Fears desperately looking for some of the defenders here. No way is that a double that comes through. Abe, my goodness. 15 seconds. Someone's going to have to stick it. Abe's going to have to play for the kill. Waiting for the chow. Oh, my goodness. This kid is so good, Colin.
This guy's got the mind freak magic. 3 in the round. The clutch for the retake at A that we've yet to see. AFDOT had to play up top to at least bring it into numbers for the team, but Team Notorious can't get the ball rolling whatsoever in this grand final, and the stun up into Elevator. Abe chows out right for the double kill. You gotta trade that out, Team Notorious. I don't know if they're really this cold going into the grand finals, but they should have been warmed up after that hardpoint, Austin.
Yeah. Tell you what, this birthday cake better be on standby after this match, because he has certainly earned a slice or two. Man, he's putting in work. He's just been frying all day.
Ice cream cake.
Yeah, it's been good, man. It's been real good. 5 Fears, 3-0 up. Team Notorious just have not been able to put it together. It's been very slow start, but the first bloods have still been good at times. They will draw another one, and a quick second will actually follow. So this is finally a moment here. Team Notorious have a massive numbers advantage in round 4.
It's 4 unanswered first bloods from Team Notorious and bomb down at A. Surely this is a round 4-year team. You get the perfect setup that you could ask for. No trophies that I see, so this nade, does it get caught by that trophy? It doesn't.
Oh, it connects. Beautiful. Able to get one. Oh, secondary chow, though. We'll get the best of them. You can see the idea. It was a good look, good attempt, but won't be able to fully gain control. The early numbers advantage really paying off.
It even looks like such a battle in these end fights from Team Notorious just to win that out. The confidence in that double chow down the elevator shaft is shown for 5 fears, but I mean, that's a good call from Team Notorious, who just continuously put up those first bloods. You get over towards that A site, you shut down that bomb carrier right away, and that puts 5 fears in tough spots like we've seen. This time they just convert it into a round win, which they have had plenty of chances to do.
Team Notorious back to basics.
It's a fast plant.
Right onto A. Hixie thinking about chowing it. He just wants the info. The stun's going to let them know, yeah, they absolutely have control down here. It's a triple chow on the staircase. You're good to get one there if you're Abe, so he'll take that. Oh, that's a snapper from Afro. He's able to deal with Exceed, and now that might be the green light for the bomb plant, but Hixie's still lingering, looking for what could be a pick.
Perfect nade, perfect shots. Team Notorious with a near perfect round off that A take again, something that really lit the way back in that winners final when these two teams squared up on this map mode combo. So going into the A site, down that elevator shaft, and Afro is soaring now for the team when he wasn't there in map 1. So we see him early catching the RCXD, you get to the back, you bait some players down the staircase, the triple chow baits out even more. And I don't know how he gets that read on the player behind the computer. He must have seen the late foot around the corner, but he absolutely fried that player from 5 fears to get that bomb site fully under control. And I like the patience from Team Notorious not to insta-plant that bomb to play their numbers in the site.
Team Notorious stepping up in a big way.
Another first blood.
And they are doing a great job of now shutting down Abe early in the round. You want to do that as quick as possible. Good nade connection though. Exceed wants to follow it up. Hixie able to get involved with the nade himself. So the double nades will work out quite nicely, and that will allow a bomb plant.
5 fears starting to feel some pressure on the past couple of rounds. Can you stop the comeback here and now? Hixie's gonna get the read onto the elevator drop. Eric Boom goes down. 1v3, big door slide. F dot traded out, and 5 fears gonna bring themselves back. So solid post plant hold there, just catching the timings perfectly right. I think there's a missed call on that drop from Eric Bohm, just a little bit too early from the rest of the team, Austin. So you drop down, you get caught, you put the rest of the team into a tough situation where they have to chow later off the regens that 5 fears are going to have. And that's a great way to bring yourself back into a 2-round advantage. You started to see things slow down for a second there. 5 fears feeling good on the SNDs again.
Crucial round to be sure. Make sure the momentum does not start to sway one way for Team Notorious. Finally going to give B a look. I almost forgot we had another bomb site. Everything has been kind of happening around A. But looks like this might be red. Exceed all the way in the back. However, Eric's in a position where he should be able to get this bomb down, and that's exactly the case. So now you got to play for the post plant, and you've already lost one. 3v3 now as things are getting traded out.
Look how far away F-Dot is from this whole team. So he's really banking on this helicopter to be contested. Nice read from Afro. Holds down this post plant. 3v2.
Not going to be easy as F-Dot's actually wrapped all the way around your side. So he's giving some great information to his teammates on where to look. And yeah, they're looking in the right direction. Last one up going to be Abe. Almost an impossible situation. F-Dot just needs to play his life. And might not even get a look at the first one. But no, Abe does manage to kill one. That's okay. Team Notorious with a great play over at B.
It's very comfortable on that side take as well. I see it. You had the idea. You didn't see anybody over towards that helicopter, so the chow out to the bomb carrier was warranted for the second. He stays alive, but the fact that he has to chase his way out kind of disrupts everything for that retake. Hixie goes deep as well to get that bomb carrier killed. And you thought for a second that the play all the way underneath was going to be unread, but Afro knows better. 7 and 5. He's going toe-to-toe with Abe now on this map. So, to see if the rest of the team can continue with their ways on SND, as it's going to be a drop towards A again.
Hixie doesn't exactly get the stun where he wants it, but
Quick
knows at least 2 players were down low. Abe starting to think about a push down low in the building, but that was being held on the upper staircase. Now you got Rafi, who's going to backtrack just a tad bit. No one going down just yet. The door's being busted open, and that will be a hello and a surprise coming through for FDOT.
Afro for the first blood again, and bomb might go down here. Unfortunately, though, you're in a 4 versus 2, so Exceed's got a lot of work to do back here.
Yeah, we'll see what Exceed can do. You need a big pick, and FDOT's just not going to stick around for that challenge. The bomb, sure, it gets planted, but you're going to have to find some kills. Exceed just getting peppered through the windows. Hixie not having a better time either. He's got a big gunfight with Eric, and he's getting double teamed here from Afro. Doesn't get the read, and all comes down to Exceed. And too much to look at, too much to do. Team Notorious just overwhelmed and are able to break down the setup.
That brings us to a tight game. Just like we saw back on that Hacienda Search and Destroy in Game 5 versus Omit Brooklyn. You might be out to a hot start for 5 Fears, but we do start to see those mistakes form towards those later rounds. And this time, I think you overstay your welcome towards the top of Sidewalk. It allows Afro to get that first blood from the bottom of Armory. And when that does happen, it forces you to stick onto that bomb site. Fire gets isolated. And you're starting to see 5 Fears play a little bit separate than what we saw before. And Team Notorious are happy to pick you apart in rounds like that. So tie game for Notorious. A hit to see if they can take the lead.
Yeah, they're teeing up. Oh, what a chow that is from Hixie. And yeah, that might be, oh wow. Eric's actually able to get one. Looked like that maybe by way of trophy, but 3v3 we go. And they will be forced out of A at the very least. And it's all about, what are you going to get here if you're Afro? And, well, Afro's able to get one. Does he slip away? Yes, he does. Hixie just can't track him down. Numbers go the way of Team Notorious.
That's just some lives that are thrown away for free by 5 Fears, not fully acknowledging what is possible. And the rewrap back in for Afro. He's getting a lot of information. And you can hit out both for free.
Oh, they spot one in the back. Huge win. And now it all comes down to Hixie, and Afro, I think, is maybe onto his positioning a little bit there. Forced to come up the spiral with pretty tough defensive round as the bomb's going to go down and has the sub in hand.
Just do it. Full send. Right into it. Gets the kill. Trade it out. That's your best shot to that round, though, Austin. You jump in there, you get the bomb planter. You hope to God that there's nobody there to trade you out. Fortunately, there is, so Team Notorious off of another round win. That is them taking the lead now in this game. 3 rounds in a row on the Protocol SND. And after 5 Fears starts so good on this map, too.
Yeah.
This would be almost devastating to lose, but this is really testing the mental of Team Notorious, and they are resilient, and their bounce back is so far better.
It's been looking pretty solid here. 5 Fears have been running out of answers. But going to need to find one on the offense.
B's wide open.
B is wide open. And it looks like they might be able to play for a plant. Usually it's FDOT who plays all the way by that back gun, but he is not in that position, which means that this bomb should go down.
And Rafi's late to it, so it's going to be a struggling retake. Nobody even going up top. Grandma's. It's going to be a P2 hit from Afro to see if he can get any angle on these players towards P1 and Grandma's.
Afro, important role here to try to get yourself a kill onto potentially Abe. Might have been able to see him. Yes, he does. Finds it cleanly. Do they get the read on the second? Yes, they do. Both players eliminated now on their side of the map. You have eyes on Exceed, who's just getting peppered. Nowhere to go, but Hixie maybe here to save the day. Exceed has been finessing, so Hixie has a chance maybe to buy enough time. 13 seconds on the clock. Exceed the last one up. You got to go for the plant. The toe is being shot. Eric has to slide, and oh, Exceed gets there. Rips him off the bomb, and the 2v4 comes through to get us to around 11.
Ixie makes the play, though. The double kill from P1. I wish we were on his perspective because I gotta see what he just did. That had to be the most ridiculous second kill ever onto Eric Boom. But again, Exceed finessing towards helicopter. He has the smallest angle onto that bomb diffuser. I don't know if there was enough time for the defuse. It was close.
I think so. I think he got
really
there.
Close, but nonetheless, there's nothing left to doubt whatsoever. Round 11 for 5 Fears. How about that?
Yeah.
2v4.
That gets the blood pumping a little bit.
Gets the people going.
Gets the people going, indeed. All right. Round 11 we go. Attacking is 5 Fears again. Defensive look going to be very different, and that means that this site is wide open. You could go for a fast plan if you want.
Choosing not to. Seeing if everybody's going to bite from Team Notorious, but there is going to be a late flank there. Half Dot, if he chooses to, he can drop down the elevator, play this timing through Big Door well. He goes for the RCXD, no follow-up. Just a little bit of damage to test them. Bomb is down, Afro first blood.
First blood. That's something you can almost always count on Team Notorious for. Drawing that first kill. Hixie feeling the pressure. Battle with Eric Boom, but the flank comes through at the perfect time. A quick trade does follow. 20 seconds on the clock. It's a 1v3. Abe goes into the bomb site with the RCXD, but he doesn't find the bomb diffuser, and he can't get there in time. Team Notorious bring it back, clutch up, and tie up the series.
That's a game you're going to look back at and really feel bad about if you're 5 Fears. You had so much going for you off those first couple of rounds won, stealing them away from Team Notorious, but that is a test of the mental, the sheer will that Team Notorious has at SND, the way that they're able to bring this one back. Afro finally getting involved as well, 13-6 in that mode. He was doing so much for that team to really open things up, and towards that last round, it was Rafi for the first blood, not Afro. Excuse me, not Afro to win that one out. So really opening up that post plant on A. It comes down to a round 11 on protocol. You have to retake A. I can't believe they got it done.
Yeah, they got it done. Patience also being shown. You know, Eric on the staircase, finessing, waiting for his teammates to get through Big Door when they needed to. And, well, the collapse just came through at the perfect time. Man, banger search and destroy. I mean, a lot of these maps have been bangers. That was really the first time, though, we've seen 5 Fears actually have a hold of the map and felt like they might have been able to run away with it. Not the case. Team Notorious with 3 rounds in a row, just about halfway through that search and destroy when it was 4-2 up for 5 Fears, really showing us the ice. And that's something that Eric also talked about, saying, listen, it feels like this year we've really had some of those icy moments where we've been able to rely on one another to clutch up, win their ones, and get in there to make sure that we secure the dub. That was a great moment of it right there in the round 11.
Yeah, and to do that after getting 2v4'd in the round previous, that is really strong dice up for Team Notorious. That could have been so much worse for you in this grand final after losing the hardpoint the way that you did back on Fold when 5 Fears were happy to square up on a map that you're comfortable with. You get blown out of the water, you get into the map 2, is a little bit testy at first. You think that maybe this is the moment where 5 Fears have leveled up on the tournament to finally start clicking in these S&Ds, but it is not to be this time. Team Notorious, they steal it away. We are tied up in the best of 7, and that really leads into a really strong grand final showing for both of these teams. Slate is wiped clean going into the rest of these maps.
Take a look at the overview, and yeah, a lot of first bloods that were going the way of Team Notorious, doing just an excellent job of using that man advantage, especially through the second half of the search and destroy. That's where it really started to pay off there for them. But 6-5 victory comes down to that defuse. No problem whatsoever. Abe almost lines up a double if there's no flak there. So that would have been maybe a little bit more insane, but not in the cards. Doesn't work out that way. And we got ourselves a 1-1 series tie.
It's a good series because we got
Fantastic.
the tie game in the grand finals. The team out of the winner's bracket isn't going to start falling behind. EU's still doing EU things with their search and destroys. We're going into the control next very, very shortly, Austin. And this is going to be very telling with how things are going for Team Notorious because that map one, a little bit scary thinking about it going through the rest of it. But now that your team is awake, ready to play,
Yeah.
going to get hot on the sticks, this could be a very different answer for the map up next.
Well, we'll see what they're going to be able to do. Just another reminder, make sure you guys do go over to the Toronto Ultra Twitter. If you are looking for our free graphics card, retweet, like the tweet, tag our friend. Let us know who you think is going to take this grand final. And also, make sure you guys head over to AMD and AMD Gaming. Give them a follow, guys, as they're putting on this tournament. And, well, we love Call of Duty action. We're getting it a week before champs, the teaser, if you will. So, big shout out to them. But for now, we will throw things to a short break. Get ready for map number 3. Don't go too far. More Call of Duty coming your way. Welcome back, everyone, to the AMD Overclocked Finals. We are currently at a 1-1 tie through this best-of-7 for the Grand Finals, and we are getting ready for the map number 3 on Control. Colin, we just had an absolute banger to end off our search and destroy. Team Notorious brought it all the way back after winning 3 rounds in a row, and then closing off with the round 11 to make sure that they do not go down 2-0 early here in the best-of-7.
This is a big one for the side of 5 Fierce. I'd say more than Team Notorious because consistently over the course of this entire weekend, Team Notorious have been good for the 2-3-5s. Their Neslo game has been on point. So feeling good going to the Control, especially after clutching up that game number 3. We were wondering where Afra was in that map 1 Vault Hardpoint. Well, he found himself in the protocol search and destroy, and he really took over for the team. But just in general for Team Notorious, I mean, they had the winning I'd say mentality from start to finish. They were winning a lot of those opening duels. They were putting themselves in situations where they could win those rounds. And when they started clutching up, it was just slowly and slowly building our way back in towards that game. So for game number 3, like I said, the slate is wiped clean on both sides of the field. So this control is going to be not only a swing map for the series, but I think for the momentum of where these teams are going to head into that map for Hardpoint.
Yeah, I like that. And we can maybe take a look at just all the maps that we do have here for you guys again for as far as what is coming up. So we do have the Hacienda control, and this will be an interesting one because we've seen a lot of the other two and haven't maybe seen a ton of Hacienda control per se, but we'll see what ends up happening for as far as the matchup between the two squads, where you are now a little bit warm, right? I think, again, that first map on Vault coming through here for Team Notorious, again, they've been sitting around. We kind of always talk about this in tournament play where you're not always, you know, ready and kind of hot with the shots. So got to get yourself that warm-up map, and now that they've been warmed up for a few, I'm excited to see how they rebound and respond going into this control to potentially take the swing map.
I think one thing I've been most interested with on Hacienda control between Team Notorious is the fact that every single time we see them on attack, they opt in for that A zone first, especially going for top open control, trying to get their area set up in a good spot to get the harder of the two objectives done fast and allow that snowball to happen over towards B, where you can get that tin control, where you can get it towards office and really lay the hurt down on those spawners from the defensive side. But the big kicker is that if you fall short of this A zone early, if you go 4 down, then it's really hard to find your way back into the map.
Little pre-fire comes through for F-Dot as the initial challenges take place, of course, up top for the ARs. Abe going to take a little peek through connector, and we'll be able to find one. Wants a challenge for 2, but backs down wisely. And Afro, he's just waiting the whole time for the challenge to come through. So a lot of mid-map control being fought for. Finally, you see Afro win a couple of battles, make it 3 battles as he now actually slips inside of office.
Yeah, he's in a dangerous position. Teammate going to touchdown on towards that zone. F-Dot is there, but you still have some members of Five Fears around to worry about, and they're going to get the kills necessary to take you off the objective for a second. They want to get this segment secured, and they do. So at least one tick over towards A, and that is going to allow F-Dot to fly forward, but Exceed is going to catch them, and you're back to square one right now for Notorious, just trying to touch the A zone as much as possible.
Rafi has been, you know, off to a pretty slow start, I would say, through the first 2 maps, but this is a moment that you would really love to see him heat up, and he is doing exactly that. Rafi now up to 5 in a row, watching over his teammates at A. That looks like a second tick, and it is, in fact, a second segment at A.
That's hard to say, too, because Rafi, I mean, it might not have been the best stat line after the search and destroy, but he gets the first blood in round 11, and that really swings things in Notorious's favor for this series. So 28 seconds to get this last segment over towards A, and there's a lot of time, a lot of lives off the board from Team Notorious. So even if you do capture A, it's not going to be easy to get to B.
Well, only 15 seconds left. A lot of that dedication brought into the harder of the 2 zones to typically get. Exceed, just trying to play his life, but not allowed to do so. Will be cleaned up. Shots over the top, clean from fire. Good tags also onto F-Dot, but you still got Afro alive and well, just trying to secure that final segment, but the clearance was coming through for a moment. Contest on the point, and well, how about another double coming through? A triple for Abe as he runs right through you. Finds himself a big moment, and F-Dot also taken out on the B point.
One more chance for Afro. Touch over towards this A zone, still only a life differential of 1, so if you are able to capture it, then you still have kind of a chance, but it is an uphill battle. A zone's going to get secured at the last second, and there's a 9 lives playing at 10. Team Notorious still have some work to do, and you're looking at Eric Boom to go rogue now. Top office.
Yeah, big position, good shots. Able to take out Hixie. Wants to hold on to the office control. And maybe even dabble with some of the spawners that are going to be coming up to reinforce the point, but Team Notorious do find their way onto the point, and they're going to go for the stack.
It's Abe on the flank. Oh no! Fire! What happened?
Brother.
Exceed's going to get a kill onto Afro, so at least one nade lands, and Abe's going to activate from the flank. The kills come through. You still get it done for the break. That is 2 segments because of it.
Yeah, you better be buying Abe and Ixie dinner after that, Fire. That's all I'm going to say. I have to imagine it was a jump in front of the Semtex, and well, it didn't work out the way you wanted. For playing up against 5 lives in favor of 5 Fears. Abe actually going to catch Eric Boom, but Eric gets a glimpse of him, goes for the reach-out, and now life's going to be evened up with 15 seconds left.
53. Exceed trying to play his life. 13 seconds. A good old game of search and destroy, but Objective is one segment at B. Good timing to bring it into a 2v2. You still have a chance here with 5 seconds. You have to touch.
Big regroup. 2v2 we go. High ground. Is it going to work out? Have to stay on the zone here if you're Afro. Dodges out on the Semtex. Goes for the reach out. Bobbing and weaving. Back and forth we go. And Afro this time gets the best of Abe. Team Notorious clutch up in the offense.
The vet versus the rookie. And Afro shows him how it's done in the 1v1. That is a round that, looking back at it, Team Notorious had no business winning, but you give them the chance to capture that A zone, and Life Lead gets cut down. Eric Boom catches a couple of the respawning players towards Office. You open up those opportunities on A. A teammate from Fire onto himself and Exceed that allows for 2 segments at A as well. And
2 lives as well, you think about, right?
Everything falls apart there for 5 Fears. It's exactly the same thing as the Vault Control back in the matchup versus Omit Brooklyn. That first round you should not have lost, but now you're going to have to play a pickup from what is left.
Oh, good wallbang shots. Will connect for the first blood to start to open up some of the control around A, and they will follow through with a quick jump on the zone, excuse me. Big battle going to come through there for Fire. And now you got Abe, who's also going to be able to get a forward position if he wants. He can backtrack in the first segment, locked in today.
Still working on getting this one captured early. Second segment there. Abe heads up over towards the flanker. Afro's going to be caught. Once Rafi caught there. A-zone gets secured already. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to get over towards B Austin. So 5 Fears quickly shaking off the abysmal round 1 that was swept underneath you, and you can see it here. Abe and Exceed, they are doing their best. Fire and Hixie struggling right on this map.
Nice little dodge of the stun. Exceed, though, still ready for the challenge. Not going to get the best of Afro. Secondary chow, though, good for Abe. He could maybe start flying forward, but FDOT's doing the exact same thing on the other side of the map, so he could really be a nuisance here for some of the spawners coming up on the attack.
FDOT's going to have way more impact than your counterpart, because it's not only kills, but it is time that you are wasting from 5 Fears on their attacking side. So a couple kills come through. You're still worried about this top spiral position. Rafi is still in an area where if you play the timing right, you're going to have a free flank on this. It's being watched by Exceed.
Good tags from Rafi. Exceed, reach out, and will be taken out pretty cleanly. 3 in a row now for Rafi as he's getting himself going again. 5 spree though on the other side. Abe's been going pretty rogue as he has made that flank play work out. B was touched for a moment. Abe's got a read on the flank on Rafi. So there's kill number 6. Chance to work for streaks and a chance to play for a stack.
Abe's got the shovel. He's digging his team away from this deficit. Contest is in after the second segment is a lock. Exceed's going to get a good timing onto the inner fence player. Now working on that third segment, a double stack. You're alone. Contest is there, but not for long as it's Fire just trying to get his best stabilization on the zone.
Oh man, both teams just sliding in, trying to make sure that they can make everything happen, all the chaos on the zone that you would want, but in the end, Exceed realizes they got to take a route. Got to slow it down a tad bit. FDOT onto it. Stun will connect. Information gained. On the other side, you do have kills coming through around the zone. If Exceed can win this could open up an avenue into the point, but holding strong will be Afro up top. Finally take it down. Fire stopping the clock. Couple players going to hop on the zone. Everyone has to flood from 10. Need to touch, need to contest. They will be able to hold on, but now you got to win the battles. The battle slowly coming through, jumping over the fence in the back. Exceed able to get one more, but Afro has the last laugh. He's able to stay alive.
6v7, still trying to play your life here. 5 lives left for Team Notorious, and 5 Fears wanting this offensive bounce back, and Abe, he is trying his best.
He's ready to fry, ready to cook. He's gonna find a couple of kills necessary. Hixie, the last one on the zone. And well, only got 1 player left. FDOT can't get there. 5 Fears also respond with an offense of their own.
Okay, a little bit better than what we saw before too. Very put together, some good communication to hit that at the exact same time, and big moments as well from both Hixie and Abe. Not Hixie, it would be a mix of both players, but Abe goes on his 6th spree that opens up a route over towards B, and that back and forth, it was close, and there were a lot of 1v1s that Team Notorious were walking away with in that B zone, but ultimately It was scrappy enough that 5 Fears slowly chipped away at that round. And they are going to answer back with an offense, 6 segments from both teams as well, Austin. So in terms of the objective, we are tied. In terms of the game, we are tied. In the series, too.
20-11 right now for Abe. Still lighting it up on his birthday. And how about it? Able to get the first blood. But quick trade from Afro. Does end up dying on his drop down to try to reinforce B. Exceed, try to get a read on maybe where the second player is, but you get great help from your subs. They're going to clean up the majority of the kills. You're to clear that first segment that was being worked on, and now you've regained control.
Let's go right over towards B to give it a try. Thought Afro, he's going to work towards getting towards the top bridge. He's traded out, though. And 5 Fears are burning a lot of time away from these B attempts. So now for Team Notorious, like we see at the start of this game, I'd imagine this is going to be a route over towards A, but Eric Boom and Beth Todd on screen for 4 in a row. Opens up a chance to touch towards B, maybe double progress. No, it is A that they're going to look at.
Yeah, they double back. They realize they don't maybe have all the positioning that they want. They already got numbers on A, so let's see if we can go for a stack. F Dot now is up to 5 in a row. So streak being worked on. Kill number 6. Going to be challenged, but no, gets put down. So big shutdown from Exceed to make sure there's no streak in play. A was also cleared, didn't get the second tick of progress, and now you're working at a spawn here if you're Team Notorious.
It's really good for 5 Fears, just mitigating the damage on this defensive round. Another double kill between Fire and Ave. The reach, how Fire breaks his camera. Eric Boom didn't even see it coming. That is a good wave of kills to continue to put Notorious in the blender. 15 seconds on this attack.
Huge win going to come through, though. And that's going to maybe give a chance for a touch. On to B. You're also going to see Afro, who was trying to play his life on the other side. But B's the target. Have to try to make something happen here with only 8 seconds on the clock. F-Dot does not know where to look. Takes a look at you. Exceed, though, will be able to slide away for a moment. Eric turns his attention right back over to A, where you do get to stop the clock here from Afro, but a lot in front of him. Almost too much, 0.1. Rafi keeps the play alive, but again, too many windows, too many angles. 5 Fears, they do hold on to the defense.
Only 1 segment, so that really sets things up for 5 Fears. Going into this next one, you had the calm answer back on the offense for yourself to win out that B zone. Not many mistakes were seen, just trades back and forth until you had that break. You go into the defense, it is almost picture perfect to limit them down to just that 1 segment. So even if you do lose this round and get pushed to a round 5, all you need are 2 segments right now from 5 Fears to get that round 5 defense confirmed. But for the squad looking to bounce back off of the search and destroy that probably should have been theirs as well, Austin. They're looking to finish it on an offense.
A not ready for the hit right through P4. Caught off guard, and you're also going to lose Hixie, so the forward subs no longer in the picture. Rafi gets a little ambitious, thinking he had the timing to cut off the well push. That won't work out in his favor. And now Eric ready to start going rogue in the back here as he's starting to get himself in a key position to play for respawners.
Good kills out. 5 Fears open up a lane towards B. Afro doing his best to maybe slow it down, but ultimately it is going to be F-Dot to allow his team back onto that defensive side. So neutralizing this first segment. The key, a minute left on the clock, Austin, and lives are even, so nothing is solidified just yet. Double stack, 3 players going over to B from 5 Fears.
Yeah, a lot of players surrounding the point. Rafi's finally backtracking just a tad bit, wins a key 1v1, but kills still going the other way as well. Make that 3 kills going the other way. So the player in the back is dealt with. Eric's no longer a part of this play. If you're going to stop this zone from going over, it's going to have to come by way of the front. And with the stack, it almost feels like they're going to have to chalk this up and start playing for A and just simply playing for exits. There it is. Point secured.
Yeah, but the exits don't even come. Afdot goes down. Rafi as well falls. So 5 Fears are getting all the kills on the map. Fortunately enough, Eric Boom goes big. He's going to slow this one down. And he's got himself pushed all the way up into P4. You also have Afro sitting on Spiral. Would have loved to get that kill, but at the moment, 5 Fears, Hands on the reins. They're just waiting for the right chance to attack this A zone.
Rafi holding on to the right side of the fences, making sure no one's going to slip through, and now you're getting some top control here as well. So by no means a terrible spot for Team Notorious, but it could all go awry very quickly. Patience going to pay off for Eric, who's seamlessly finding kills after kill. Going to jump up top, and, well, Abe is going to be able to find himself one. Eric, though, still building up that killing spree. Finally going to be shut down, but 50 seconds left. Would love to start getting some progress done on the zone, and they're finally starting to actually clear out some of the hallways and get some actual control around the point.
Yeah, 2 kills down. It's F-Dot looking for an angle. Big kill into Abe. Backs up, plays his life, and that surely is going to stop this A zone from going down. Just looking for the rest of the team to open up the opportunity. F-Dot goes back in. A second one to stop it. Still segment at A, 7v9, 5 fears with the advantage.
Slight life lead could play the difference here. Second segment being worked on there at A just for a moment. Hixie gonna hop off, expecting someone to come bottom line. Afro also playing up top here. It looks like he's gonna put the pedal to the metal, see if he can drop low. Has a read on somebody at U, but won't be able to find him. Lives now actually evens up here for a moment, but Afro has a chance maybe to play forward and cut off some of the respawners.
Afro getting aggressive, playing his life perfectly for the information. Stun's gonna miss, and through the arches, looks like we're gonna get a double chow out here. 5 fears, this is going to be probably the rest of your round decided against Afro, but 2 kills come back your way. 3 versus 4. Make it a 3v3,
Oh,
you got a chance.
You have a massive chance here. You could very well end it here in the
Rafi.
control. 3 versus 2. Have to get on the time here as well. Stay on the time, but Exceed's able to find one more. 2 versus 2. 13 seconds on the clock. All comes down to Exceed. He would have to go massive. Nade going to be cooked up. Still playing for info on where both players are going to be located at, and now he realizes, I have to hop on the point. I have to stop the clock. He will be able to get there in time, but player from his right needs to be red. Won't happen. Team Notorious clutch up for the round 5.
You get the round 5, but 5 fears did enough to get that round 5 defense. That they're going to be feeling good about. A close one to maybe put this one away in 4 rounds. Give yourself that series lead again off these respawns, but it's the way we've been seeing Control so far, Austin. Another round 5. We get 2 offenses to open it up, 2 defenses for the follow-up. So realistically, it is still anyone's game going into this last one. For Notorious, though, we have to think about their break-off strategy. Rafi's on 6 in a row. If you get this Hellstorm and you have that chance to go over towards that B zone, you might want to invest it off the respawn, see if you can open something up, maybe give yourself a little bit more cushion. And that's what we're going to be looking at. 3 hit to B, and it's going to be F-Dot over towards P4.
Clean shots, just won't finish it off. And she will get a first blood coming through for Fire. But on to B we go. It's been a clean opening. Rafi getting very close to the streak, but he gets shot in the back, so no chance at earning the missile. No early segments gained just yet either. The defense going to be able to hold on, and Abe, well, he is right back in the spot. You love to see him going rogue in the back, finding the respawners, being annoying, and being difficult to kill.
Yeah, there's a weird breakoff for F-Dot. Completely disconnected from that play. So much room for 5 fears to get up close and personal in your face. And Abe, he is snapping right now alongside Hixie for this spawn trap. Both of them working to work in tandem to shut down this round as quick as possible.
Abe for another 5 in a row. Finally traded out. Important to note that B segment was not fully completed, so are going to need at least just a second more on it. Almost a lineup for Fire, but won't be able to complete it. Eric, big win up top, quickly traded out. 16 lives remaining for Team Notorious. Even if you are able to grab this B zone, you're going to be drastically down in lives to try to make something happen on the second zone, but you still got defenders nearby, and you still got Exceed up top, giving you great info on the push.
That's a good kill from Rafi, but nobody else for the follow-up trades again for Team Notorious, and there's 12 seconds left at the respawn. I don't know if it's possible. You gotta rush to A, and that's your only option.
Gotta get a touch somewhere here. Hixie holding up top. Have to flood down low, but all the defenders in the right place at the right time. It will be a touch from Afro in the back. Wins his one-on-one. Reinforcements slowly making its way over for what might be a first tick captured. Now a massive stack for what will be a potential second. Will we get a response from the defenders? Might be looking to make a move. Tin's going to be watched here from Afro. Teammates still finding kills. A quick contest, and now the snap from up top. Not going to finish off the elimination. Afro down low. Will be able to get help from his teammates. One more second, and it's good. They do get the extra minute, but only 8 lives.
It's exactly the same thing we were talking about in round number 1. It's a round that you shouldn't win if you're Notorious, but they open the door. They let you in. Can you steal it? 6v15. All you need is a clean 4 down, though.
Oh, man. Might need more than that at this point in time. It is looking rough. No progress on A. So the 4 down would almost have to come down to simultaneous kills and just hoping you can stay alive. But it is now only 4 lives to make it 3. The disadvantage is feeling like a little bit too much. 39 kills from Abe, 39 kills from Exceed. Respawners just being absolutely bullied as they come out of the spawn. And there it is. The finisher is in. 5 Fears. They are finally able to grab themselves a big control win versus Team Notorious.
You don't even care if they capture B. You got the lives, you got the map control, and you got Abe just running amok in the spawn of Team Notorious, looking towards this best play as well. Exceed, he is there again, happy to pull the Jackal out whenever he can for this map. Almost 40 kills between Exceed and Abe. It is a total of 79, Austin, in this map. Hixie 34 and 31 as well. Lots of damage between those 3 players. 4.5K from Hixie alone. So big plays coming out on the defensive side from 5 Fears. The respawn still feeling good. That round 1 got a little bit shaky.
It did.
But it's not the first time that we've seen them choke around that they should be winning in a control setting. It's the bounce back that you look towards this team. And that round 2 offense from them was fantastic. It's close, but it's what you expect for control. Offense is difficult to do. It's just you get into the next defense, you make it look clinical. You get into the offense after that, you almost steal it away in 4. It goes all the way to around 5, but you really felt that 5 Fears, albeit how close it was, still felt like the better team.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, there was definitely a difference maker again. I mean, just one thing I think you always got to credit this team for is just how good they are at getting in your face on the respawns and then just finessing and playing their life. I mean, Abe and Hixie, they do it so well. And you even see Exceed get involved, quite a bit with that as well. But it is just such a problem, chipping away at your lives. And when you get to a situation like this, into a round 5 where you're down, 16 playing up against 8 after you finally clutch up and capture a zone, you got to play so perfect. And the trades aren't clean. They simply are just not going to result in a second zone capture like we had seen. So they really do pay off as you get deeper and deeper into the round. But incredible stuff all around the board. You love to see this team winning, clutching up. It isn't just a 2-3-5 angle that you're seeing out of Team Notorious here now. You're seeing 5 Fears fight back in the controls now too, and that's going to play a big difference in this best of 7.
Even looking at the end of those replays too, I mean, if Afro stays alive at that B zone, you get it captured clean with those kills towards top patio.
Yeah.
You get those subs into offense, then maybe we're talking about a round where you can steal it away. I think for 5 Fears, you can really dissect and say that it's good on the exits that they're focusing there, not getting over aggressive with those challenges to stop that zone from going down. You just have one thing you need to do, outslay this team. You have the lives. If you give up that B zone, it's not the end of the world. So it's a great job to pick up those exit kills off of that control zone. Again, 5 Fears just looking pretty polished in the respawns, and that's what we expect from them. You bring up a good point. You shut down that map number 3.
Yeah.
No Neslo giving up. I know it's a best of 7, so technically
of course.
you can't Neslo.
Extended Neslo.
But it's the whole premise of the fact that you're not giving up those controls this time. And you're going back into a Hardpoint again, where you've just been killing it, outslaying Team Notorious on all the respawns. So you are feeling good. It's a skyline as well. It is going to be mixy, but if you're outslaying like that, again, it's going to be so difficult for Team Notorious to find their way back into the series. It has to be a respawn stolen now. From Team Notorious, and that is the test that really has been talked about for this team when it comes down to their respawn. It's kind of working on that through the boot camp. Can this team compete against the North American teams when it comes to the hard points? Has been one big talking point from yesterday and today.
Yes.
and they haven't really answered it.
They haven't answered it, and yeah, I think if there was ever a time to, it certainly feels like it's now, because again, it feels like you can rely on the search. That's been there. That's at the end. You know, if you get to a game 7, you're feeling at least pretty solid for the most part here. But I think you're absolutely right. You need to find a way to win this hardpoint, and we did see them win it yesterday, right? They were looking pretty solid on the skyline. It felt like they had really set the tone at times when they were able to throw this into the mix. So this is really a map that you want to come alive on, and again, I think it's really important that you see some of the ARs also come alive a little bit on this map to shut down players like Exceed, Fire, win those top battles, and do a better job of getting your subs forward, to be aggressive, to find, you know, some success in the chaos that you typically naturally fall into when you're playing a Skyline hardpoint.
I mean, Rafi played good in that control. He had so many moments where he went on that 6 spree. He gets the first blood for the Search and Destroy in that round 11. He had a great map. It's really just down to seeing if everything can come together for the timings, because when he shows up, it just feels like the rest of your team sometimes is dead off the respawn, and it just comes at all the wrong times. So it's putting it together.
Yeah, but F.Dot too, I would say, right?
He's the guy that we look towards, because for Hardpoint in general, he's the glue. He's the fundamentals. You get those early rotations. It's always Rafi making that play on the Vault Hardpoint. How many times do we see Hixie out-rotate him, get into a position that they just didn't expect him to be in, and then, bam, double kill from Hixie. You lose those spawns, you lose the rotations, and that's really where that snowball was coming from, Austin.
Yeah.
In that map number 1. So we gotta paint that picture onto Rafi, is that if he's going to be the glue for this team, you got to look to the fundamental rotations for a Skyline to make sure that he's winning those duels.
But again, if everyone's slaying here for 5 years, you know, it doesn't matter how many kills Rafi's dropping.
At all.
It doesn't matter, right? You need both players, both your AR backlines, I think, consistently putting up the numbers, and it feels like one has, you know, slightly slacked while the other one maybe is trying to pick up the pace. And that's a difficult thing to do versus a team that's playing this fast and playing this up close in your face and is finding good timings, and it's just reading the map right. And as you say, Hixie just always feels like he's right place, right time, something that we've been saying for years now whenever he's down here in Challengers. So there's just a lot of checks that you need to find here on your boxes going into this hardpoint. So we're framing it up as just go in there, you know, do what you need to do, but you know, it's really going to take a lot, and focusing on the details is what's going to be critical.
If you out-rotate a team, out-slay a team, and you soak up all the hill time, you are a good hardpoint team.
Yeah.
But it's hard to do all of that. I mean, we're asking for the perfect scenarios for these guys. But for Skyline in general, I think you could find some comfort in the fact that one thing for Team Notorious that we've been really impressed with over the weekend has been their communication. And for a map like Skyline, communication is going to be the key on, you know, how you're going to be in a scenario where you need to push P2, but still pick up that time at P1. So that early bump to get into that situation, to have everybody in a position where you're dynamically flowing around the map. I think I just made that word up on the spot, but where you're flowing around the map and you're trying to get into a situation to flip things out fast, get that objective time. It's really going to come down to the communication of Team Notorious to see if they're picking up all their angles and playing their part.
Certainly. Well, we've laid out and framed out what we're going to need to see from Team Notorious. Now it's time to see if they're going to be able to get that done, because you're in a good spot here if you're, you know, coming in as 5 fears where you have a chance to pull ahead, go up drastically in the series, and you just need one more map to put it away. Not that that's ever easy. You know, I think we learned that in Miami with Team Notorious after falling down in that grand finals 3-1. You know, they can certainly mount comebacks. They can certainly streak and put maps together here. So by no means is it over, but you would love to grab this hard point, tie us up, and go into some maps and modes that you're going to feel pretty good about.
It's not the end of the world for this team. They're just down one map, Austin. So we're looking at this and we're saying that this is, you know, ready for 5 fears to run away with it. Yes, they've won every Skyline, but at the end of the day, it's the grand finals.
Anything can happen, baby.
This is Champs up next week. You want to show case that you can win maps like this. So you expect Team Notorious to bounce back like they did on that Protocol Search and Destroy. And, all right.
Seed was not happy with Hixie. He's like, get out of my way, man. How come you took my close spawn? But 5 fears still managed to get the time first, so whatever they do ends up working out. And that top battle that I talked about, this is going to be a huge point of this entire map, and Fire already shooting off to a pretty solid start. So looking at F.Dot, looking at Rafi to try to get involved, to give their subs a forward position. F.Dot now from the staircase trying to deal with Fire, but he's finding heads, he's picking kills off, and 5 fears are getting a lot of time on P1.
So much time, and all that, it was Hixie waiting for a chance to try to flip those spawns. It doesn't work, but it's Fire its turn now. 3 in a row off this top roof position, finally getting traded out. And Team Notorious, they are going to be set up at least for the second, but you still have some players to worry about. Abe, though, he's going to be found out. 3 kills for Team Notorious. A little bit of scrap time in the setup that you want for P2, but hopefully it's not like those setups that we saw in Vault, and you can actually get some time off of this. You're going to get a route from Hixie all the way underneath, and the rest of the team's going to follow up very fast.
Yeah, a couple players now starting to get pretty close to the point. Abe up the elevator, drops down low, and, well, finally a decent moment coming through for FDOT. After the slow start, he's going to put 3 together. Big chance for 4, and now he's heating up. That is our Miami MVP, starting to get locked and loaded. 4 in a row and a chance maybe to work for streaks.
0-4 to 4-4. Can he hold down this kitchen rotation? Yes, the answer. He goes down. Now look at this. This is the rest of them gelling out with the pistol. Everybody winning their fights. Team Notorious, they bounce back off of 41 seconds given up off of P1. So you get to P2 with the better spawns. You do not break whatsoever. And this is what you like to see from Afro.
This is what I talked about. Your ARs find kills. You get players like Afro forward. All of a sudden, the setups no longer look as solid as they once did. So 5 Fears now on the back foot. No longer having those back spawns for the next hill as well. As Rafi's got the cross. He's on 4 in a row. Everybody from Team Notorious starting to step up.
Good shots from Rafi, 5 in a row. You haven't even been able to sniff this hill if you're 5 Fears, and it's just been 75 plus unanswered points from Team Notorious after going to this P2 rotation. So 5 Fears now on the back foot, trying to put together any kills to break this hill, but they just have not. Finally, Abe's gonna get in and Exceed there to back him up.
This has been a crazy streak of points. I mean, they've just had to send everything on Rafi before they can even make their way past the 50-yard line. So feeling a lot of the pressure early on here is certainly 5 Fears after having a great P1. Looking solid for what is a rotation here to the next hill as well. And you're still keeping them past the 50-yard line here around P2 spawns. So this is a great position and a great bounce back.
Yeah, the slang has just skewed way towards Team Notorious. You look 9-5, 10-5 from Rafi. 9-5 from Eric Boom, 9-7 for FDOT. Everybody in and around that 10-kill marker. Afro's making plays on the rotation, and it has just been so clinical in that slaying column from this team. Everybody doing their work. Finally, for 5 Fears, you are going to get this break over towards P4, but with the close spawns up, it doesn't matter. Eric just gets in from closet, and you're right back on the back foot.
11-6 for Eric, soaking up hill time, allowing his teammates to do what they need to. Set up around the hill, 20 seconds up for grabs. A few players going to give it a go for 5 Fears, but they are just losing every single battle. I mean, this has been a ridiculous turnaround as we look through the first set of hills. They've been able to win every single rotation, almost get every single second since P1, and they have now taken full control of this map number 4.
That's a 18-135 swing in 3 hills. 5 Fears. I mean, hopefully you can get the same thing done at P1 the second go around because you need it. And Abe's going to get the kills. You have some time off of it. The worry is, can you keep this up?
Oh, FDOT. Now with the sub in hand, he's being a nuisance up top. And it just feels like 5 Fears have not been able to stabilize whatsoever. The game is just playing a little bit too fast, and they are not matching the pacing. The tempo is just not in their favor. Hixie, though, does manage to get to P1. Finally, a good moment to talk about here after multiple hills. And 5 Fears are at least on the favorite side of the map, as they start to look towards P2.
Not done just yet. I mean, still about 60 seconds separating these two. You get into towards this setup just like Team Notorious, and you're going to have a chance to get a good chunk of time off this second hill setup. Unfortunately, Abe, timing's not going to work out against FDOT, and that is going to keep Team Notorious on this early setup. It's a hit through piano from 3 members of 5 Fears.
Hixie down low. Might be one of the first entries. Gonna lose a couple of his teammates there out front, so it really just comes down to what Hixie can do. Good read in the back, but can't get the best of Afro in the 1 versus 1. Spawn's still gonna remain close here for Team Notorious, as you'll see 5 Fears try to set up for their second hit.
It's a good hold from Team Notorious. Hixie has been getting away with that all day long in the double kills for the P2 breaks, so you stop that, and you continue to limit the success from 5 Fears on this map. Lots of work to do as Hixie's getting hot on the map 4 in a row. He's going to hop the hill time. Still 20 seconds. This is good time for 5 Fears, so trying to chip away at this lead now against Team Notorious.
Yeah, chipping away at it. And you take a look at just some of the players that are trying to keep him in it. Hixie, certainly one of them. Hixie's been soaking up a lot of time, but he's not been finding a whole lot of kills, having a rough one, and 21 deaths as well. He's playing very quick. He's going to drop and be the first one trying to entry into the P3 hill. Set up here, of course, for Team Notorious. Shots coming all over the place, but it will be Abe that's able to get himself in with a double, looking for a follow-up, and Fire gets involved in the play as well. He follows up with the second. Another good moment here, another big break for 5 Fierce.
Yeah, as long as Exceed can start to pick up the pace in this game, his teammates are giving a lot of time for him to find his way back and regain off this poor start. So you look at him to see if he can get involved for the team a little bit more, and his 30-point lead, it's going to feel like nothing. And a few hard points, a couple fights on the inside, though, from Team Notorious, back and forth against 5 Fierce. Hixie ends up going down. You're fighting for the better side right now, and Team Notorious fighting for the scrap time as well to keep this lead.
Yeah, all time is great time, and Eric even wins the 1v1 for Old, so another 8 seconds will be locked in for Team Notorious as they almost close in on that 200-point mark. Hixie looking to make something happen in the back. Has his teammates also close by, but a little bit too much to deal with all the way by the patio. So we'll try to reposition, wait for the regen. Afro now the last one up himself, needs to play his life and knows the challenge is likely coming his way. Exceed does find the pickup.
Only down by 40. Lots of time to tie this one up heading into the third rotation. Eric's looking to get fast into this hill, wait for the swing. Set up towards the back hit from Afro. See if you can time it right.
Eric slides in. No good. Hixie going to hold strong. 30 seconds to grab, and 5 Fierce, they are slowly working themselves back into the map. Afro, a little shaky, but gets the finisher. Now has to move into the hill. Not going to find Hixie. Exceed gets involved in the play, and that will be another big moment to try to slow down the game just a tad bit, and the kills now starting to turn the other direction.
Talk about Exceed. Just a few hills ago, 9 and 22, and now 17 and 25. So he's positive in the past couple hills, getting involved in these big gunfights. We're tied up heading into the third rotation. It's like it never even happened. So 5 Fierce starting to pick things up, and Team Notorious have slowed down in the past couple of hard points, so tied up going into the third set. It is anyone's game.
Clean shots from Fire, 4 in a row. Rafi thinking about giving him a challenge, but won't be able to. Has to wait for the regen. Secondary chow. Fire locked on him. Absolutely shooting at the moment. Wants to try to push up, take away space. Goes to the pistol. No problem for Fire. 5 in a row. More time going the way of 5 Fierce at P1.
Yeah, suddenly this looks like the momentum is completely shifted over to 5 Fierce. Notorious are asleep in the back couple of hills. So after this P2 rotation, you're hoping you can get this break going fast, because you look at that line of scrimmage just directly down the middle. You lose the fights down low. You're looking towards somebody to break in, and it's Eric Boom trying to knock on this door.
Eric through the back. Has a lot of work to do. And, well, his teammates from the front are doing a great job. They're going to be able to find 2. Eric weakening up a couple of the players, gets the job done. The break is clean. Team Notorious are in.
Yeah, you flip things out as well, so this is a good setup for Notorious if they can get there in time to help out. Piano for Rafi. Good tag still on the other side. Rafi's in trouble, but Afro goes big. A triple kill on the point to win things out. That is going to secure it for Rafi. He feels safe and sound. 30 seconds, and Team Notorious can't turn this lead with.
Yep, and it's just about too much time that give away for free with 30 left, so you have to give it one more hit, but this might also give up the rotation and make it slightly vulnerable here. So key decisions to be made for 5 Fierce as it's 221 to 226. Team Notorious going to regain the lead. Great read from Rafi as well, who's on 6 in a row. Finding that fire yet again, starting to look at new.
You chalk this one up completely for 5 Fierce. You have the P3 set up, but Rafi on 7 in a row. He's got the angle first up. Abe around the fireplace. Can he finesse? Yes.
There
Abe
it is.
for 3. 4 in a row now on the P3 hill. See if he can be the savior for 5 Fierce.
Oh, it could end on the kitchen hill. Abe up to 5. Almost gets number 6. But now you need Hixie to try to come up with some kills. He's denied the opportunity. Team Notorious looking for the final moments on the kitchen point. Rafi ready and waiting. Challenge maybe coming through the outskirts. We'll see if Fire can try to get anything done over the top of the table. He's going to find the entry. It's a team kill, but it's still enough. Now you'll see 5 Fierce get in for a moment.
15 seconds, you have to challenge this one through, and you can see the players going around the outside. Eric Boom shut down on Cobblestone, down low, F dot drops down into the middle of the map. 7 seconds, you gotta go.
Have to go. Both teams 7 seconds away. You could still end it on the kitchen point. The contest was in for a second, but Team Notorious, they have the numbers. Do they have enough to secure it? Abe, has he done enough? The final couple seconds, the tick is in. Team Notorious, grab the Skyline Hardpoint.
What just happened? 5 Fears, they battle all the way back from a 40 to 135 deficit in the first rotation. They look unstoppable going into the third. And then it is the P2, P3 that you love to see from this Notorious team, where they just lock in and grind it out. So many kills coming out from Rafi on those rotations, and you leave it up to the double team duo of Eric Boom and Afro to get into that mix and secure that game when it matters most. They turn up. Some big moments there for Team Notorious, and for the first time it feels against this 5 Fears team, they steal away a Hardpoint.
Finally able to get it done, man. We said they needed to, right? It's a huge part of winning this best of 7. We set up what they needed to do. You saw the ARs firing, finally getting something going. It's like they were almost listening to what they needed to try to get done, and it really set them up with that lead. But yeah, we saw 5 Fears battle back. It comes down to the wire, and those final few seconds that were not contested is just enough to put them over the edge. Man, what a crazy Skyline Hardpoint we just got going.
I gotta see this one back. I mean, 6 spree for Rafi over towards P1. That comeback that they had from P2, P3, P4 at the start of the game, that is just a run of hills that you don't normally see from this team. But you know, that's the communication, the fundamentals from Team Notorious just looking so sound and so well put together. But you gotta give 5 Fears their credit on Hardpoints. They can surely slay out when they get going, and in those P2 hills all day long, Hixie has been that guy for the breaks. But you get towards the third set of rotations, a tie game, so many back and forth hills, and it just felt like this whole mix fest of a P3 really came down to the smallest of margins. Abe starts it off with a triple kill. You have the pick up from P2, from the rest of Team Notorious. They battle their way through with those trades. Afro gets a double kill, F dot to finish it. And that is the Afro difference right there. I mean, this guy, he gets the double kill at the moment to turn this, and he is always the one that separates every team that Team Notorious faces.
Yeah, Afro can just be electric in those game-deciding moments, especially when you get to those close quarter hills. That's where he's going to thrive. And, well, he most certainly does. Man, crazy game flow, though. A lot of back and forth again. There was a point in time where it felt like this one was getting almost a little bit out of reach based off of what we had kind of seen. Yeah, you point to the 137 to 59. Like, it was a drastic lead that they were running away with. And you see 5 Fears slowly creep back in and manage to make it competitive near the end.
I don't think I've ever seen 4 hills where it is that steep on the game flow from P1 all the way into that P4 for Team Notorious. But I mean, they answer back from 5 Fears. You look at, you know, the second rotation, you continue to get another 40 seconds off of those P1 hills, which is not really expected from any team. And then you look at the P4 break that you get from the team as well through Closet, and as soon as they get into there, that's what shifts things back into their favor for that game. So those 2 hills alone for 5 Fears, you look at them to steal away some P1 time, get into those P4s, and it's really hard to break. And you know, that second rotation P4, that's also that moment we were talking about Exceed. He starts the game off 9-22. You go into that P4, he's 17-25. And a moment like that for Exceed, it is just the regain that you're looking for from a player like him.
Well, it is certainly entertaining. That is for sure. This grand finals is all tied up. Still 3 more potential maps to go. So we could be in for a game 7. We'll have to see. But for now, we will throw it to a short break. When we come back, map 5 coming up. Welcome back, everyone. We are getting ready to jump into game number 5. We are all tied up. It's been a great day so far. It's been a great grand final so far, Colin. I've been enjoying myself. I'm sure you have too. But we are now getting into yet another swing map and yet another search and destroy.
You couldn't ask for anything better out of the grand finals than 2-2 going into the back half of this game. We're guaranteed a couple more. Neither team wants to make it easy. So we ask for Team Notorious to do something that they haven't yet been able to do. Show us something exciting, and they steal away the Skyline Hardpoint in a very dramatic way. Afro, F-Dot, they go big in this last couple of hills, and that sets things up in a tight game going into this Hacienda Search and Destroy. Both teams, I think just in general, we can be very impressed with in the way that they're moving into the modes that they have been less preferred on over the course of this weekend and starting to show improvements. That Protocol Search and Destroy, it was 3 rounds off the bat for 5 Fears to take a lead on this one. Yes, Team Notorious, they come back, they steal it away, but you're starting to see those building blocks from both teams, and the Search and Destroy for the 5 Fears and the Hardpoint for Team Notorious, and that is making you really excited for these last 3 maps for sure. So this Hacienda Search and Destroy, I'm sure for for 5 Fears, they're looking to get their get back after that winner's final loss in Game 5.
Yeah, they are, and Team Notorious, you know, being able to watch over that, who knows what they've been able to take away from what they were doing, you know, quite a bit. And was this not the map that they played last night, yesterday? Or earlier today?
Oh, brother, they played it earlier today.
Earlier today, right?
It feels like it was last night.
Yeah, it feels like it is. We're getting pretty late into the night. I'm here for it.
But we get 2 Game 5s, a Game 4 from LHG and
it's all
Omid.
going the distance, eh?
And then this one's now going to Game 5 again, potentially, you know, 6 and 7 as well. Whoa, man.
A lot of Call of Duty.
This
a lot
is
of
what
Call of Duty.
Challengers is all about.
Yeah, I mean, facts. But this one feels like it could very well go the distance here, too. So that red card, eyeing it up. Might end up seeing it. But we are getting ready to jump into game, brother. We'll see what ends up happening. It should be a pretty interesting one for as far as what we're going to get. Again, this is a situation where you want to win this if you're 5 Fears. The SNDs have been shaky at times. Team Notorious still showing us they have the upper hand. Let's see what happens going into yet another swing map, baby. Let's get into it.
A Fierce Lion on the cinematic drawback to open up into a fierce grand final. First blood coming out by way of F-Dot. It is going to be a trade fest, though, back and forth, and Notorious out on top. It's Fire alone outside fences.
Feels like this is a situation we see a lot where Fire's the last one up, forced to try to clutch, and clean shots there on Rafi. Gives himself a go at what would be a 1v3, now 1v2 here against F-Dot and Eric Boom. But 50 seconds to play with. Has to also wrap back around and grab that bomb at some point.
You get some good timing here. I mean, both of these players, they are here, but you got the flank. Eric's going to be watching it slide out, not ready for it to be that close. So Fire, valiant effort in the 1 versus 3, but a difficult spot to find yourself in for that opening round. Team Notorious not going to let these rounds sneak away from them like they did on the Protocol.
Yeah, clean shots. You can see Fire kind of was recentering there for the mid box down the hallway in case someone was lingering around there. So Eric catches him off guard. And no 1v3 going to happen here in round 1. Team Notorious looking good in the opening round.
So for 5 Fears, do you take the B route? Do you go to A? B was so kind to them in that losers final versus Omid Brooklyn, and it looks like it is going to be a hit to B. Double stack through mid, though. See if they can get a first blood.
First blood will come through. Eric thinking about just laying the bomb. Let's see if we can drop it quick. And you are going to get another kill onto F-Dot. Try to even us up. Shot's going to come through. Hixie, though, can't finish it off. Going to cook the nade. You also have a flank play coming through. We'll see if they're going to be able to potentially pull this off. And this is going to be a late play from Afro.
How do you read this at all? Nobody's going to be ready for it, but he gives himself up. Not able to get the kill. He should be ready for it, but he's not able to get his gun up in time. And Notorious again close out on those finishing kills to win out another round back-to-back off the first bloods. Afro does it again to kick off these rounds, and you look at himself and Eric Boom there alongside him. 3 kills, 2 of them right there in the best play.
All right. Five Fears now on the back foot very early on. Not something that you want to deal with against a team Notorious that now has the ability to maybe be a little bit riskier here with some rounds to throw. So a 3-0 start for Eric Boom. He's been looking pretty saucy here to kick off this Hacienda Search and Destroy. But back on Five Fears, what is going to be your answer to what feels like one of those critical rounds where you do not want to go down 0-3 like we've seen here in the past?
Fast flank from Eric, already in secret. Hixie reads it for a first blood. That's going to kickstart things into a post plant on A. 4 players up for Five Fears. This is looking like a solid round start. Can Team Notorious dismantle it?
Good nade connection. Forces A back. Hixie also playing down low here too. Surprise, surprise, there's one. They're going to get a read on Afro, who's going to have a technical 1v4. And no dice. Not going to find anything. Five Fears, good answer.
Yeah, good answer back. Stopping things from going up 3-0. First blood from Hixie, raids the flank from Eric Boom, and not only that, through secret, getting a second one, tags up Afro as well with that pre-fire. He is electric when he is on one, so reading the map so well, reading the timings perfectly for Five Fears, setting your team up for success now. In the follow-up for your defense, do you read Team Notorious off the get-go? It was B for round 1 offense from this Team Notorious squad, so see if the round 2 defense can go anywhere else. It is going to be a B attack again, this time 2 players here to meet it.
Stun's going to connect, though, so Information is here, and Exceed's also playing in the water, so Afro is too. It's going to be a little water battle, getting some BO4 flashbacks.
You can't even see through that water, so neither player knows. Afro doesn't even see him.
Yeah, it's some murky water. All the way around to the cabin he goes, and we'll see what Afro's going to be able to do from this position here, as he will have to take his time and slowly but surely work from the flank after losing Rafi.
That's that Lake Erie water, for those who know. But Afro's going to have a flank. He's going to get spotted. Good read from Five Fears on the hunt now to see if they can get that kill. He's escaped and repositioned all the way up top to the office, but it's a 4v2 for Team Notorious.
Yeah, it is. And need one there. There it is.
Wow.
That's exactly what I asked for. F-Dot just needs to try to get himself one. That's also the bomb carrier, so it's a wide spread here across the map now offensively, and that does really leave Abe out to drive for a second, so you start to see Hixie close in. F-Dot now actually connects onto a second, so all of a sudden it's a 2 versus 2. Bomb was picked up, and F-Dot has some options, but this would be for the ace.
Oh, he's going into wine. Slow peek the door. Abe's ready for it. Perfect reads for the possibilities from F-Dot. He's not going to let him pull a fast one on you, so Abe goes big for the last 2 kills. That's going to tie us up in the Search and Destroy, and a read onto the flank as well from Afro. That could have been so different if nobody was watching it. The water battle not to be. You think back to BO4, and that water was not as clear on BO4, or not as murky on.
Oh no, it was pretty clear. Yeah, I mean that was the thing, right? That was just a thing to chow out water.
Crimsix loved it.
Oh yeah, the ICR battles, good times on Hacienda. But yeah, that water, it's clearly dirtied over the years. Team Notorious.
Pollution.
Now lost 2, and 5 Fears starting to look a little bit cleaner. Abe gets a free route through Dark, and he'll actually put himself on 4 in a row as 5 Fears grab themselves the man advantage and also able to slip away by the skin of his teeth.
Oh, Afro still going to even things up for the 2v2 in the retake. So off of Rafi's first blood, 5 Fears have set them up for a potential swing 3 rounds in a row. Just can you lock things down with you?
Don't hit your teammate. Well, he hit his teammate, Colin. You can see that unfolding. You're like, okay, I can see what he's going here for. Right? He's going for the bank into you, make him weak. He drops down, he kills him. It's just the timing didn't work out.
I wish you guys could see the disappointment on Visions after he said that. You spoke that into existence.
I mean, come on.
3 rounds in a row for 5 Fears. First blood for Rafi. Perfect answer back from 5 Fears to get that bomb down at A. And now you're looking towards Team Notorious to see what they can do on the offense now to stop this bleeding. It's going to be an A attack. 2 players looking to get up towards Dark, but it's a 3-player meet from 5 Fears.
Dixie's pretty far forward. We've seen this a couple times on the defense. Nate's going to connect, and could be a lineup. Oh, what a win, though. Eric gets one back. FDOT also gets involved in the play. 2v3 we go, but the bomb still kind of lurking by back well.
Yeah, I like this patient play. You still have a player to worry about as Abe is trying to get through this map. See if you can get in behind it. He might set up a fast flank if he deems so, but at the same time, you do not know where these Notorious players are, so he's going to group back up with Fire to see if you could retake in the 2v3.
Fire looking for an exit. Not going to get a whole lot of info. Abe down low, huge win. That's also 5 in a row now for Abe, so that gives you a very solid chance of being able to clutch this round up, try to take a 2-round advantage, but still need to cut through 2 more defenders here on the site.
I think Afro is going to be the one to split this one. Yeah, he saw it. Good cleanup. Fire had the turn on, but Abe in the 1v2. Can he do it again in 16 seconds?
And not feeling likely. Not even good for the first one. Was working for a streak. Could have played for it. Decided not to. But Team Notorious will be able to tie us up here at 3 apiece.
Yeah, that's a big play, too, to shut down Hixie off that initial. You almost had the lineup for the first blood from Hixie into 2, but Eric Boom trades it, plays his life. FDOT follows up for that site control, and that is good pacing from Team Notorious to slow down that round and to try to draw out the rest of the players. Afro makes a play towards Office, and there's no way that Fire was going to be ready for it at all. Good reaction, but tough fight to take. So 5 Fears now on the offense. We're tied up. 3 rounds for 5 Fears is answered with 1 from Notorious, and we'll look to see who can take the lead with the B site wide open.
It sure is. Abe looks like he was going to fly right through, but going to make sure they're protected on the site. Meanwhile, Fire's going to be playing and watching for that late flank that could follow through at Lamborghini. FDOT not going to find a connection with the nade.
RCXD, nothing. From the front, it's Rafi. He's getting involved fast, and this one's going to be a shutdown right away. Trades out. This is going to be a mix fest.
25 seconds. Gotta go. It's getting mixy here, but it's looking like it's all one-sided. 5 Fears. They're ready. Have the response, and they'll make sure they maintain the lead.
And another team kill in that round. So 5 Fears happy to take their lead back after the 3-round stint that they did have earlier on. So no issues on whether or not they're going to be able to compete towards the back end of the search and destroy. The answer, they are going nowhere. And even for Rafi to play so close on that bomb for the first one in, you don't normally see Rafi feeling like that, but I guess when you're 2-7, you're looking for a confidence play there, and that is his checkout play to see if he can work something for his team.
Bomb leaning over to B. It's completely open. It's this middle battle that's taking place here.
Flank at the bottom.
And yeah, flank at the bottom. Exceed, though, is able to deal with FDOT. So first blood secured for 5 Fears. Chance to open up onto B, but they don't want to commit to it. They want to keep on going.
Yeah, they're going to go all the way through, hunting for a trade. See if you can bring this into a 3v3 before you go to the bomb site.
Wow.
And Afro, working with Rafi, plays the patience perfectly. And that is going to swing this life lead advantage to Notorious by 1. Pretty sure they spot out both these players. Fire is going to overchal it, and it's all on the Hixie.
On to Hixie. Lot in front of him. And Hixie did actually manage to get 2, but the pistol good enough to get the trade. So still back and forth, just on a nice edge here between these 2 squads on the Hacienda search.
Afro goes big in that round. You post up in the corners. You know that what you really need to do there is find a trade fast before you dedicate to your bomb sites. And, you know, with the Hacienda, I mean, there's so many routes, so many timings that you want to hit when you do have that advantage that you're trying to work those fast flanks. And it's a good read from Notorious to just sit, wait, feel it out, and it pays off. Tie game. Back onto the offense for 5 Fears. It's going to be a good old 4-hit over to A.
Another big map from Afro right now, 10-5. And 5 Fears, trophies down, nades and stuns are out, and that might actually give them the cover just to drop this bomb immediately.
It's going to have to be a slow retake. Already have a player out to the fences, though. That's Rafi. He's looking to, again, be the first one on these plays.
Good first blood. Going to come through. Trophy system also going to now follow here for the retake. Afro. Good shots, but doesn't want to commit and throw his life away. Ixie now gets one back. Eric from up top in dark. Evens us up. 2v2. Secondary chow comes through for fire. Now it's all about reading where the last player is, but they might not read Exceed is in you. Has a sub in hand. 10 seconds on the clock. Goes for the chow, and that should be good. Afro knows he needs the chow, but what a 1v2 that is out of Exceed.
He plays the timing perfectly. No overchows at all. Nothing fancy, just good old search and destroy in the 1v2 from our vet. He slides out, he spots nobody on that defuse. You play the timing right, you read that it's a rewrap through that shed, and he finesses. Even in that last one, he didn't even want to chow that last player because you know there's still a second left. You overchow that aims 4 bullets you be kicking yourself in it. So you just pop up, you check it one more time, and you guarantee a map advantage here, a map round point, 4 or 5 fears. See if now they can steal away one of Notorious's best game modes.
Could make all the difference for as far as how the rest of the series plays out. Afro quickly moving through, but no, can't find anything. 2 kills early here, 4-5 fears, and Eric feels like, I just gotta plant the bomb. I gotta get it down today.
I gotta do something at this point is what you're thinking. Raffi is so far disconnected. Eric Boom on an island. All 4 players re-clearing from 10.
Oh, you want one from Eric, but his position gonna be known. Raffi, though, has the cut covered. Will they hop for the defuse? Rafi's going to be the one that has to check here. Corners checked in, it's good. Checks the bomb, it's also good. Rafi making moves, and now it's a 2 versus 2. Somewhat of a breakdown right now for 5 fears. We'll see if they can try to hold on for the win. Big gunfight up top, but you're going to have to play for the defuse here. Abe gets one. Rafi for the ace, yes! Finds it, round 11 we go!
This guy's twisted. Ace in round 10, delivered from Rafi. We talked that this is the guy who's got to step up, the glue for the team, the X factor when it matters, and the fact that he's got the AR posted all the way towards open. I don't think I've ever seen a player like Eric, bait out the chow like he did for Rafi to get that kill to bring it into a 3 versus 2. That was flawless from Eric Boom. And taking all the attention on him while Rafi just blossomed into that round. And that snap onto the second was crazy. Rafi is feeling it.
All right, all comes down to yet another round 11. Who would have guessed? 5 fears here, playing defense, trying to get a read on where the attack is coming from. Rafi, he's going to almost light up another, but Afro on the flank. Will they expect this 2 times in a row? No, they will not. First kill is going to be good. Second kill, though, not ready for it. Trade is there from Fire.
3v3 for round 11. Bomb leaning to A originally, but it seems like they want to pivot over towards B. And Abe, he hasn't gotten a single clue that this is happening.
Hixie, does he know how much he's dealing with? No. Goes for the reach out. Doesn't expect a second, but Abe's going to get a good read on this now.
Watching.
And it's being read. Eric finds another one. Is it another comeback? In the cards. Fire, last alive, has to clutch up. Bomb going down. Quick check from F-Dot. They know exactly where Fire's coming from. This is going to be a difficult retake. Too many players to deal with here. He's going to decide to reposition, but my goodness. 35 seconds left to try to make your way over to the site. Feels like it might be just a little too much. Nobody scamming, everybody playing tight on the site. And Eric Boom gonna throw some slides in. Information gathered. Good night, Fire. Good night. It's Team Notorious making the comeback, just clutching up, icing up. Everything you love to see from this EU team that just tends to do it over and over again.
5 fears can't close an SND. They just can't close an SND. Even the game 5 versus Omit Brooklyn, where Yuli gets the crazy defuse alongside Brack, makes you wonder if this team has the ice for this game mode, but they were able to bounce back then. This time, it just looked deflated for that last defense. You let Afro get all the way in towards the office. He gets that first blood. Yes, Fire trades it out, but you saw Hixie was in trouble. Abe so far away from all that play. As soon as Hixie goes for that second child, tries to be the hero for that game is when it really fell apart. And Team Notorious, I don't want to take anything away from them whatsoever because the magic that they bring to SND in terms of fundamental strategies, it's second to none right now. Aside from that teammate from Afro, that is your fault, Austin. But even like thinking back to round number 10 when you got a 2 versus 4, Eric goes for the instant plant on A, knowing that Rafi's playing towards open. If he can pull the attention from those players, which luckily for him, they were all coming from the same angle, they chow Eric Boom right into Rafi. And when we're going to see it in a couple moments, he popped off in that round to just surge his team to victory, really. That second kill was disgusting from him.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a complete and utter breakdown when you go back to that round 10. Like, that is a 2v4. You just need to play trades, but the way that they played it, where Rafi's playing on the other side of the hall and Eric's running out of view, like, it just worked out so perfectly. They're chasing, they're looking to find elimination, they know he's weak, and it just really sets up the entire play. That is a tough pill to swallow, to be sure. And like you said, they just can't close. They can't close an SND, and it might very well cost them the best of 7 here because they're now down in the deficit, having to bring themselves back with 2 maps in a row.
Yeah, I mean, that is back-to-back maps for this 5 Fierce team that you look back at the Skyline, you look back at the Hacienda. How do those fall away from you? I mean, it could be over right now in the grand final, but instead it's now Team Notorious with 2 icy maps to take the lead in the grand finals, 3-2. One of the best grand finals I've watched, I think, since MW3 Miami Open for the best of 7 reverse sweep. This is so many different clutch plays, so many players just icing up at the right times, great strategies from Team Notorious in the Search and Destroy, and you know, finally winning that hard point, getting over the hurdle that they've been looking for all weekend long. Yeah. That's like the story for this team on the respawns, is how much are you learning from these boot camps? They're learning fast, they're getting better, and they look too damn good.
Icy, they're clean. There's only so many good things you can say about Team Notorious when it comes down to crunch time right now. So we'll take a look at the maps here that are lined up. 3-2 is our current scoreline in this grand final. Protocol Hardpoint, Control will be coming up here as that is labeled wrong. And then if need be, Team Notorious do not close it on the Protocol, then we will go to the red card Search and Destroy that will be waiting for us. And I still got a slight feeling we could be seeing a red card Search to end the night. Almost hoping for it at this point with the way this series has been going.
Yeah. And I hate to be the one to point out a player who's been doing so good all weekend long, but it seems like over the past couple of maps, Abe is slowing down. He was the one to open up this series for the team, put it away versus Omit Brooklyn. He had so many good moments, triple kills, double kills, just clutch plays across our first 3 maps, especially when you look at the Hacienda Control and he put up 40 kills for the team. But he slowed down in the Skyline a little bit. Afro started taking over in that head-to-head, and you go into the Hacienda Search and Destroy where Afro has back-to-back really good S&Ds for his team. And you know, you're just not getting those opening first bloods from Abe. You're not getting those clutch plays from him like you would expect from a player of his caliber. And going into this Protocol Control now, I think that you look at Abe to start to catch some heat again, because he's going to be that X factor for this team, the takeover player for 5 Fears. He is all 5 Fears.
Well, we'll see if he can get the job done. A situation where you are called upon to go big and shut down what is going to be a lot of these individuals that are just always icing up when they need to. But you go back to even when they played this the first time around, right, in the winners final, that feels like a lifetime ago at this point. But, you know, 3-1 for Team Notorious. They played it extremely well. They looked really solid when you were watching over them. And I think they did a really good job. One of the keys was making sure Hixie and Abe weren't going rogue in your spawn continuously, right? That's something I think that I've certainly praised them for throughout this entire weekend when you're seeing them play the protocols or playing the Haciendas. And to be fair, that's actually something that they were getting away with in the first Hacienda control that we saw here in this set. So I think limiting that is going to be critical if you're going to be able to replicate what we had seen in the protocol a little bit earlier on in the day.
And there's a lot of teams that have had issues with protocol control over this weekend. I think you look at it in general, where you can take notes from Team Notorious in that winners final, and what was so good for those attacks over towards the A zone is they weren't getting over aggressive towards those last couple of rounds. It's the fact that you want to go for the stack, make sure that there is nobody that's going to flank you through sidewalk and top triple, and if you can win those battles behind you, get the exit kills or deny any exit kills after that A zone is captured. You slow the game down right in that moment. Use that extra 60 seconds rather than throwing your lives away. And that's something where attack on protocol, we need to see a little bit more patience come out from these teams when they get into a situation where you can stack those zones, because oftentimes we do see players try to get aggressive through that sidewalk, try to get towards grandmas to get a couple more kills onto these players from the defensive side. And more often than not, I think it blows up in your face. It's those patient plays on even the Haciendas that we've been seeing for those zone takes that has made some crucial differences on offensive takes.
Yeah, I think it definitely plays a massive part. But also, guys, just a reminder, Toronto Ultra hosting a graphics card giveaway from AMD. Head over there, like, retweet. Make sure that you link below on who you think is going to be able to win this entire tournament, man. It's been very fun. Again, it's been very close, so I don't know who you're going to pick. It could very well be Team Notorious right here, or we might be going to a map 7, and we'll see if there will finally be a close, or Team Notorious do what Team Notorious do. So big thank you to AMD. Big thank you to AMD Gaming. And go over them, follow them on Twitter.
I don't know if you guys have gone check the retail prices of graphics cards these days, or the resale prices of them. I don't even want to look at them or think about it, but that's a big opportunity, and that could be you walking away with it to start the new build on your brand new PC. But that is enough rambling before we get into map number 6, Austin. Team Notorious, a chance to put it away in the control. They won this one last time. This is as good as it gets to put the series away.
Yep, Afro already challenging down low, and he's going to win that battle. Solid start for Team Notorious. They're going to find 3 of the 4 and actually make it all 4. So now you're fighting out of your spawn right off your first life here if you're 5 Fierce.
After tucked away, no read from Abe. Good trades coming out from 5 Fierce. You're working out of your spawn for the most part, but it just seems like a losing battle. F-Dot, he's going to disengage from that. Good on fire to work with Abe to get back in towards your lockers, but there's already another player looking to flank, and it's Rafi's turn.
Rafi, good for 3. Backs up, plays the heli, and we'll try to watch over the A zone. F-Dot, though, working the other side of the map, won't be able to get the best of Abe, or rather Fire, who's going to be able to get some decent progress forward. Zip line up.
That's awkward.
Yeah, it's very awkward, and maybe Afro doesn't even see him. He just runs right by him. He's not worried. He's going to press forward, but Abe, again, ready and waiting.
I don't think he cared. He's just like, all right, guys, watch Spiral. I'm going to keep going into Grandma's. So good kills coming out from 5 Fierce, 27 seconds. You're onto the A zone. Second segment getting worked on too, and Fire is going to push up that sidewalk, but immediately backs up to see if he can help the team.
Rafi looking for angles, looking for feet, realizes he's got to hit the go button, but is he going to be able to try to get something else done here on the point? It's Abe for the double. 5 spree that actually came through for Abe, but they do manage to stop the final tick from coming in, so still a moment here to try to deplete that.
Hixie looking for anything to reignite this attack, and it is going to be handled well by Team Notorious. So third segment stopped. Another chance for Lees to try towards it from Abe, but he goes down 6 seconds. Last chance in for Hixie to touch it. Afro's here. They line up, but Exceed's still alive.
See, just barely alive. Finally going to be taken out, and now you got to get a touch here. Fire can't get there. Abe has a chance. Abe keeps it alive. 7 lives up against 7 lives, and you're going to chalk that up here. And now the extra minute is in fact secured.
This is where you got to pump the brakes a little bit. A good round chance for offense on Protocol. It's all going to be down to the next couple of kills. Eric Boom's going to be caught on the flank, and now it's your go time with 2 kills to see if he can get going. Afro, he's playing secret right now.
Good kill's going to come through. Afro, does he get the read down low? He's still weak, and he still comes up with a kill. Just about all you could ask for out of Afro in that situation. Abe, though, up to 15 and 5. Half of the kills in the entire control round have been brought to him. And you got Eric on the flank, though. He could really disrupt this entire play. It was read by fire, but crisp shots come through, and now 3 lives up against 3 lives.
He's going to trade it 3 versus 2. You got a player in Useless and a player in Lighthouse, and Exceed. It is all down to him. And he's giving himself away.
Oh, ring around the rosy. Exceed's going to be able to find him. Rafi for a 1 versus 3. But it's going to be a touch of the zone. He's got some time to play with here. Exceed not going to see him, and oh my, it's now a 1 versus 1. Rafi looking to go big again. Gets the reload, but the chow comes to him. Abe takes him down and secures the offensive round.
Ask and I shall receive. Abe slowed down the past couple maps, but 16 kills in round 1. That is absurd stats from this guy. So what is that? That's triple positive. That is over triple positive in round 1 of the control. He's doing everything right now for his team when it matters, and it's those moments that Abe is able to bring for this team that is the difference between this Notorious team. Abe clutches up so often, and when you have Fire, Hixie, and Exceed doing just enough to get him there, Exceed plays that back flank so well to make it a 1v3.
Well, a big response out of 5 Fierce after losing the round 11 the way that they did. We'll switch sides and see what they have to offer on the defense. Team Notorious trying to slip through the bottom of the helipad. Rafi not going to be allowed to do that. One more player inside the mid building. F-Dot, he's been waiting patiently, and he's going to give away his position here for a moment, but the respawner's now struggling to get out of spawn.
Exceed on the triple sub, so he's going to try to up the ante for the pressure. Hixie or the backup as he has alley-ooped some kills from Exceed off the start. 26 playing 26. A chance over towards A as it's not a stack just yet, but it is going to be a touch. Hixie timing doesn't work out, and now it might lead into a stack. It's going to be a quick from Exceed to try to get up towards drop triple.
Rafi going to make sure 1 backs down. Second tick of progress being worked on. F-Dot starting to heat up. 5 in a row. Eyes on 6. He takes him down. Good moment from F-Dot. Almost gets a turn, but quick trade follows from Eric, who's going to take his place. Rafi was taken off the zone, so that time was still ticking away. And as soon as Afro hops on, he's also taken off, and a big moment comes through. 4 down here for Team Notorious.
Not even getting the second segment. That's the thing with not stacking those zones, is it takes so long to capture the progress in 32 seconds or 23 seconds. And Team Notorious have nearly nothing done in this round. You're going to have to fight from the spawn again in the trap. Fire down in boat. He's going to back up. Still Afro. Good shots over the top, but now you got to get onto A and stack it with 7 seconds. You're going to have a touch at B, but how long can you live right now?
Pretty clean coming out of the spawn, all things considered, after going 4 down, but can't stay alive on B any longer. Rafi, he's going to have to die for the zone and touch, or try to stay alive on A. One of the 2 plays needs to work out, and B does not. So back over to A. It's cleared off. And 5 Fierce do a decent enough job here, contain everything they need to, and they grab a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, that defense is perfect. It got a little shaky at one point. I mean, you had the chance to go stack that zone. When Hixie goes down from F-Dot, that's got to be the call to go jump onto that A zone alongside your teammates. It just takes a little bit too long to get there, and you know, with that, Exceed gets towards top triple. He wins a big gunfight, and as soon as you're just able to collapse together, it's impossible when you're not collecting off of those mistakes. Team Notorious now going to have to reverse sweep this control. 5 Fears, they are eyeing up this distance game 7.
Afro trying to play his life. Stun gonna drop down low, but Abe, I mean, he's still cooking. Nobody's surprised. 22 and 11 into this round number 3. Back on the attack and thinking about what he could do around the B point. He's gonna draw Eric. Boom. gets caught on the timing, and now you got a couple players here stacking the points slowly but surely, looking for the first segment.
Yep, Abe on 3 in a row. Still putting up generational numbers across a 2-0 lead. He is carrying his team in the backpack for the majority. Good read up top as well. Hipfire on F-Dot, not going to read the corner. He thought this guy for a second is literally seeing through walls, but in fact he is not. That is raw gun skill from Abe.
Fire set up in the middle. Finds the exit coming off of B onto Eric Boom. Looking for some more follow-ups. Takes the gun chow. Rafi forced to back down, and A slowly but surely being captured. First tick now captured on that zone here too, giving yourself some options with some time to play with. Afro's forced to back down on the flank. He can't find any value, but Eric's been able to inch himself up to contest the point. And now you need to find kills on the point. And Team Notorious able to do just about exactly that. They clear out mid, and now they're looking solid once again.
And Afro hasn't really been able to activate just yet, but he is doing a good job at playing his life, going 1-for-1. That is disrupting these attacks from 5 Fears. It's the rest of the team that's playing really well for Notorious to pick it up. Everybody pretty consistent on that side. Nobody really slacking. It's just you haven't seen that Afro pop-off moment just yet. What we used to see from him is just a moment where he goes nuclear, but he's going to have a chance again.
Red, beautifully. Abe there to clean it up. 3 players, though, drop through mid, so it's all down to Abe. But it is going to be a captured zone nonetheless. So you're going to be sitting pretty with 1:20 seconds. It was a life lead, and it still is by about 2 here for 5 Fears. So Team Notorious having to play some key defense here around the B point now, as you're already losing the second segment, but Afro ready to pounce, challenges for the second, gets fire very low, but can't finish off the kill. And now you have about 1:05 to play defense here against 5 Fears to stay alive.
I don't know, I feel like this trade fest, it's just going to feed into 5 Fears clutch again and again. You need to start seeing some separation from Team Notorious to get a comfort in this defensive setup. Because we've seen 5 Fears get tested. Oftentimes it pays off. F-Dot. Okay. So he's going to get a free 4th kill in a row. Eric on his 3 streak. This is Team Notorious starting to fall into place in the defense finally.
Slows down, and it only favors Team Notorious. And as soon as the move is made to start working up, inching through the map, they are going to be cut down. Hixie, though, important. He's going to be alive. He has a chance maybe to come behind the play, but he's still got Eric. Oh, what a snapper that is for 6 in a row as he starts to go absolutely rampant in the back. Need to find another? No problem. Eric, little finesse, not going to chow. Knows he can play the clock. Rechow now comes his way. And Team Notorious swiftly cleaning up all the remaining members here from 5 Fears.
We are not done yet for the control. Team Notorious, a little bit of gas left in the tank for the protocol. So getting things ready into an offensive take, that is the difficult part now for this team. And you think back to all the time that you've had, the opportunities that you've had, at least in that last round, to get that A zone going, a little bit disconnected, a little bit, you know, 1-to-1, you know, everybody trying to individually make those plays, or a little bit late to assist the player trying to make that individual play. And that's got to be fixed here and now for Team Notorious if they want to get to that round 5 on the protocol. So it is all down to this one now. Can Team Notorious win an offense on protocol, or is this one going game 7?
Oh, brother. We'll have to see here. Team Notorious might still have a little bit more in the tank. 5 Fears definitely want to see that red card. Fire going to get some info with the tactical sent out, and in the back it's Exceed this time around. He's able to find a nice pickup, but Hixie there to shut down Afro. Exceed also finds another, and Eric really the last one up on the map, but Eric still comes up with 2 here. He's on 10 in a row, by the way, so he's got a streak in his back pocket. He's up to double digits for this killing spree. He is still on a tear.
That's casual, I guess. 16-20 to 26-20, but that's where it stops. Only one segment off of that over towards this A zone, so you're still trying to ping-pong your way in to stop this clock. F-Dot, he was really reeling to get that contest in, but he pays in blood. Nade out from Fire for the reach out. It's Abe there now on 3. He's going to back up, play his life, but right into Afro, who's waiting in the wings and the shadows for his moment. 2 kills for Notorious. He's got to be careful. You go down. That could be the A zone gone as well.
Yeah, not ready for another player to be on the flank was certainly Rafi, and now big gunfight in the back. Again, Hixie there to deliver. 20 seconds, becoming a problem here for Team Notorious as they're still trying to battle out of their spawn. All 4 members caught in the back, looking to try to get to the helipad. Streak will come through from Eric, looking for some value, but he's losing all of his teammates here. So what value are you going to get out of the Streak? It's just fire, but you still need to get to the zone, and there is no time to do so. Nobody in a position to get a touch, so 5 Fears clean up the control. Advance to that next game, and Colin, we are going the distance.
We are earning that prize money tonight. All 7 games, lock in, get your popcorn, get your drinks, whatever snacks you want for this grand final, because it is all the way to the end. And you look at this guy right here, I mean, all the way from the start of round number 1, he had 16 kills in the first round of this map. Abe is that guy. 4-5 Fears, a big reason why this team has found so much success this weekend, but not to take away from the rest of the team. Hixie again stepping up for those big moments. He saw Exceed, not afraid to take out that Jackal on a protocol either to get Mixie for those back spawns. What a game from 5 Fears. What a series that we've been given. And all the way to a game 7, this is where we see the best of the best and challengers really come to the limelight.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like it. I got to say, it felt like we were just going to go the distance between these two with what we saw in the winners final, what we've been seeing so far in the grand final, how close it's been, especially the SNDs. It would almost feel like we needed to see at least one more, and that will be the case. So we are going to get map number 7 set up. Ladies and gentlemen, do not go far. We come back, we're crowning the champion. Welcome back to the AMD Overclocked tournament where we have lots of prize money on the line. $5,000 up for grabs. $5,000 for this Search and Destroy map, Colin. And so far, all of our Search and Destroys have all went to round 11.
Dude, I mean, this year of challengers in general has cooked in the talent that we've been seeing. So many players picked up to the CDL, so many game 7s, so many round 11 game 5s, so many chances for upsets as well, and the storylines that just continue to build. And everything that's going on this weekend is a culmination of what is to expect next week when we go to Kitchener for champs. And the fact that we're seeing a game 7 between both Team Notorious and 5 Fears, This is something that is kind of cooking up those storylines going into what is the finale of their seasons, potentially, if they don't make it to EWC for July. But going into this weekend, we said there's a lot to improve on for these teams. We've seen the improvements. We've seen them hit highs that we never thought was possible. And we saw players really put themselves in that limelight to expect greatness for them come champs next weekend. And I think for this match alone, we have expectations now for both of the teams.
Yeah, we definitely do. And again, a confidence builder, a little bit of extra money in your pocket leading up to champs, but this is definitely the pre-champs setup for what we're going to get next weekend in Kitchener. As you said, Colin, it's going to be an incredible time, man. I cannot wait.
Yeah.
But still got to see who's going to take this one, because it very well could be NA. Very well could be EU ending on the dub before we do see that final countdown when we get to that tournament. And if we take a look at our map set that we do have coming up, it's going to be a red card search and destroy. And again, just throwing that out there here, every single round 11 here for the search and destroys in this series has come through, but every single time, Team Notorious has iced it.
Every single time we've had an international grand final for challengers, it's been North America versus Europe. North America 2-1 in that count from Dallas, Miami, and DreamHack. So you go into this one, albeit it is not an open, it is not a technical challengers tournament. It is a third-party organized, still an international challengers event. And we get that for Team Notorious. This is going to have a lot of weight for them, not just for going into champs, but for the region alone to have success in the year where they have showed up when so many people would doubt them. And you go into this red card search and destroy, which has been the bread and butter for this Notorious team. And even thinking about it, Austin, protocol search and destroy, it is 5 Fears that just blows open the gates of this map. 3 rounds in a row. They looked untouchable for the moment. Still, Notorious steal it away. Hacienda search and destroy all the way into a round 10 4v2. Still, Notorious steal it away. So you're going into this red card, you're trying to find confidence for 5 Fears, you're trying to find a way to spin things up that North America can take an SND against Europe. But you don't know if that's possible anymore.
Doubt's got to be creeping in the back of your mind. I mean, you can only lose so many search and destroys. 2 earlier on versus them as well in the winners final. Can't forget about that either. So it has been just constantly looking to get over that hump, and they have not been able to do it. It's been very difficult up to this point. You can only imagine what they're going through, but at the same time, been competing for a long time. These guys have to come in here thinking we can absolutely do it. We know we gotten close, man. It's just getting over that final hump, man. Really, those round 10s, those round 11s, icing up, waiting for each other. But you certainly got to talk about the fact that just everybody has this chance to clutch up on Team Notorious when it comes down to the wire. And you can only ask yourself, it's like, can they do it again?
Yeah, can they do it again? And, you know, for Search and Destroy alone, I think you can look for Team Notorious and who's been that constant just difference maker for the team. And it's Afro and the consistency that he brings for those mid-round transitions to try to bring back from losing those first bloods. He did it on the Hacienda numerous times, and all the way back on the protocol too. It was 13-6 out of Afro to really carry his team to some of those round retakes. The difference though is in those moments that you get from Rafi, where it seems like he ignites into this unkillable monster, and it's all the way back to the round 10. For that Search and Destroy 4 versus 2, where Eric baits out into the beginning of that ace that Rafi found to send it to the round 11. But then even in the protocol round 11 that we did see between both of these two teams, Rafi starts that with a double kill. So in those moments for Team Notorious, Rafi really is the one to light the way. So you go into this one now for 5 Fears, you are thinking to yourself, well, Team Notorious stole a hardpoint against us. We have to steal a Search and Destroy from them, but can we?
Well, let's find out, brother. I'm ready, locked and loaded, and the players are ready too. Attacking first will be 5 Fears, and I'm sure a lot of feelers thrown out early here in round number 1, especially before the trophies. Seen the nades play a massive part throughout this weekend when it comes down to red card. But Exceed able to get through mid, fairly uncontested. F-Dot now just picking it up, but the timing I think works out for him.
Still a 4v4 on this approach, and the bomb is sitting towards the ticket. Exceed's gonna burst out the door shots. F-Dot has him low. Tough one, but Exceed wins it. First blood, 5 fears.
Very patient there from Exceed, not going for the immediate reach out. And now another chow from Abe. This guy is just so good. Last one up, Afro, no problem. Abe finishes off with 3. 5 fears through the middle of the map makes some successful plays.
And we have to think about it too. Who's gonna shut down Afro? It is Abe. Throughout the entirety of this series, Abe is rocking a 1.28 KD. He is plus 35 for his team. He is putting up just insurmountable numbers for the squad across these 6 maps that we've seen. Afro hasn't really touched that weight of kills, but he has had impact beyond doubt. So you go into this one, flawless round for 5 fears, and it looks like we got a little bit of interruption. I'm looking at it. The game's still going on, but I see nothing. Okay, we're back,
baby.
I think we just lost our POV feed, so we get the free cam for a second. We're locked in.
Locked in, still with it. And we'll see how this one plays out here for us. 3 versus 3, as a couple players did end up dropping earlier on. And that bomb is going to get planted today. So Eric should have a chance to drop this freely. All 3 players defending, nowhere near.
It's a big fight going on the flank. Exceed gets caught, and that's going to put Rafi in a position now for the post plant to be all the way up to top glass. He's not going to be there right away. He's taking his sweet time to get into that position, but he has all the time he needs.
Rafi able to get one back, and well, we'll get a trade. 1 versus 2, fire again in this situation quite a few times, but this time a little bit more hard pressed, as he's also got to get there for the defuse and has no idea really where the last 2 members are going to be positioned at here. So we'll get a response round out of Team Notorious, playing the map well, getting a good bomb plant down, and should be able to finish that one off, and they do.
They just didn't want to see what the break-off was, Austin. That's why we went to black screen for a second. So we get a trade from Team Notorious for this game 7, back and forth on offense, and Rafi has an insane impact once more for that flank. So big shutdown on not just Exceed, but Abe as well. F-Dot kicking his feet up in spawn, or in the spawn of 5 fears there. So I want to see where we're going for the attack this time for 5 fears. Is at the start of the last one, it was fast from Exceed and Abe to get through the middle of the map. It looks like it's going to be a try to A yet again, this time with trophies, and it is going to be met by 3 players on Team Notorious for the second one, but this time it is no doubt in the mind. We're getting a reset come through. Game 7.
Yeah. Get to the very end, and we do get a reset, so just still trying to wait and see how this one's going to completely come together. But yeah, man, 1-1. So now this is an interesting spot for the players, right? Because this is always a spot where you go back in, no trophies, right? You're starting off from as if it's a round number 1, and you got to hit the hard reset mentally to kind of get yourself back into the game right away. So we should get that figured out here for you guys. I think maybe we lost an observer at one point in time. But
we even hear conversations from players, too, about just the whole idea of a reset in a moment like this when you're so locked in. 6 maps in a row. You get to a game 7, you think you're just yanked right out of that game. You just gotta be like, whoa. It's a little jarring to go right back in and just to play at that same intensity that you have. So many people talk about that disruption kind of putting you off your yin and yang. So getting back into this game, for both teams, you got to think that this first round is going to be very important for just getting back into the groove of it. Even though we might jump right back into it right away, it is still that little jump that changes your perspective.
Yeah, it takes you out of focus, takes you back in. Luckily, it isn't a break fully, and nobody's taking each other out, so that's good news. Now we're jumping right back in. Again, going from a 1-1 tally here, so basically the first one to 5 is going to take it. Abe already through the middle, and like I had touched on, not going to have those trophies here, so going to find a lot of value potentially here with the stuns and nades.
A lot of shots traded out. Abe able to trade that first blood that Afro did give, but no moves made towards this A bomb site, still lingering through the middle of hedges, and seems like this could be a quick pivot over towards B, which they will get. And there are some players sitting close to it, but it is an outside-in perspective from Team Notorious. Going to play retake unless Afro sets up in this one, which it doesn't look like he is going to try. Or no, he is giving it a look.
All right, trying to break through, but it's Exceed able to find F dot. 3v2 we go for 5 Fears as they start to push into the site. Abe able to find that cleanly. All comes down to one. Rafi for a 1 versus 3. Not even going to have a chance at the first one. 5 Fears right back into the driver's seat.
That's good patience from 5 Fears. After losing the first blood battle, Abe trades it out right away. The call to go to B, it's a good one, and not only that, but the patience that it takes to really hit that B site without bursting through those doors, without giving up any audio cues that you're going there. It allows a big fight over towards that A site as well, catching F dot off guard. Doubt for Team Notorious on their defensive setups. It's been offense all the way through. 2-1 for 5 Fears off of the reset. Keep that as a mental note, everybody, as we get through this Game 7.
Hixie looking for some info. Stun. Gonna likely push him back, but also gives him the go-ahead to double nade that out. And won't find any connections there. Everyone's still very much alive and active on the map. Fire picking up mid to make sure there's no mid play, as we saw back in that round number 1. Meanwhile, there's no commitment to either site just yet, but Exceed, he's in a very interesting position here.
I think they want to clear this, but even still, you gotta be careful, F dot. Exceed's in a great spot. We saw Standy do this so much, and F dot's gonna go over him.
Exceed in a good spot to disrupt this entire play, but the bomb might go down before he makes his move. As soon as the bomb's planted, you'll expect him to start to take a little peek here around the corner.
He doesn't see him.
First kill good, 3 in a row for Exceed. Still down low, and they're gonna have to worry about that here as the rest of the team starts to collapse.
You're looking at this flank from Abe. I mean, all the way through, he's gonna be the difference for this team. He has to activate, and he does.
Rafi waits patiently there, was hoping to line up a second. 18 seconds on the clock. Exceed playing over the bomb, and wow! 5 Fears again, able to use that patience, working just almost every single second of the clock, but it does pay off for yet another round, and again, that is now a 3-1 tally here for 5 Fears.
Yeah, back-to-back, finally a defensive round goes way of one of these two teams, and 5 Fears able to crack the code first. Patience and quiet from Exceed. Not only that, this flank from Abe, he is hunting these players that are in the spawn of Team Notorious for the post-plant setup at A. And you know, for F dot, it's really hard to track this player when Abe has been so elusive in these plays. Both Abe and Exceed off of this reset are on 4 kills in a row, Austin. Both of them having a heyday in this grand final. They have been the Shaq and Kobe for this team, setting each other up so many times.
Shots to the middle, traded back and forth. And both teams gonna lose one early on, but you did have at least a spree going for Exceed, and I think stopping that was big, but you also gotta stop Abe's. He's on 4 in a row here. So he's looking a little saucy, looking to try to earn some potential streaks if he can.
Tank onto a few, and again, 5 Fears just letting this develop a little bit, letting this breathe. On where to go for these sites. Double stack at A. You have a deep play from Eric Boom over at this B site, and I remember this position from Eric. That was the killer yesterday, and nobody could read. But for 5 Fears, it's not going to be a B hit.
Afro still in a good spot to disrupt what will eventually be a bomb plan here. They're committed for it, and they're going to go for it. Afro wants to try to make his move. Shots over the top from Abe will keep him safe. Allows a safe exit onto Hixie. Now it's a 3v3 retake.
It's a tight post plant, but again, it's going to be a flank play that really develops everything. Eric Boom looking for fire, and he gets it.
Hixie has to chow, needs to create some space through the front. It's an awkward gunfight with no aim assist, and Afro's able to win it. F-Dot now on the collapse. Eric gets there before him, and that is a very clean retake here for Team Notorious in a crucial round.
You gotta win your defense now. That is almost 5 fears. They are asking you to do it. They're saying, we are coming into this game 7 with everything on the line for this AMD Overclock and really running some tests against your red card. So you go offense for the first couple of rounds, but at 3-1 you did have was where you needed to see Team Notorious pull things back. Now 3-2 lead for 5 fears. For Team Notorious's attack, it looks like it's going to be over towards A again for these opening duels. Rafi's going to watch for any flanks, but there's going to be none.
First blood here for Abe, and the second blood is good, the third blood is good. It all collapses here for Team Notorious. They are hard countered on the staircase, and a very fast round right in their face here. 5 fears ready to match all of their plays over to the site.
Yeah, not backing down, never giving up, never surrendering to Team Notorious. The initial rounds that we've been seeing from the side of 5 fears have always been solid in these search and destroys, and it's not going to stop at all with the pressure that they're getting. So they push into H2, they move over towards H1, meet that aggression towards A with some well-placed players. A double kill from Fire. Hixie, he's getting involved finally to this game number 7, and we look at Team Notorious, slow start from F-Dot.
And reminder, guys, 4-2 is the actual count in favor of 5 fears. So 2 more rounds to finally get an SND win, claim a championship. But shots going to come through back and forth in the ticket booth. Nate's not going to find any value. Everyone's still very much alive. A little peek comes through on the other side, still just checking for info. But no immediate challenges, no aggression going to follow up.
No first bloods either just yet, so really trying to find some space on this attack and defense. Eric Boom's gonna get spotted, pre-fires Afro. He's gonna note this one, so he is ready for anybody to burst through these doors.
Has to be wary. Afro, such a pivotal role to play. Door's gonna bang open, challenge gonna come through, but Afro can't find anything. They know there's a few in the site now, without question, but there's the first kill from Eric. Afro able to find the second. No trades and not a lot of time left for 5 fears to really make their move. Bomb also down at the back of the site. Feels like Team Notorious, they've done exactly what they've needed to. Fire, last one left alive. We've seen it a lot, but no clutch. Team Notorious, big round yet again.
2 from Afro, 2 from Eric Boom. They lock it down at B. 4-3 now. As Notorious, they have shown us in maps 5, in maps 2, it is never done till that 6th round is secured. So for 5 fears, they are going to have that in the back of their head this whole time, that Notorious are slowly creeping up on them in these search and destroys. Nothing's ever going to feel comfortable, and you got Abe to a hot start to this game. Same thing with Exceed. Past couple of rounds, they've been slowed down. And I'm hearing an RCXD help.
Me too.
From Exceed. He is going to try to use it for information over towards Hedges. He sees nobody off the start, but Notorious, they completely cut noise.
And everyone waiting patiently to see where that RC might pop up from. Hixie extremely close to Afro. Afro gets the best of him with the slide chow. So first blood secured here for Team Notorious. Lots of time to play with, but they are certainly eyeing up the B site and looking to come through with some aggression here potentially.
Afro on the door gets a little weird. Still backs up. Good damage. Any follow-up? Yeah, Eric helps him out. You get into the site without losing a player.
Eric Boom over the top. Looking to try to get that finishing touch.
F-Dot on the flank.
What can F-Dot do here? He can put it away. Boom, there's the first one. There's the second one! F-Dot closes the round.
Tie game in the grand finals, game 7. Notorious never out of these SNDs. Afro, Eric Boom, they're willing you to this round 11. They're willing you back into this game. And FDOT plays his cards so right on that flank. The double kill right there could have bring him right back into this Game 7 when he needed it off that slow start. So 3 kills in that round. The first 3 that he got for this game off the reset. And there are no questions right now on this Notorious team on who is going to be involved. But 5 Fears, how do they answer back?
So 4-4 is what we have after the reset. Now Rafi playing up top, trying to get some info, get some great info onto Exceed. The nade, though, just falls a little bit short. Get some tags in, so it's just going to be information for now.
Gotta watch the flank from Eric Bohm. He's again going to get all the way behind Fire, though. He hasn't been tested by a deep flank like this.
What can you get if you're Eric? And will he even really be able to get eyes on Fire? He's going to come behind the play. Exceed might be lined up for a kill. And he is, in fact, lined up for a kill. Gets underneath the stage, trying to bob and weave around the wall bangs, and does so successfully enough. Afro might be able to get involved in the play, too. It's going to be Abe that gets one.
He's
backs
away.
down, and yeah, he gets away. Doesn't go for the immediate reach out. Afro, though, able to slam 2 through the middle. Huge round out of him.
How does he do it? 4 in a row for Afro, just reading this map so well. Disappears yet again. 1 versus 3 for Fire. He's got the bomb, but he's got to get through FDOT first. He's throwing shoulders, dancing around. 12 seconds. He is not giving up anything at all. Team Notorious with 3 rounds in a row. Now up to match point for the grand finals. 5-4.
Just have to start calling them the Icers, man. It's just all comes together when it needs to. You need to clutch up? No problem. These guys are going to do it. 5-4 now after the reset with that 1-1 tally. So 5 Fears backs up against the wall. Tournament on the line. Need to find success and shut down everything on this offensive round coming up here for Team Notorious.
Afro on 4, Eric on 2, FDOT on 4. 5 Fears have to dig deep here twice. In round 10s, they were denied Search and Destroy wins by Omid and Notorious. Now it's their turn, tested at the finish line. It's a B hit for the bomb, 2 players here.
Look how passive this defensive setup is, knowing just, listen, we can't throw away lives. You can't take too much risk here. And Abe's gonna go down. The nade connects. Afro finds the first blood. No immediate trade's gonna come into the site. And now you're starting to gain control. RC makes its way in, but it won't find anything.
It's good patience, though, for Afro not to get tagged up. Still, though, 5 Fears, they don't want to let this bomb go down. And Hixie answers back.
Hixie gets 3. Fire comes in for 4. We'd have it no other way. We are going to a round 11. It is all tied up 5-5, not 4-4. Next round decides it all.
We ask, they deliver. And now a $2,000 round of Search and Destroy. US, not Canadian. It makes a difference. But we got Notorious in a situation where they can do the funniest thing ever. And 5 Fears, for all the confidence, all the marbles, to finally take down an EU team in SND.
No way they keep getting away with it again, right? 2 round 11 wins throughout this series for Team Notorious, looking to make it 3. And it's going to be aggression here. 5 Fears looking to use the numbers. Want to move into the site, and it's going to be an immediate bomb plan.
Audio cues for Afro, he knows, but all 3 members are still on on B, and through mid. Post plant not going to be disrupted. Afro's going to invest the RC. He's just looking for anything.
Pure info here for his teammates that start inching up closer and closer on the retake. It's a wide spread here, post plant for 5 Fears. Afro going to be able to get some info down low. Abe not going to get tagged up, and Afro just barely lives with a sliver of HP, but it's Eric who strikes first, gets the second. Eric, boom, able to find the double up, and now it's a 2v4. Time is extremely low. Have to watch the diffuser. Are you going to be able to protect him? FDOT gets Hixie, all down to 1. FDOT gets the last one. They answer the call. They have conquered it all. They are your AMD Overclocked champions.
And no doubt in your mind, that when it comes down to a retake at A for a round 11, Notorious can get it done. Hexy, what a chance to win it out with that top class position, a couple shots away from stopping that defuse with 10 seconds left. F-Dot is there, he helps out, and he wins it all at the end for Team Notorious. They are champions going in to our champs next week. A little extra payday, a little extra confidence to topple the international play one more time. This is all rounding out to be a great weekend.
Is it ever, man? And I mean, it's just really the Breaking Bad meme, isn't it? Just 3 times. Like, how do they keep doing it? Round 11, ice. It's too much, man. It's got to give you a ridiculous amount of confidence knowing that we just have so much trust in one another when it comes down to those final moments, those round 11s, when we need to win it, when we need to ice up. They can do it time and time again. Something you love to see from this squad, man. EU getting the best of NA here in this grand final, coming out with some extra cash, but most importantly, looking in tip-top form going into champs next weekend.
Team has had the most amount of boot camp time over anybody, so it's no surprise that they look polished as a whole. Hats off to Five Fears for taking them distance in this one, but looking back at this Game 7, all the way into the round 11, and you look at Notorious, who struggled out the gates early. A couple poor performances from F-Dot, a little bit to kind of hope to see Afro hit that next form, but you look at round 7, 8, and 9, and that's where everything was falling apart for Five Fears. You were losing out on your, offensive takes. You were losing those first bloods. You have numbers advantage start to fall away, and we started to see those mistakes from previous search and destroys show again. And that's something to fodder for you going into next week for sure, is your search and destroy. At least how do you just Google it? Can we close out an S&D? How do you win around 11 at this point? Because that's 3 times you get a chance and 3 times you fail. So you go back, chat, viewers, let's lock in for some replays over 7 maps of a grand final.
Yeah, 7 maps. That's a lot of maps. And every single map on broadcast today went the absolute distance. We had all map 5s going to a map 7 here in the grand final. Could not ask for a better teaser leading up to champs. It has been a treat without question, but so many moments, man, and gotta feel a little bit here for Five Fears, knowing that they were that close that many times to winning some of these maps. Even go back to the Hardpoint, right? The Hardpoint was a huge deal for Team Notorious to steal away on the skyline that just wasn't looking too promising up to that point based off what we've seen from Five Fears, being clutch, being really strong in that game mode specifically. So, man, incredible stuff the whole way through, and you see some of that skyline happening right now, but there's just so much to break down.
Right here. I mean, even just look at that respawn from F-Dot. He goes all the way through top bridge, drops on down. A couple kills there for F-Dot. Afro helps him out. And yeah, that's the turning point for this, where you take that hard point and, for Team Notorious, you accomplish something that you've been trying to do, is just match that high-octane pacing that you get from that North American region and steal away some icy rounds and icy maps in the same time. Rafi in the round 10 there, 2v4 ace that he gets, teed up by Eric Boom. A little alley-oop there, but even for the game number 6, you got to give Notorious some love, or sorry, Five Fears some love for the initial hardpoint odd vault. Both controls that we saw as well were pretty clinical from Five Fears through and through. But when it came down to everything else, and you see Notorious in this last round, or last game for that game 7, it's just a step above from the SNDs when it comes down to those big moments that they talked about. You watch them in Miami too when it comes to that grand final, when they ice up every single map to win it, to be open champions. It's starting to feel like that again.
Listen, having ice like that going into one of your biggest tournaments of the year, arguably the biggest for as far as what you're expected to try to do, win it all, have that stock as high as possible going into EWC, and next year you want to come through with the dub. We take a look at the bracket over the course of these last 2 days. It has been an absolute journey. day number 1. We saw a lot of those 3-0s. We actually kicked it off with Team Notorious right away. That was when they had that hot 3-0, really got themselves into the groove, and from there, they rode that all the way through the upper bracket, all the way to this grand finals with the rematch against Five Fears.
Yeah, and I mean, just in general, you look at the weekend that we have, and a lot of people are surprised at, what happens for LAG mates and Rocker at the end of this bracket. A lot of questions were being asked yesterday, after Rocker lost to this Five Fierce team. But for these guys, I'm sure there's stuff to work on, but that's going to be good VOD to watch over to see those mistakes in real time. Come EWC, I'm excited to see LAG mates and Rocker play yet again on the main stage against their colleagues in the CDL. But for these challenger teams who've been grinding, they've been hoping for a moment to win games like that, they get it done. And this run from Team Notorious, it is crazy. You beat Mind Freak, our APAC representatives. You go in, you take down Omit, our DreamHack champions. You go into the CDL team. It doesn't even go to a Game 5. You take down Five Fears in a Neslo form, and then you take down Five Fears by clutching up 3 round 11s and stealing a hardpoint away from them. That is tippy. That is so tippy from this Team Notorious squad. And it's not only that, it's just everything that comes together for this team when you see Rafi performing the way that he is and so many SNDs to clutch up those rounds, especially what he brings to those hard points in terms of commanding those AR fights in those long distance battles. F. Dot, the magic man, it seems, when he could just come alive at any moment and put up some crazy numbers. But this submachine gun duo of Afro and Eric Boom, we've been talking about it all year long, and it is a duo that you just love to watch and witness every play that they do make, because they keep on evolving, even going in towards champs. And you come in towards this boot camp and you see the timings, you see what's changing for the squad. I mean, Eric is picking so many battles a lot better on those flanks. And he's picking up the AR a lot more now for this team, for that triple AR setup, for those vaults, for any bigger hard point that you're going to be going towards. And then you have Afro, who normally has been that guy who just continues to bully out his opposition, but so many timings that he's just getting free kills, free double kills, triple kills, and he looks unlocked right now.
Yeah, he does. Incredible stuff, man. It was a fun tournament. $5,000 for Team Notorious, as well as the bragging rights going into champs next weekend. $3,000, of course, coming through for Five Fears and Omit Brooklyn. Third place with $2,000. That is going to do it here for us. Once again, a big shout out to AMD for putting on this pre-champs teaser, if you will. It was a great tournament here that we did have. CDL teams, challenger teams, everyone getting a good look here going into champs. And a big shout out to Toronto Ultra, of course, for having us here at the studio, hosting the tournament alongside AMD. And a big shout out to all the production that we have behind the scenes working behind us. Colin, it has been an incredible time. I've really enjoyed casting these last couple days, man. It's been an incredible bracket that we've gone through. Final thoughts here for you.
I mean, you guys got to be ready for champs, because these teams are bringing their A game. And that's not even to mention that some of these teams that showed up for this boot camp, for this tournament this weekend, I mean, you look at P7 White, they literally flew in yesterday, got off the plane, 20 minutes later were spawning into the round 1 of the tournament.
Sure.
They didn't have a chance to warm up for it at all. APAC, it was, a day before that they arrived in North America, so we didn't really get to see Mind Freak practice. We didn't get to see Unity Visual practice either. Latin America for Chaos, they got a tough draw in taking Rocker on for that first game
they did.
of the day. So that's not going to bolster your confidence whatsoever. But you look at these guys, you think that you still got so many days left until champs. A lot of time to get some good Call of Duty into scrim, and you better expect them to fix those mistakes going into next weekend. I'm looking for upsets. I'm looking for dark horses, teams to come out of nowhere to qualify for EWC, and players to rise up to the occasion to be heralded as some of the best challengers has to offer for this year in Black Ops 6. It's been a great year of Black Ops 6 and challengers, and this is going to be one of the best champs we've ever seen.
Well, we are ready for it. We are hyped up for it, and I can't wait to get into it next weekend. A little bit more practice before we get to that final weekend, but that is going to do it for this broadcast. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We appreciate you guys if you've been with us till the end. Incredible day, incredible tournament, and we'll see you guys on the next one.